PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space, with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near-flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a legendary pilot challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knocked down state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the magnet gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the respawn beacon. It will show up in either the Steel Ark or the Assembly Base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. For Metro Royale, we've improved a lot of the processes. Furthermore, we've also added new honor rewards and Chapter 20 collectibles. Moreover, you can now bring your companion on your Metro Royale adventures. For more details, keep an eye out for Metro Royale update videos. In the new version, we'll also be hosting a grand home competition. You can register for it as long as you've reached 200 home prosperity. Let your imagination run wild and share your dream home with the world. Additionally, we've added a mysterious, elegant, ancient capital resource pack. Many home items will also become available in a related upcoming event. Aside from these, we've improved and updated home building, browsing, interactions, butler actions, and more. Want to find out more? Keep an eye out for home update videos. With Mecha Fusion's arrival, World of Wonder has also seen plenty of updates. For gameplay devices, the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and other gameplay devices have all undergone a series of updates. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. These devices are sure to get your imagination flowing for some awesome creations. Also, we've launched a pre-made map where you can play all kinds of creations built from a variety of themed scenery objects. Furthermore, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new map a shot. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content that will be available in Mecha Fusion. Cool mechas and thrilling combat await you in-game. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's arcade base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot. PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space, with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near-flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a
Another day, another chance to prove who will be the top of the leaderboard here for week number 2, day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. I'm Tajman alongside Kuku TV, your casters today, and we are so excited to bring you the action on what we are expecting to see today.
Yeah, brand new day, brand new groups that we're going to see playing for today. There's going to be one group who will be resting. We're going to see that later on. We're also going to talk about how teams will play in all of these maps, especially that yesterday we've seen a lot of brand new teams who are popping out. We have 60KE, we also have TTQ and Miramar, so there's a lot more that may want to join the fun like the others that are in the lower portion of the leaderboards.
It's really exciting when you think about this because week number 1 there was a lot of adjustments happening. A lot of players were not really sure how exactly to approach each styles of play. Some teams, their plays were doing so well on week number 1 are not popping off in week number 2. The counter plays have happened, the VOD reviews have already started, and I'm still excited to see these teams who were not expecting to come up on top rise to the top of the leaderboard. But before we talk about that, let's talk a little bit more about what to expect from this tournament itself. If you guys were not watching from last week, this is the same format that we see El Clasico, in fact, toward the other tournaments, where we are having 10 points for the chicken dinner, and the points will be given according to placements, where 9th till 16th place will not be awarded any points. Elimination points will be given 1 point each, which means that the meta is going to be a little bit more aggressive, which we have been seeing throughout the entire week. There were changes to this meta, like Flash Vision Esports kind of took a step back and decided to go for placements instead, and understanding that eliminations will come eventually, and so on and so forth. So depending on what the teams want to achieve, this is what they are going to be working with. The maps today, we'll be seeing 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 singular Sanhok.
And we've seen from yesterday the shifts of the circle as well on all of these maps. But before we talk about the shifts of those circles, let's talk about the scoring system that we do have for PMCL Southeast Asia Summer. Again, we start with the weekly points. We got that one already from week number 1 where Austria came on top. Weekly rankings, they're at number 1 right now. League points, basically, these are the points awarded for every each week. And you can see that on the right-hand side. Starts with 20 points and goes down until 1 point if you go at last. And then the league ranking will be the ranking based on league points, and then head start points will be the points that'll be used as the start of the finals. And this will, benefit a lot of those teams who will be playing really good consistently in each week that we have for the league stage of PMCL Southeast Asia, because they will get that head start, is what we call it. And if they perform not too well on the very first day, then maybe they can bounce back on the next few days to come if they play in the grand finals. But here is the groupings that I'm talking about. It's going to be A, C, D, and E. So this means that one group will be resting, and that is Group B. And that consists of Playbook Esports, Exquisite Esports, Fearless Esports, and APG Esports. This means also that we're going to see now first this week number 2, Group E, which is the group of MFG Esports, Harami Pro, Enigma MSI, and Dread Esports. These are actually exciting teams to watch out for, other than the other groups that we've already been watching, which is Group A, C, and D.
I'm excited. Honestly, I think for me personally, I think MFG and Harami Bro are the two teams that I really wanted to see come on top this particular week. Because, I mean, if you look at them, when you look at MFG and Harami Bro, one of the things I'm excited about is that they had a really good track record in the beginning of the week. MFG just got better and better. But for Harami Bro, they didn't seem to find their groove even after the one-day break. So I want to see if they've managed to fix whatever they need to fix, if they can make a comeback, and it'll be so important to talk about. We also have an $18,000 prize pool to look at right now, where each teams are eyeing this, as well as a slot to PMWC, which is happening very soon. On top of that as well, we have the weekly awards, where the best performance team for week number 1 was Austria, and the Terminal Weekly went to Red Bull. And I'm really hoping to see a change in this for this week, just to keep it a little bit more competitive. But it's also very fun as well if you have one household name or of a player that just comes up on every week, where all eyes can be on him as well. So let's see if this is going to be wrestled away. But I think we saw No Fear take one yesterday, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, no Fear. I mean, yes, last week, but this week, since we only have day number 1 yesterday, it's still Red Bull yesterday.
Yeah, it was still Red Bull, that's right.
Yes, so Red Bull is still dominant, and Austria Esports has still been dominant. And look at how dominant they are right now. Overall rankings, they are at number 1 right now with 63 points with one winner chicken dinner. Yangon Galacticos goes at second, and this is kind of normal for Yangon Galacticos. They really do pop off, especially in the league stage. They just need to be consistent, especially if they qualify into the grand finals. But here is the thing that I'm talking about earlier. SysTKE, now at top number 3. TTQ, now top number 4. We also have Exquisite Esports and Myth Clan. These are teams that really struggled on trying to be on top last week. But then again, yesterday they were able to actually get really good scores, even though that we only had like 4 teams. MFG, Harami Bro, Enigma MSI, and Dread Esports was not there, where in that group MFG and Harami Bro are the top teams. Enigma MSI last week really had troubles, especially in the early stages of the game. It's always been that they're getting eliminated, like half of their squad getting eliminated, and then eventually they get picked off when they try to get into the middle of the circle. Dread Esports, another team that needs to be careful also, especially in the map of Erangel, because ASTE is actually riding with them or dropping with them at Yasnaya Poliana.
I think it's always very exciting to talk about that, and also the bottom of the ladder. It feels almost deja vu for Flash Vision Esports. Last week they ended day 1 with only 9 points. And this time, it's even more scary because it's only 8. I mean, we did manage to see them come back on day number 2, I believe, or number 3, where they managed to get a few, not a chicken dinner, they managed to come up on the top 4. They were getting these placement points. So yesterday was a day I think they really wanted to play that elimination game in terms of points. I mean, we saw Harley in the main lineup playing. They were trying to go for these aggressive fights, but it felt like everyone was just not on the same page. Harley was a little bit too aggressive, playing her own game, while the rest are just too far behind to provide her that support. And I think that last week, one of the biggest changes that happened for Flash Vision Esports as well was the fact that whenever you see games where Master Ricks survive till the end, were the games that they tend to do a little bit better. So I'm really hoping for survivability's sake, they'll be able to do that. Now, moving on, we also have the Royal Pass. This is the A7, which is available from now all the way until the 15th of July, where you can be getting the Nightscape Gladiator set alongside the Graceful Watcher set and cover. So these are very, very awesome items that you can get from this Royal Pass itself. And I think that the Nightscape Gladiator set gives you a little bit of customization where you're able to change to so many colors. And all of this is worth over 80,000 UC.
Yeah, that's a lot of UC. Worth of UC is what you can get with this new Royal Pass A7. So you can grab yours right now, flex it to your friends and clanmates so that they can also buy it as well. Make sure to also flex the Nightscape Gladiator set. Choose your own colors. You can be your own. It's kind of like Power Rangers, if you know Power Rangers. You can be your own Power Ranger, black, red, blue, or whatever color you want to be. But before we talk about that, we also have our PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration available now until July 9th. And you can find it under the featured event Motor Cruise. And you can get your own Tuatara and Tuatara Striker. Vehicle tokens do not expire as well, so you can use it on the next corresponding event.
Yeah, these vehicles are really awesome. I think, when you talk about vehicles, there are a lot of high-speed chases, especially in the beginning of the game. It's not as aggressive yet. I'm saying yet because it always happened toward the mid-side of the week, so that's going to be very exciting. Now, coming into this week, or rather today, there's a lot of speculation happening about who comes up on top, on why exactly the tempo has changed. I mean, if you want to go back to tempo, day number 1 last week, we saw the rise of Harami Bros. That's how dominant they were on day number 1. And I think that this sentiment is shared across from all of us, the casters. I mean, for Harami Bro, we saw them really good on day number 1. MFG had sparks, especially on the Miramar map on day number 1 and 2. But personally, for me, I didn't think MFG really popped off until the end of the week, so that is what I am really expecting to see. They take some time to really figure out the patterns on how exactly to play against each other on other teams. But I think that at the same time, I'm also neglecting to remember that this is a team that can potentially ride off the momentum from last week, and a team that has done that is exquisite.
Right, and we do see our predictions here. Mine is MFG Esports. For Sanhok, it's always been the Myanmar region who's been really dominant in that map. So basically, I had 3 choices. I have Genesis Esports, Yangon Galacticos, and MFG Esports. The reason why I picked MFG Esports is because they actually had a rest yesterday. So they were able to actually have a quick view of all of the other teams on day number 1. And I know for sure that MFG Esports would really love to play now and would love to get that winner chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, Sanhok is going to be very messy. It's been very fast-paced, a lot more faster-paced than I thought it would be. I think last week we saw a slower paced one, especially on on the last day, but it's understandable. It is a day that was a little bit more different. It was a day that people wanted to end the week on a high note. They wanted to get as many points as they can. We didn't quite see that. I mean, we did see that, but it was still very aggressive toward the end. So the question now is how exactly these teams are going to work. I mean, Genesis is also a really good pick. I believe yesterday, the Yangon Galacticos managed to get the chicken dinner. Was it GE? I don't remember for Sanhok.
No, it was Yangon Galacticos.
It was Yangon Galacticos. So yeah, Yangon Galacticos.
That's why I said Sanhok is the Myanmar map as of right now. I mean, even last week. So if they would continue with that trend, then every single Sanhok map, my prediction would be a Myanmar region team.
It's a very difficult map when you think about it, when you come to this really high, fast-paced map, smaller as well. It's about worrying that you're gonna get shot at from so many different parts of the map because it's a tinier map. But when you talk about like positioning is key, these Myanmar teams know exactly how to play the game of position, and it's not easy given the fact that you not only have to have super high firepower to also take this the places, the areas, and also to hold it, and also have this high game awareness to make sure that everywhere you hold, you are not gonna get third-partied, Regardless, as we go into our first Sanhok of the day, I'm seeing a lot of predictions to ASTE. Let's see whether or not your predictions are correct, as well as us as the casters. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for you to keep your eyes on the screen, because day number 2, week 2 is about to start right about now.
And we are now flying in week number 2, day number 2 for PMCL Southeast Asia. Let's take a look at the flight path now. Going from Sami, the dropping point of Playbook Esports, which is very much open now since they're not playing, and the departure is going at that right spot there, then going straight right to the middle of Khao and Mong Nai. So this is a really easy flight path for everyone because they can definitely go to wherever they want to go. 214 Sin will definitely go to Hatin. Circle has been going to the eastern side part of this map, but then again, Flash Vision Esports and SysTKE having some fun early on in this game.
Take their time. Flash Vision. It feels like Flash Vision Esports has been meeting up with SysTKE. This is twice in a row in 2 days, I mean, for this team to be meeting up so early. And I think you've mentioned this yesterday, perhaps their drop spots have been, have been understood, and these teams are trying to see whether or not they can challenge each other to these areas, to these spots. But coming into this one, Heartless will be holding the line. Haven't moved quite yet. And I think for SysTKE, I mean, they were a team that I wouldn't say they were quiet last week. They were a team that seemed to be okay playing in the middle. They took some time, but one thing that's great about them is that regardless of what style of play they're going for, where they decide to drop, they maintain one thing and one thing only. The firepower remains the same, and they maintain the same momentum throughout the entirety of the week without changing too much. And I think they found some success in that as well, which is to just fix those minor problems, the micros, instead of worrying about the macros, since I think in a way it wasn't the worst kind of situations. It's just about tying up loose ends. And now SysTKE, they're looking for that collapse. And so is Flash Vision Esports. They play the same type of play where they just clump up together. They haven't moved away quite yet. Yes, they found big success in this, but being clumped together means being so open to those nades when it comes through a multi-frag spray, and it's really scary when you have too many of your teammates dropping at the same time.
Well, this is just early in the game, so utilities might not be available, Tosh. So this is Flash Vision Esports strategy. They know on what to do with this situation right now. They're actually grouping up together just to make sure that they will get a trade if ever someone would get knocked down. I would recommend if they would do a 1-to-3 split, having someone from afar trying to look at them. But then again, it's not available at this time. Nativ now giving information. Now able to go for the spray. Ooh, gets really good damage there onto the side of Flash Vision Esports, with Master Toki gets him knocked down with that Vector. Ooh, with that nade now, knocking down Fit. And Heartless does have that one nade. Will go for a follow-up, but then again, there's a wall that's blocking their way. Flash Vision Esports will have that time now to go for that reset. Devon is really far away from the scene. He doesn't have any angle as well.
And they wait, come forward. Flash Vision Esports gonna be happy for this. No resets. A dangerous game coming through, and Fit, fearless, jumps up forward. You see Boyshon is just holding a close angle. Shotgun in hand, they spray Boyshon in a very scary area, but he makes it through. Heartless all alone on one end. The sprays from the outside, they may just be keeping it up on top. Natiev, drop down. Masatoki, quick on that DBS in hand. And now it's all about tying up those loose ends. Flash Vision Esports, they need this to happen. They need those points. Heartless, you can hear the sprays. Fit goes down. They spray out, and Devon wins it. Flash Vision Esports, a good start, but just not able to tie it up. And they haven't seemed to figure out the answer. That's just so unfortunate.
And the emote coming from Devon. And good thing Devon was able to actually cross the road and was able to get closer to his teammates. It's a 4-to-2 trade, though. Unfortunately for SysTKE, they lose 2 members, which is Nativ and Boyshan. But then again, that's a really good showing coming from Flash Vision Esports. They really went with that strategy wherein they will go all together, all in. Unfortunately for, I think it was Fit, was not really pushing at all because he only had like maybe 5 HP left. Now on the kill feed, we have Edward who gets headshot. Not really so sure where it is happening right now. I think it is in boot camp because I know for sure TTQ drops around that area together with ASTE. But we welcome back Harami Bro from their long rest day, actually. They rested for like 3 days together with that yesterday's matchup that we had. But then again, Moy on the kill feed kills off Chris off from the quarter. And look at the lineup now of Harami Bro. They're sticking with the good lineup is what I'm looking at right now. Federalis, Range, Jappy, and Emas, and Range being the IGL of the squad. And hopefully this can enable Federalis to be that Terminator that we seen him from last season. Now exit goes for the spray. Now Yangon Galacticos is damaged. But then again, there's going to be some support coming from the uphill side. Not really so sure if he has some sights of MFG Esports. Then again, Yangon Galacticos will be able to escape that spray down and will be able to get inside the circle.
Like that. We always hoped that he would be able to survive till the end. He's been taking a lot of the brunt of that first contact. Waits and buys time. Migs. One for Sin. Waiting. I haven't moved at all. The sprays come through from Enigma. Answers as well. And now Ostja, from another angle, comes and joins the party. Why not? A third party is a strat. And they get those exit frags. Those frags, even those points, are just so precious at this point. Not only denying teams from being able to move forward, but also keeping them ahead. Nang X is here as well. And looks like for Ostja, this third party is going to be both teams who are in the middle of this fight. Not the best situation to be in, but Mix can still be picked up. Rankid is here at the very least, providing some support. He moves out of the way. Quick on that reposition. Gyewi as well, going for this very long rotation. Not too sure what he has in mind. Maybe just to check out who's going around the area, who might be swimming through. And that is one of the biggest, I think, impacts and reasons why Ostja has been doing so well. Having Gyewi as a scout, so independent, and also mechanically able to fend for himself, has been such a game changer for the team.
Enigma MSI, again, having some troubles in the early stages of the game. Look at them, 2 more members left. Kind of like what we've seen them in the last few moments last week. So they need to be able to lessen that error that they've been making ever since week number 1. And right now, the circle going to the area where 214 Sin can make the most out of this one. RSG, though, can try to go upstairs, up on the hillside of Camp Alpha. They can go ahead and control that currently because there's no one else out there. But right now on the kill feed, that's Heartless, able to eliminate one player of MFG. See you soon, will be gone. Again, this is the bad thing about having a hot drop earlier on, and then you lose 2 members that early, and then eventually when you rotate, you'll get spotted by MFG, one of those teams who had rest yesterday. And then on the kill feed again, this GUI able to eliminate now one player of 214 Sin. 214 Sin needs to avoid those eliminations because, again, this circle is theirs. And if ever the circle would still be at their spot right now, then they have full advantage here. They need to probably group up in maybe like one compound to make it simple for them. To make it simple for them to get that winner chicken dinner later on. But right now, it looks like YG clearing up the area. There's only one member of Dread Esports right over here, and this is Holy Lanju. Jibna is actually on the way on the other side of this compound, so he cannot really go for that support later on. I think there's someone else, which is Moy, the brother of Holy Lanju, who's actually waiting for that support. But then again, it's going to be 3v1 now for Holy Lanju. Ooh, spotted! Got DBS by Cute Low-Key. And then there's going to be a trade. Cute Low-Key goes down. There's going to be a trade here with a 1-2-1 from YG and Dread Esports. However, Holy Lanju is already out. YG will be able to go for that revive. Look at how many smokes they're popping out. Like, I think 3 or 4 smokes right now.
Now, the pain comes through. WITZ gets in trouble. Jibna is here. He holds. Find some time and some space. He has to find the golden opportunity to go for that pickup. The nade! Unfortunately, it does not clip him. Gets enough. Quit goes down on one end, but coming back to this one. Low key with the push, so aggressive. Just passes by. Zips past that nade. And it's just ring around the rosy with this wall. His teammate is there, Say Cloud with the sprays on one end. A crunch to come through. Romeo Boy as well joins in the fray. And Jibna is in trouble. Moy, off in time, the last man standing. He's still trying to make something happen. Isolated fight, Kuloki waiting. Goes down. But so does his teammates. Moy, you have to make sure you eliminate the whole team. Get an extra point, perhaps. Goes away from the compound. And this is huge. If he's able to time it right, deny the pickup, perhaps this could be Yango Galacticos' end. Stops the change in pace, stops them from climbing the ranks. He gets one, goes for the spray one more time. Romeo Boy won't be able to save his teammate. He's waiting. Gonna just quickly show that Molly through. The Molly just to flush them out. But time is not on his side. He jumps out. He rushes through. The nade was perfect!
Wow!
What comes up in the end?
What a turn of events. All of a sudden, Dread Esports eliminates Young Galacticos, and now it's going to be TQ who's making it hard for MFG Esports. Fern is currently knocked down right now, needs to get revived, so smokes will be pop off. Now, the problem is for this one is they are in the blue zone. Now look at Exit. Exit is getting revived right now from XZ9K as the circle now switch over to where TQ and Harami Bro is at. Ooh, there we go. Nice spray there. Gets one knockdown. Popeye will be dropped. And the top will have some time here to go for that revive as well, as MFG is going to be prioritizing on getting into the zone. The top here will do have still some heals. Oh, knocked down for NG again after when that revive happened. Then a follow-up nade come through, gets him knocked down. This is going to be bad for TQ.
Blue zone here. I'm just surprised that MFG is not going a little bit more aggressive, but I understand they need to just buy time. They need to make sure that they're healthy before they go into these fights. Now for GE, we've seen them a lot on the kill feed to the left side there, if you haven't noticed, where they're just taking a lot of these fights. They're just taking and getting these pickoffs. We see them knocked a few times, but it hasn't been like the worst situations until now at the very least, where Smile is finally taken out. And I understand why though, but I think what I can speculate from that is that for Smile, he's probably the first, not only just first contact, but probably so far away from his teammates, he wasn't able to follow up. Now for MFG, they're still playing the gatekeeping game, and they hear all the footsteps. Eyes on Popeyes. Kind of counting on him to become the bait, and TQ plays that perfectly. Buys enough, just enough time for them to rush into the circle. Now they're inside a compound, safe for now, to go for the resets. And I think for MFG, since they're the one on the outside, they have to find a different way to come through, and XZ9K is huge for that. Spots him so quickly, the awareness just shown on the screen here. While the top also gets taken out. TQ left with only one member left, that's Fern. And we've seen magic from Fern yesterday when he's able to win these 1v3s. It's almost these impossible moments, he's able to just wrap it up and bring it home. And I think there's a lot of pressure onto him to really bring the team all the way to the end.
That's right. And MFG, a really good split up that they did there. One going in, then one staying in the blue zone, because he has that UAZ on him. And now you can see, I think that is God of That 7, Moek, who got knocked down with the blue zone. Circle is still at the spot where Harami Bro is at, so Harami Bro doing a really great job on just maintaining their position inside the zone. Zuki, though, will get eliminated. That is it for TTQ. Now it's going to be RSG now, who got spotted by 214 Sin. Wako goes for the kill right away, and God of That 7. We were just seeing them in the blue zone, and then they died in the blue zone. So I think they were gate kept by someone. We're not really sure about that. Bunny now throws in a nade. It's gonna be Skynin, the golden boy of Cambodia, just hiding behind that tree. Wako is currently down. Blanks will have this time for him to be able to go for the revive, but then again from behind, that's gonna be Skynin. Was just ripping off all the HP of RSG. Maybe goes down. And Skynin doing a really good job on just third-partying. Oh, the nade coming from Bunny. Kills Wako, knocks down Blanks, but then again, Rankid goes for the save. 214 Sin survives.
214 Sin. Quite a start today. But there's just so many fights they're taking that are just so risky. But I think this falls straight into what they like. Chaos, aggressive style play. They want people to take these fights to them. But unfortunately for them, this time they lose 2 out of that. The circle is not necessarily the easiest either. I think for the past 2 days, it's been hard. Nate? Oh, could have been deadly if Myth were a little bit too aggressive. Myth this time, a team that everyone has a lot of expectations for. But XC9K plays that cleanly. 1 shot was all he needed. The timing was just too good. MFG already with 5 in the bag. And they are looking prepped. Their first game looks so good right now as Gewi comes up as well from Austria. And Austria, this particular game, they look terrifying. They have 6. But Dread Esports, if I'm looking correctly at the bottom side here, they have 7. Haven't really seen a lot from them quite yet. Those fights happening all over the place in the screen, in the game itself. And I want to see more. Because I think from last week, some of the casters had predictions for this team. And we were all questioning, what is it that we are seeing, that they are seeing that we are not? And perhaps this might be it.
Yep. Ooh. And the circle now has shifted. And this is going to be a risky type of circle, especially for GE. I mean, they're kind of like on the other, like on the northern side. I mean, the circle right now is split up with this river, which you can go on, but your mobility will slow down. Well, going back to Dread Esports, 4 of their eliminations came from that YG engagement earlier on. So 3, I'm not sure if they just third-partied and then maybe got a KS from the other knockdowns. But then again, Rankid just trying to be careful right now. Holding on with an AUG. Prone down, waiting for Austria Esports to show up. And this is Dread Esports. Look at Moy. 6 eliminations out of that 7. The half of the brothers of Dread with Holy Lanju and Moy. Looks like they're in the western side of the circle. And there's not many of other teams that are surrounding them. So what they can probably do is just stay quiet, maybe have the other teams, fight at it. And then later on, they can just go for that third party one more time. But looks like Smile already spotted him. That's Enigma MSI.
No, that's so unlucky.
Yeah, they died in the water.
Oh no, I was really hoping to see, an Enigma masterclass of aggression. But looks like we're getting it from Red Bull. He just goes straight into the blue zone. A jump shot punished by Rankid. And Rankid shows us what he learned from the bigger scene he was in last year. That is what makes him so terrifying to play against. Here's Smile, waiting. He has all eyes on Gewi. This might be huge. With Austria in trouble, this could mean a big thing for GE. The capability to stop them from collecting points. The capability of being able to overtake them. And Gewi goes down. The Smiles are here, at least for Smile. Yes, marked Skynin as well. His teammates all the way inside of the circle. And I love how for Smile, he says, that's okay, guys. Do whatever you have to do. And I'll be playing for my own. Because he knows mechanically he's skilled. Very aggressive, terrifying. And this circle is still not making it easy. GE once again finds them in this smaller piece of land. And we can already sort of anticipate that the circle is going straight toward the bigger or the other southern side. Moy, the hero that saved Dread Esports just now. Still waiting on one end. They're playing this very quietly, understanding that a lack in teammates also means lack in firepower. Cut all of your losses, play it a little bit more safe. go for those pickoffs and isolated fights will be huge. Third parties especially would benefit them a lot, and Zai punished for showing his hand.
Right now, you can see now Dread on the move. They're outside of the circle. Ooh, Smile actually, together with another player from GE, got eliminated there. And this is GE now with only one player left. And quietly, ASTE is in the zone with all 4 members still left standing. So they're going to probably have some type of standoff with Harame Bro until, ooh, Skynin got spotted already. He was just in the waters for a very long time. And that was Jibna, who's now helping out Moy to add more eliminations in the bag. 8 eliminations already for the side of Dread Esports. We're now down to 4. It is ASTE, Harame Bro, Dread, and GE. Jibna gets Jappy knocked down. And this will help out AST a lot. They're just staying in this compound, just being inside the zone. And they're gonna, stay right there until the very end and just wait out on all of the other enemies that they have still available to just come in right straight at him.
And now the wait is on. Top 4 is here, the sprays. No fear! The man himself. A big impact for the team. But the other members of ASE are not to be underestimated as well. And he puts in a lot of damage. And so does Harame Bros. And this is a big change for Harame Bro if you think about it. Less aggressive, less loud, and more toward positioning. It's a good thing that they go for this positioning, but now they're in trouble because Zayo has been marking them for quite some time. As soon as the sound of the gunfire goes toward them, it's almost impossible to dodge. And the pain, the rain from above! How are you supposed to dodge that? 3, 4, 5 nades coming at you with barely any space to move. Master Ichi rushes forward, and it seems like meteors from above. Master Ichi is so low. The collapse is true. ASTE, with 4 members left alive, shows us a masterclass on how exactly Sanhok should be played. And this is your winner chicken dinner.
Winner chicken dinner for ASTE. They've been quiet all throughout until the very end when they realized that there are all 4 members still left standing and they all have like minimal threat alive around them. They have the circle, they have a compound. All they needed to do is just wait for them to come in. And that's what ASTE have done in that Sanhok map. Very good with predicting where the circle will go, because that circle is really, really hard to predict where it will be. Will it end up, Like, it might end up in the waters or the river. It might end up on the northern side, but it ended up at the compound where Strangers Tribe Aromacy were staying at. And Harame Bro just really had no choice there because they were sandwiched by ASTE together with Dread Esports. And Dread Esports dealing a lot of damage there before even ASTE went to go ahead and make some damage onto the side of Harame Bro. And I remember that rain of nades coming from ASTE, and Harame Bro really didn't have any choice out there.
Yeah, I think when you look at this particular one, I mean, it could really go to anyone. I mean, when you saw MFG being able to take these fights against Myth, it was really fun seeing these skirmishes happening throughout the entirety of the map. But one thing I think that, other than what ASTE was able to do in terms of predicting the circle was also the fact that a lot of the teams were toward the northern side of the map. GE, I feel like GE, these past 2 days or so, they nearly cinch the circle prediction, but they like playing toward the side, and they've been having so much trouble getting into the final few circles. They have such a terrible time trying to move because every time they have this thing where they play 2 players on one side of a piece of land and then 2 players at the other, which means that you already cut off in terms of support from 2 more of your players. And on top of that, it's just been so hard for them to survive given the fact that the circle, especially in this first map, is just so damaging when it comes to the blue zone. Now Moy, I'm so happy to see him up here as the MVP. I've kept my eye on him all the way from last week. He seems to be one of the biggest impact makers for Dread Esports. Always last man standing, even the clutch master and the game changer on how these fights should have come around. He's very aggressive. He knows his timing very well. So exciting to see to see his name highlighted here as the MVP for this week. And I want to see more from him actually.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? Jibna is also making an impact for Dread Esports. Without Jibna's support out there, Moy won't be able to do this. And now look at the winner chicken dinner team. Strangers, Tribe, Aromacy. 10 eliminations total is what they had. Together with that winner chicken dinner, that's an early 20 points added to their squad. And going back to Dread Esports, you mentioned other casters are picking them. Well, the only reason behind that is during the grand finals of the last season, they were like the second best PH squad. And on top of them is Playbook Esports. But eventually, Dread Esports now, during week number 1 in this season in summer, they really struggled. So it's probably just because it's just the first week. And I believe that Dread Esports really heats up really slow. Kind of like what happened last season. We're in during week number 1, it's kind of like the same like this season. And then during week number 2 and week number 3, that's where they bounce back. That's where they build up. That's where they get additional points for them to qualify in the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. I just really love hearing these origin stories of previous track records as well. So thank you so much for sharing that with me. It's been quite some time since I've been in this league. Now coming into this one as well, I think that it looks a lot different today than yesterday, I have to say, where we saw a dominance from teams that are more of the underdog. And I think it's good because they are starting the week doing what they usually do, understanding that they can take advantage of these teams who are playing it a little bit more different. And I think because a lot of teams were still adjusting, it's a good thing that they do that. It's just taking advantage of these situations where players are not able to find their groove quite yet. And I think that it's good that we're seeing GE, make it up here to the top 3, top 4 even, because we want to see more of this not GE dominance per se, but then GE in their usual form that we used to see in the previous year. GE in PMSL is what we're seeing. And throughout the end of last week, we haven't been seeing that. And in this game, we saw a flicker of that once again. And I'm really hoping this could be the start of that momentum shift that they really, really need. In this particular game, Myth and TTQ are the 2 teams that did not get any points, while it's almost a very dominant sweep, 8 points ahead of everyone. In fact, for ASTE on 20. So for ASTE as well, I think toward the end of last week, we also were seeing how they were a little bit more quiet, prioritizing positioning instead of going for these fights. And honestly, I think it's a shame when teams are forced to swap out that way because they're not able to find an answer. Because some teams, they're just known for their aggressive plays, right? They shine when they're able to do that. Think about Enigma, think about Astra, think about Harame Bros, ASTE included. When they're forced to kind of change up the way they play, you start to question what is going on with their strats and what is not working.
Well, here are the overall rankings now after that match. Austria Esports still at top. Yes, they didn't get the winner chicken dinner, but they did get points. So they got 72 now. Total, Yangon Galacticos, though, only has 58, still at second. CSTKE now still at third, but look at ASTE now at fourth with 51 points. 49 for TTQ. Exquisite goes down, and remember, Exquisite Esports is not playing tonight. So that's why we're going to expect Exquisite Esports to really go down with the rankings. We'll stay at 46 points. GE, though, I'm expecting a lot from them today because I'm really seeing a lack of their aggressiveness. I mean, we are seeing their aggressiveness around end game because, I mean, we know for a fact that there are always like 3 players remaining or maybe even 4 players remaining. That's where they actually take advantage of their numbers. But during mid-game or maybe early game, I would love to see GE to try to be more aggressive.
Yeah, more of GE's aggression we want to see. I think GE has never been more about aggression. They've been more about controlled style play, more
Right.
about overwhelming in terms of numbers, overwhelming in terms of how they go for these takes and these strats. So I want to see that one more time, but they're just getting countered so much. It's as though people are saying, you gotta change how you're playing. You gotta change your strat. We're understanding how their plays are gonna go. So let's see if GE has managed to do that. But before that, we're gonna go for a quick break. Do not go anywhere because we're gonna be headed to Erangel, where the power spikes and the actual strength of the teams will be measured. We'll be right back for more PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer. Do not go anywhere because we'll be back very, very soon.
PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near-flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a legendary pilot challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knocked down state. Of course, For an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the magnet gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the respawn beacon. It will show up in either the steel arc or the assembly base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale.
And we are right back here with PMCL Southeast Asia Summer, and we are back with the match number 2 here, week number 2, day number 2. Again, my name is Kuku TV, together with the one and only Tash Bunny, and we've seen Strangers Tribe Aromacy win in the very first map in Sanhok. It's not the usual, because again, like what I said before that match, it's always been a Myanmar map, but this time around it's a Philippines x Nepali map right now, because again, Strangers Tribe Aromacy has their roster half, like half Filipino, half Nepali. But anyways, we're gonna be moving into the 3 bigger maps. It's gonna be the 3 Erangel maps, and then after that, it's gonna be the 2 Miramar maps. And let's see and find out if SISTKE still has that heat coming in from yesterday, because they were really so good in playing in the map of Erangel.
It's gonna be exciting when you talk about Erangel, because this is where you can really gauge and see what exactly you can expect for these teams. And on top of that, we have a new group playing today, which is Group E. So for Group E coming forward, I'm really excited about Group E, because I wouldn't necessarily call them the group of death. It's honestly, if I want to talk about the groups, I don't think that there's really a really crazy group of death like we did see in the previous weeks, in last week. So I think it's a lot more balanced for this particular week. But now, why I'm really excited is the return of MFG and Harame Bros. So MFG, they were a team that got really strong toward the end of the week. They just get better and better every day, especially toward the final day. Very similar to Exquisite if you talk about it. And then we also want to talk about Harame Bros, who were really strong at the beginning of the week and then seem to go on a downward spiral. Now, before we talk more about that, we have the new RPA 7, which is now available, which is the Nightscape Gladiator set alongside the Graceful Watcher set, which you can get from now all the way till July 15th. And everything on here is worth over 80,000 UC. There's even a victory dance that you're able to snag as well. And again, I have yet to see this, so please, if you guys upload it to social media, please tag all of us. We would love to see it, and show us your best clip for you styling on someone.
And I think we have seen it when Miner actually did it in boot camp. Remember when they eliminated TTQ right at boot camp last week? So I think we've seen it already. It's just that we haven't really seen yet the real life Miner do it maybe on TikTok or maybe in his social media page. But anyways, yeah, you can definitely do that. Get the new victory dance and then flex it out in the social media. And there's a lot more of other skins that is available here. And you can see the M24 Phono Tempo. We can also talk about the G36C Precision Carver. I want to talk about like the ARs right now, especially in the map of Erangel. Later on, we're going to talk about that because there are some new ARs available now. But anyways, we have PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration available now until July 9th. And you can find it under the feature event Motor Cruise and get a chance to own a Tuatara or a Tuatara Striker. And vehicle tokens do not expire and can be used in the next corresponding event. So I want to talk about the ARs now, Tosh. The availability now of QBZ in the bigger maps.
QBZ?
Right. In Erangel and in Miramar.
Okay.
Now, I checked it a little bit in game.
Mm-hmm.
The damage of QBZ is
Okay.
a lot higher than an M4.
Wait,
So,
real?
yeah. Headshot damage, I think mid range would be around 94 damage
Oh, damn.
compared to an M4 with the 92 damage.
It's a little bit
Correct
more.
me if I'm wrong on the comment section.
Yeah, just a
I
little
did
bit
check
more.
it.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
did check it earlier on in game when I tried to play in training grounds. So, with that said, will the M4 not be anymore the meta? I mean, we've seen you've actually seen it last week. Other players are using now the QBZ, right? So, will it be a change of meta now when it comes to AR selection in the bigger maps?
I mean, it might, but sometimes, right? When push comes to shove, these players just make things work, you know, and that's why they're some of the best. I mean, we've seen some of the most insane weapons used in the late game, and we're just like, why does he have that? You know what? Sure, whatever. Especially in the early games as well, right? I mean, what we saw Harley with just like the handgun, and she's able to make it work so early as well compared to someone with a better gun. So again, there's a reason why they are the best, but I can understand about this meta change that, you know, we are hoping to see. In fact, even I would love to see that. And speaking of changes, let's look at our. Why does this keep happening to me? Oh my gosh! Stop it! Whatever
you
gods
pick it
of,
right after when they
yeah,
win.
whatever gods of PUBG Mobile is doing to this, please, I beg you, for once, just let me land this. Stop giving it to me after. For you guys who are at home who don't understand how these predictions work, we usually pass our predictions before the games itself, before the day starts. So we basically just put in our predictions then. So it's hard. We don't really get to choose based on maps, based on you know, performance of last map either. And this is why our predictions end up being a little bit strange for you guys. You gotta be like, oh my god, Tash is just like, she saw ASTE1 earlier, now she's like putting it now. No, it doesn't work that way, guys. Letting you guys know.
Yeah, right.
Anyways, I mean, yeah, I like your Harame Bro Brick. I'm so sorry to cut you, but yeah, I love your Harame Bro Brick. I'm a bit disappointed that my Harame Bro pick didn't work in the last one. I was so sure it was gonna be them. I was like 99% sure.
I mean, they almost did it, except that at the end they got sandwiched. So, fortunately for Harame Bro, their position in match number 1 in Sanhok weren't in their favor. But then again, they got I think third place, if I'm not mistaken, during match number 1. If they are good in Sanhok, then why not in Erangel, right?
Real.
I've noticing them for the past week. Again, this is just patterns, guys. We use it for us to be able to make our predictions. Harame Bro, on the second game, they always have really good elimination points. They had 16, they had like 10 elimination points during the second game during last week. So I'm betting on them right now because of that pattern that I've seen them from the previous week. And now that we've seen the lineup that they have, set up for Sanhok, I think they're going to use that same lineup here in Erangel, and they can be more successful compared to that lineup we're in. They had like 2 IGLs, Range and Few, and then there's Jappy and Federalis. And then with this lineup, that is Federalis being the Terminator that he is, the former MVP of the last season, together with Jappy, a brand new player who they got from MSI, and then they have Emas, who they got from West Point Mamba, and then the IGL, which is Range, who got experience coming from Few. I think the composition of Harame Bro for the second match would be a lot better.
I think it's exciting when you think about, you know, what Harame Bro can do, because they have all of these really good players just set into one team, but it also sets up this idea that, you know, what works, what doesn't. And it also kind of scares me a little bit as well about like, you know, how the players are relying on like, okay, who gets to play for this match, what sets the pace on what kind of strat they want, how the IGLing is gonna go. And I'm really excited, like, you know, if say that we're able to get an interview or something like that to really figure out like what is the thought process behind having all of these players and how they make these teams work. I mean, most of the teams, I mean, heck, if we talk about teams, some teams barely even have a sub. I think I remember last year PMSL, not last year, earlier this year, no, last year, excuse me, last year PMSL, they actually had a team that only has 4 players. I believe it was Talon, and we were questioning like, how are they playing without an actual sub? Because their sub was all the way back in the country of Indonesia, because he wasn't playing. He was just there in name, but wasn't there in the tournament itself. Right.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah. So that means like, you know, in so many days, I mean, like right now we have like what, 5 days in a row, and having these extra players means that you got to swap out if you're exhausted. Again, we're doing 6 games in a row with barely a lot of time to have a break. So it is understandable that if some players are not feeling that great, some players are a little bit on the more exhausted side, burned out, that there is that little buffer in the form of a very talented player who can replace them. But it also kind of like questions like, okay, you have a really good sub. Is it fair to say that these really good players should be on the bench, just warming the bench, to just be replacing a player as well? So there's a lot of conversation around these things.
Of conversation.
Yeah, that I would love to see more of.
Last season though, there was a time Harami Bro did this wherein Range would be in charge with Erangel, and then they sub out Range for Miramar.
Right.
In place of Range's Few. And that actually worked out. Because if you remember last season, Harami Bro, during the league stage, they were like getting 19 league points for the past 2 weeks. And then on the 3rd week, they got like 18 league points. So their average was kind of like top 2 and then top 3.
Right.
From top 2 to top 3. So I think the strategy wherein they do that, wherein they sub out 1 player off from each map, and then sub in a player on the next map, I think it's effective. I mean, it's kind of like during PMSL, it's kind of like what Sem9 did when Manparang subs in for Erangel.
Yeah.
And then he subs out during Miramar.
Right.
That's what I always remember during PMSL. So there's like designated players for designated maps. Right.
I think that's a good thing as well, because it does bring a different kind of a dimensionality for each team, but it also means that it's easy. It's not easy, but it's easier to get countered because you sort of understand what kind of dynamic each player brings to the team. So it doesn't mean that you get to hide all of your strats as well. But also, speaking of Manparang, if you guys are watching, there was an announcement from Sen9 that Manparang is back. So I'm really excited to talk about that more very soon.
The OG is back.
The OG is back. He was one of the OGs, and it's actually quite exciting when you think about that. I mean, we were talking a lot about ages of players in the scene itself, how I was so excited to see new blood, new players come through, even new teams, heck. And, you know, there is that question about how mechanically adept these older players, these vets are compared to the newer, fresher blood. And I'm really excited to see, you know, this conversation come through as well, because I really wouldn't want it to be where the vets are forced to, you know, to retire so quickly in their career. But I think that there is this change and this idea and acceptance of the older players now that's a lot more better than before. But there is a role change, if you remember it properly, where the older players are starting to go toward these support roles compared to the younger players going for fragger roles, which I totally understand, because reaction time is definitely going to be a lot better for these younger players. Regardless, enough about that conversation, because now the conversation will be shifting to Erangel, our second map of the day and our first map of Erangel for day number 2, week 2. Let us know in the comments what your predictions are. Don't let us casters have fun. You guys have fun too. So keep your eyes on the screen, because we are going to be going into Erangel right about now. So let us know who will be the king of this map. What do you think, Cuckoo TV?
Well, what do I think? I think Harami Bro will get Pochinki, and I think Harami Bro will get the circle after this. I mean, we've seen the circle yesterday. If you remember, the circle going to Milta area, and then it went all the way south to the bridge area. So it gave a lot of teams a hard time on rotating all the way from the northern side down onto the south side. Knowing that that circle even started with like more land area on the northern side around like prison, Milta, Power, and Farm. So these circles yesterday, it's just very very hard or very difficult for the other teams who was trying to rotate all the way from the northern side. But for the rest, like Austria Esports, MythClan, or even GE, they just went through the breeze. They really didn't had a hard time. They just had a hard time when it comes to defending themselves because the circle eventually came away from them, especially for GE yesterday with that type of circle. But look at GE now. They're dropping at Rozok. And remember yesterday as well when MythClan dropped at Sosnovka and the circle went on the south. Ooh, this is what I'm talking about. And MythClan didn't predicted this circle right. Ostja will take all of the space here right at the bottom side of the map together with TQ, who can probably go for a bridge camp right around the left side park bridge.
And now, I wanted to say one thing about this particular circle, right? Not only is it toward the southern side, usually I think the one we saw last week was a little bit more northern a little bit, so it's a lot more land compared to water. This is the most southern circle they have ever seen in the tournament I've casted so far. And honestly, when you think about like these kind of stuff, I remember the first time I ever casted an SMB circle. And back in the day, circles were a lot more toward, I think because this was before the changes to these, these very hard shift circles, these very, SMB circles. I remembered I was telling Sir Cloud, like, when will it happen? The day that I get my SMB circle. I can't believe this is never happening. And then they will be like, oh, it happened like one time, like 1 year ago. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, why is this circle so rare? And nowadays you get so many of these circles, right?
Right. And look at this, Arame Bro and TTQ. Looks like Arame Bro has gone on an early rotation to the south side area of the map. And remember when I talked about QBZ? Mas using a QBZ to eliminate one. So the meta is now changing. I mean, we've seen the M4 for a very long time now. It's being replaced by not just the QBZ, but also the AUG, which deals a lot more damage and also much more fire rate, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and in this particular game as well. Oh, RSG. Oh my gosh, RSG! They got 2 already from 2-on-4 Sin? I mean, if I were to rank firepower, right, from 2-on-4 Sin and RSG, I would rate 2-on-4 Sin higher than RSG just because of how aggressive they can be. But the fact that RSG was able to win with this one is just showing us that every week improvement is there for RSG. I mean, in week number 1, wait, hold that thought. Because ESTE against Dread and Dread Esports just now was a team that had a lot of aggression. They had a lot of pressure when it comes to these fights. But I'm still seeing this reliance on Moy to secure these fights.
And look at the AC now, just boxing in Dread Esports. This is Holy Lanju, who is in control of this apartment. And we've seen this one from last week. They are really challenging Dread Esports to stay away from Yasnai Pollyanna, while saying that Migs gets a knockdown there onto MythClan. Miner doesn't have any helmets, but he's got to be so aggressive. Got spotted there. There's actually one out of the window, and ASTE not fully aware of what's happening. And Holy Lanju now eliminates them with the M16. And this is so bad for ASTE.
That was just so good, but DZ will be knocked out, and this is a different fight. Rank Kid hits back. They don't want to go down quite yet. Only 2 players left, and they are still going on a rampage. Now for Shroud, he's low. No utility, no heals, no shields, no helmets, nothing. ASTE down and out, and Dread Esports celebrates this fact. And for good reason. ESTE is one of the scariest and hard-hitting teams that you could be seeing so far in terms of their improvement. And the fact that they're able to overcome them these early means that they're able to stop them from collecting these points. Potentially, they had gone out without any points at all. which puts a halt in any kind of of extra points and pacing that I've created compared to the rest of the team.
And I believe that was a temperature check for ASTE. I mean, they won the first match, so they tried to challenge Dread Esports at Yasnaya Polyana, and like what I mentioned, I've seen that from last week, wherein they really wanted Dread Esports to stay away out of Yasnaya Polyana. They want to make sure that they're the kings of Yasnaya Polyana. Unfortunately, for this game, no. I mean, Dread Esports got the best out of it. They know more of Yasnaya, whereas ASTE now is gone from the game. I mean, they got that winner chicken dinner. It's kind of like canceling out half of that winner chicken dinner from the last game because they didn't get any points on this game now.
That's right.
And speaking of Harame Bro, and this is what I told you earlier, they went on an early rotation going to the south side part of the circle, and again the usage as well of what I call probably the new meta of AR, the QBZ, as Jappy holds it together with a micro Uzi. Now Federalis now circles around the compound. They know that there's a squad or there's players inside this compound, and I would love to see Harame Bro to be more aggressive, maybe try to push in this compound. And look at the minimap right now. They're just circling around the area. It's just so bad that Quid got left out by his teammate.
And Harame Bro, there's still the aggression. Look at the amount of pressure that comes through. A good read and a good hold as well. TTQ, like, yeah, you have them try to run for their lives, try to play it very, very safe. And in a situation where you thought you could get out of that, safely, it's almost impossible because you are going to get picked off at the very least. At least one or two of you will go down when Harame Bro has decided that they wanted to crunch you. And that's the usual Harame Bro play, and I'm kind of excited to see them back on that because for a majority of the end of last week, or even the middle of last week, it felt like Harame Bro was the one on the receiving end of that, getting crunched, getting picked off in the middle of the rotations. They weren't able to find these safe positionings. And now they're started to really change their pacing, understanding that, yes, going on this aggression is a good thing, but a little bit much that we can't keep up the pace ourselves is detrimental to us. And now when we come into this area, RSG will be swimming through Novorep Noye, and understandably so. They had that fight earlier with 2 and 4 Sin. Possibly the fact is they weren't able to cross safely and decided to go for a longer rotation. And this isn't the first time that RSG has done this. They've done this multiple times, and somehow they are one of these teams that make it work. And this circle is just so ridiculous. I feel so bad for the teams, but this is exciting for us.
And you would expect now SysTKE will try to swim over at that open space of water right now in the blue zone. Look at this. Georgiapol North Apartments, we have Enigma MSI together with MFG Esports, and they're just buying some time, maybe trying to loot up all of those meds. And look at how many meds he has, like 5 already. And they're trying to make sure that they have all of the items that they needed before they rotate all the way into the circle. And I understand that, with the mid clan now getting eliminated, that's gonna be early, way too early for mid-clan.
Yeah, look at the amount of pressure Austria is also answering back to Harame Bros. I think Austria is also very aware that if Harame Bros were to go back into their form that they were having in the beginning of the last week, it might potentially pose a problem to them as well. Harame Bro is a team that relies a lot on momentum. They need to feel good. In order to perform good. And this relies so heavily on how well they play and start each map. As soon as they weren't able to get 2-3 maps in a row, especially on day number 2 and 3, if I'm not mistaken. So no, it was the day after that, after the day of their rest, right? They were sort of dumbfounded. They were like, okay, this is not working. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And it started to affect not only their confidence, their timing, their rotations. And I'm glad that, that 2-day break sort of gave them a little bit of a respite to just really pull themselves together and just say, hey, I think we need to go back to what we do best and stop overthinking things too much. And, a more carefree Harame Bros is the kind of Harame Bros that tends to really pop off, let's be real here.
Right. And you know what, Ramen Bro, look at them. They're just scattered around, getting all those vehicles that they needed. This is what they need to be aggressive. They need a lot of vehicles, and this is in order for them to rotate and do follow-ups whenever they do drop down some players. But then again, look at the right side part of bridge. We have Dread Esports now, Demios, just waiting for someone to pass by. This is in the blue zone, by the way. And this is GE is what they're gatekeeping now, as Migs gets eliminated on the feed. So it's only going to be just Ranked for the side of 214 Sin. And this is a three-way battle here between 214 Sin, YG, and Sis TKE. And look at Cute Loki just holding on at that rock formation as Sis TKE. This is what I said earlier. They're going to swim towards that open space of that water area. Half of, by the way, half of the circle almost. Oh, look at that again. The ship. Half of the circle is water still.
Yeah, it all is. It's just water. It's almost impossible to cross. I'm surprised no one is camping bridge yet. I would have thought that would be more of that, but I guess everyone is just prioritizing positioning, and understandably so. I think we were talking about how Austria likes to go for this, I would say, playing the side of the circle. They like to gatekeep, they like to play and go for these fights. Hold that thought. This fight against God of Death 7 and GE is pretty riveting right now, as we see one of the best teams from PMSL go head to head against a team that is still looking for their groove. And I think, for me personally, it's hard not to root for God of Death 7. We love an underdog story. But let's see if they're able to pull it off. XZXY waiting. He plays pretty close, but nothing too crazy. Zai on the top side of the area, and potentially they know where he is. The nades to come through, and he gets completely obliterated. Bieber, a Kobe shot, if you may, and they're not stopping. But now, the pressure is on for GE to save Zai. I spoke too soon. I'm sorry for him, but he does get treated out at the very least. Moet is also here, and Marnet, heavy hitter, the one who starts off these big close range fights, is now trying to slowly push into the area, and he cleans up house, just completely sprays out XDXY. That's one person gone, and Marnet's gonna be happy for that, and so will Bieber. He takes a bit of damage just trying to be able to put in a little bit more pressure toward him, but not enough to take him out. Running out of utility, he's in danger, and so is Amburachili, knocked already. MFG is close by. Don't think they're going to stay in for this fight. And Marnet, opportunistic as usual with that spray, finds him and completely takes him out. And now things are getting very drastic for this team, as GE, they're looking to finish off Bieber, and Moa is running for his life. But Smile, he had a good idea that this will be happening, and he is going for the chase. He rushes up forward. He goes for the cross. He goes for the sprays. Nothing more than that is going to be happening. They're going to have to let him go.
Yeah, they're going to have to let them go. This is not worth it anymore. It's already stage number 3. So the blue zone will really hurt a lot now for GE, and this will make sure that they will have an open space to rotate all the way to the west or eastern side, rather, of the circle. And if you remember, the eastern side of the circle has less teams compared to the western side, where there were a lot of players who actually swam over this island. But Cowboy and Moy again, doing a really good damage here, doing really good aim as well, as Flash Vision Esports now is just down to 1. Looks like it will not connect at God of Death 7 is already out. Looks like they actually eventually chased him, as GE Marnet was the one who eliminates him, and now Moy puts up some smokes. Master Rix, what's he's gonna do now? This is a 3v1, so he is on numbers disadvantage. Rix just using the building right now as cover. And right now, there's going to be a push coming from Jibna. And Jibna, using the SAT-97, eliminates him.
Now Jibna, waiting for time. Dread Esports just riding off that wave and that momentum for the last game. When Moy feels good, you know you can expect a big impact game. But the rest of the team from Dread Esports shouldn't be underestimated as well. I think Holly Lanju has had a legacy as well in the scene. RSG still at it. Aggression should be the name of their middle name at this point. They take the fight, maybe huge on that. And so does his teammate go down, exit. not a great start from MFG, but when it comes to MFG, they do take some time to figure things out. Look at that nade coming through. Does it actually land on anyone? I don't think it does. I think it's just honestly a clip. Lil Yatka. We've seen him do magic, and he's always the one that gets these extra points. Even if he does go down, he's the last man standing. He puts in the pressure. Holy Lanju, the sprays are just so true. He is so sharp. He's just waiting for that pick, that peak. And I think Holy Lanju, he's trying to make sure that he is able to deny as many points as he can from MFG. And he will so be happy to just play inside that blue zone and not move away. Jibna is here. He takes his spot. Still outside of the circle. Liliatka says, that's fine. I don't care. Going straight into the area. Play zone does eventually claim Holy Lanju, and Liliatka for his life. Red Bull, the MVP, the star of week 1. Not able to clip him as well.
I think the problem with Dread Esports now is when they eliminate a team, like all 4 players goes for the loot. And for me, that's not a good idea because, like, when they hear the gunshots, most likely there will be a third party, and that's what happened there. After when they eliminated the squad of Flash Vision Esports, they really didn't had any plan B on what to do next, and that's why right now they're only just with 1 member left. And look at this right now, the fishes out of the ocean of Sovsnovka. This is Cute Loki now, the fisherman of Yangon Galacticos. Romeo Boy also trying to fish the fishes of Enigma MSI, and actually it is Rankid who got the knockdown, not YG. So it's basically for anyone's game here. It's either for YG, maybe for 2-1 Sin, as Romeo Boy steals that kill, knocks down Zyle as well. There's only 1 more player left for the side of Enigma MSI. Yeah, this is so bad for Enigma MSI.
There was nowhere to go. It's either you go on land and you just completely get obliterated left, right, and center from so many of the teams that are already there, or you swim and just to survive for as long as you can. The circle is eventually not gonna make that space for you in the water. It's eventually gonna pull toward land anyways. And now this fight against Ozja and RSG is on and raging. Skynin with the high ground advantage. He puts in the damage and the hurt. The Molly will eventually just flush him out. GE out as well at 10th place. This is not the most ideal circle, and it's starting to show what kind of teams are able to make these kind of circles work. And it's hard. It's not the kind of play that you expect to see. Skynin pulls out a DBS. Just catches him off guard, and Risk Guys goes down. Still enough, still happy to be able to go toe-to-toe against Ozja. But this chaos has already allowed Ozja to collect 7 points in the bag. And as the circle pulls toward the mid-side area, all these players that are holding on to this terrain, to this coastal area, is going to have such a hard time trying to rotate into it. And on top of that, people inside of the water, moving up toward land, you are completely out in the open.
And look at how many teams are left. We are still on stage number 5. And we only have 7 teams left here remaining. As Fern, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to go up. Oh, yes, he can, maybe? I think he's stuck already. He's going to slide down as Heartless has that higher ground together with his teammates Nativ and Boyshan. But for the rest of the squad that is down below them, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to go up. Now, Jibna, just raining nades coming from Ozja Esports, just an overkill onto Dread Esports, and look at them now. Ozja Esports take control of that position.
Oh man, this is intense. Look at this, is high ground, and since PKE is gonna be laughing. DQ has nowhere to go, and Heartless just eats the damage. Oh, he nearly falls down. That could have been devastating. And you know, I was highlighting Davan a lot. Just thinking about how much firepower he can bring. But even without Davan, Heartless is just as terrifying. Small lob grenade. They answer back. Nothing quite yet. The Void and Heartless. Oh, too close for comfort. You're gonna give it to TQ. When push comes to shove and they're cornered, they still try and fight back. They make the best of their situations and they fall.
Oh no.
That's just so unlucky. It's just one of the downfalls of the downsides, excuse me, for playing in the terrain, playing in the water. MFG 6th place Cute Loki, Yangon Galacticos. I don't know how they're able to make these kind of circles work, but seems like they do. And on top of that, they're on the aggressive. They managed to get the best positioning, and they do this so many times.
Yeah, they do that so many times. Now, Yangon Galacticos hears those gunshots. Ooh, Heartless out in the open, just prone on the ground. Now, Boyshan will be the remaining player left for Sisti KE. The quarter will get eliminated, by the way, courtesy of that blue zone. And now the nades coming from Boyshan, I think, and WTZ realizes that the blue zone is on its way now, and he's still not yet in the zone. But, ooh, look at this. Harami Bro still with 2 members left standing, Emmas and Jappy. Gonna try to go for that third party. But then again, you could hear some SKS shots from afar. And I think this is coming from Austria Esports, and Boyshan here realizes that there will be some players right inside that small shack. And now he cooks up a nade. Would this be connecting? Oh, it connects to Jappy!
So
3 points!
And he does it so well!
Oh,
And on top of that,
another
an extra
one.
one! Man's just hitting hoops! His 3-pointers just ring so true! And they're out! But this is exciting, this final circle. Because you're looking at Austria, you're looking at Yangon Galacticos, 2 of the strongest teams right now. Sisti KE getting in 3rd place as well is potentially already a statement in itself. But now you have last week's #1 spot player against one of Myanmar's finest. That is going to be a banger last circle. Loki playing it safe. Can see Red Bull putting in that pressure. A compound completely in Yangon Galacticos' hands. But what Austria has here is a little bit of a terrain, a high ground as well. So, it's all about that circle at this point. If the circle pulls away from Yangon Galacticos, they'll be on the low ground with no cover. If the circle pulls away from Yangon Galacticos, they're gonna have to go and traverse down from the terrain. And Gewi, I like this positioning coming in from Austria, honestly. While they are in the outer, bigger areas, the Wild Wild West, they make it work with their vehicles, and they're just so dynamic with their movements and their holds. They're not really just holding on to one area. Now, this area that was naded will now be taken away by Boyshan, and he's meeting the same fate that Harami Bros did. And they meet the same fate as well.
What a throw there coming from Austria Esports, and now we're down to 2. 4v4 situation, and like what you said, it will all come boil down to the whatever the circle will go. Yangon Galacticos, though, really smart with occupying this compound, though. When it comes to verticality advantage, Austria does have it. But you can see now that Austria is trying to box them in. It's just the only angle that Austria didn't have here is now the western side angle. But Gyutulki, this is actually really risky is what he's doing. He's extending right over to where Skynin is at. The golden boy of Cambodia now gets hit. Good thing he does have that cover of a tree. He will be able to heal himself up. 45 seconds left, Tosh, before we go to the second to the last zone in this very match.
And now the wait is on for this team. Yangon Galacticos in a compound alongside Austria. And I think that Austria, they do well on wide open areas compared to like compounds, in my personal opinion. I think that they are okay with having with playing individually. They have this 2-1-1 sort of hold. And on top of that, you have the double swings, the collapse coming in from Nang X and Skynin, crossfires coming in from Gewi and Red Bull. And Gewi and Red Bull are just so adept at being independent and relying on themselves because they are just so mechanically well. I'm not saying that they're not as good as the other teammates, but I'm just saying that there's a lot that they can really trust them to still perform on their own without the support of their teammates. And I think in this one, since it's a 4 versus 4, it's definitely a lot more slower in terms of pace. It comes down to where the circle is going to be pulling, but again, this hold from Austria is just too good with the middle area fully secured in the terrain as well. On top of that, the high ground. The circle looks like it's not gonna go toward Yangon Galacticos' favor for any while longer. It's pulling away, in fact, toward the middle area. And because Austria has the full outer area and the full control, means that they can literally just own the entire outer side And as soon as Yangon Galacticos just even steps a foot outside, they're just going to be pelted with nades and bullets.
Yeah, you're right with that. But look at this. Austria Esports, one player is actually right outside the circle. I think he's going to be joined by Gui now. This is Red Bull. Does have really good angles now onto the side of Yangon Galacticos with just a minute left to go before we see the final circle, which is going to be stage number 8. And then stage 9 is where we see the blue zone would close in. Now, Yangon Galacticos here just needs to be patient. They don't really need to do any flare or any type of any strategy. They just need to be patient. They just need to just hide for now and just wait out for that next circle while Red Bull just jumping around, getting information on a different angle. He's the one who's really trying to hug that blue zone in order for them to get more angles, and getting more angles here, especially for this type of situation, will be better for you. And then you have that high ground advantage for Austria Esports. You'd have much better chances of winning. Now, 17 more seconds left to go. Who will get this final circle is what we're looking for right now. Skynin just keeping it busy right now for Yangon Galacticos, for them just to hide behind the closed doors, behind the buildings that they have and behind these fences. And looks like Red Bull now, with the shift of the circle, look at this, and this is Austria's circle now. This will force YG to get out of this compound, and most likely they will use as many as utilities as possible.
And this kind of noise, this lull, is honestly scary, especially for Yangon Galacticos, because they don't have a lot of space to work with. They don't really have a lot to figure out where the other members of Austria is going to be. You hear the sounds of the gun just ringing in the horizon, but it's not anything they can react with, because it's like, okay, we know where one of the players of Austria are, or maybe two, but we have no clue where the others are. And if we were to answer back, we're just gonna get chunked from another end. And that's why Yangon Galacticos is playing it very safe. They're holding their corners, they're not jumping out, they're not taking up space as well. But at one point they're gonna have to, and they're gonna be able to do that with the vehicles.
Oh, the knock.
But yeah, the knock is gonna come through. The cars are not built to withstand so much damage, and that's Red Bull. And you know how much pressure can do that. Loki is out, knocked already, and immediately a hail of nades come through once again. It's almost fitting the way how they're going down. And Gale nearly gets clipped as well. Yangon Galacticos at least answers back. They don't want to go down without a fight. But two already gone. And now every single advantage they had inside of the compound is now dwindling to pieces. And Austria, so dynamic with how they play, how they hold. They're playing this grading game, and they'll be rewarded for it. The only space they have left is inside of the blue zone. They're gonna have to try and deny some points at the very least. They survived for quite some time. 9 points once again. They put in the pressure. They want to go for the pickoff. They want to get those points, but it's almost hard. WYTZ last man standing.
Oh, he burned.
But they're burned down, and winner, chicken dinner to Austria Esports, and Yangon Galacticos not able to hold on till the end.
Austria Esports looking strong with their very good performance in Sanhok. I mean, though they didn't get that chicken dinner, but now in Erangel, the circle even went to where they were dropping usually, which is in Sosnovka military base. It went there and they got the circle, they got the position as well, right at the very end, wherein Yangon Galacticos was forced to be out of that compound. YG didn't have any much choice. They had to like do some denies by just being knocked down by the blue zone. WTZ, unfortunately, he got burned alive in that last moment, wherein he also had no choice but to just die in that blue.
Yeah, it's honestly a very it's just a very hard situation when you think about it, because it's not like they made any mistakes. End of the day, it just goes down to the RNG for the circle. It could have gone both ways. If say the circle pulled away from Austria, it will be a whole different story. But Austria is also known for aggressive pushes into a compound as well, so it's really hard to say how it's gonna go. But coming into that particular game, it was a tough one for you guys who just tuned in. That circle was not only toward the southern of Erangel, it also went toward the western side of the SMB. So everyone was sort of prepping for the idea that it was going to be a water circle, was going to be a terrain circle, and not inside of the mainland. Well, finally, it did pull back toward the mainland, and everyone had to do the hard rotation of trying to climb out of the water. They're gonna have to go through and rotate from the coastal side itself, and it was just hard. And this situation, seeing these two teams come up on top, it just shows us a little bit of a different dimension on what kind of preparation these teams have gone through in terms of making sure that they don't get gaved by these kind of circles. And it's very different before, how I can say like, oh my god, this unusual circles means that the underdog teams are going to win, because it's a little bit different to how they're preparing. But that's not the case anymore. And I'm really liking the fact that because it's so dynamic now, and the way that each team approaches these maps are just so different, we're seeing the upper echelon of the teams show off what experience they've had and how they want to deal with these kind of situations. And this time around for the MVP, Skynin is here, not Red Bull, and is a breath of fresh air, at least for the team.
Right. Skynin said, it's my turn now. Red Bull, get away. It's going to be me for this match for now. The MVP with 6 eliminations, 3 knockouts, 888 damage with 1 total assist. And you know what? With Austria Esports winning this one, they will just go away from the second placing team in the overall rankings. So we're gonna see a lot of updates here. We actually saw the top 2 teams in the overall. YG is top number 2, and then Austria is top number 1. So we're gonna see a lot of changes now. For Harami Bro was way too aggressive in that match, wherein they didn't really thought about the objectives, which is the objective is to survive, and that's why they only had like 2 remaining players left in that very moment where they got needed by SysTKE. Eventually, the player from SysTKE got naded by Austria Esports. Now look at the stats now for this winner chicken dinner team of Austria Esports. 12 total eliminations with over 2400 damage, with 7 knockouts, 4 total assists, 822 heals, and 2721 survival time. So this only means Tosh, that they actually went away from the circle, like what we normally see for Red Bull. Sometimes Red Bull or GUI, either one of the two, tries to even go outside the zone and try to fight it out in order for them to get much more angles for them to win out fights.
This situation, Austria, it's actually insane, right? How they're just so dominant toward the end of last week, and they come up on top so last minute. And now that momentum still rides on till today. And I was sort of expecting them to sort of build up the momentum once again because of that 2-day break. But it seems like they're feeling good. They know what they have to do. And there's a saying, don't fix what's not broken. For them, they didn't really have to fix anything. Whatever they're doing is working. And just keep on going that way until it doesn't work. Now, for this particular matchup, it was a very, very, not only just a very difficult circle, it was a very difficult rotation as well. It was a lot of fights were more skirmishes, at least toward the last few circles, where everyone was forced into these sort of like multi-team fights because there was not a lot of space to work with. So there's that as well. Now, coming into these points, I think that, we can safely say that it's going to be Austria just dominating the top side of the ladder. I think for a lot of fans, we are not going to be seeing their usual teams at least come online quite yet. But that is where things get interesting toward day number 3. Austria with 22, a big lead compared to Yangon Galacticos, who only managed to get 13. Austria is able to get these eliminations because they've got the best positions. They were able to take these fights very, very convincingly because they have had the best positioning when it comes to these circles, and it's just about denying people from crossing over, getting into the circle, even taking back their space. So I think that is just very well done, and I think they found the recipe from survivability and also aggression. Where sometimes when it comes to survivability, it's not really about the survivability. If you think about it, Kuku, it's all about
Right.
that making sure that when you're playing these positions, what kind of positions can give you the best value, and that's what Austria has been perfecting here.
And you know what, Dread Esports banking on the eliminations, and this is what they have done in the previous season, which now in PMCL Summer place themselves inside the zone so that they can get those placement points together with the elimination points that they're getting. I just hope that Dread Esports now, since they eliminated ASTE and Asnaya, on the next game, Dread would have much more space out in the early stages of the game, and ASTE would just go on to the other half of Yasnaya. But now, still at number 1, this is what we are talking about. Austria still tops the leaderboard with 94 total points. It is the same here as we have started. Austria, YG, SysTKE. It's only ASTE who actually went up due to the winner chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok. TTQ has been really quiet so far, and I am expecting this, Tosh, to be honest with you, for TTQ. We always see them start slow but end strong. So
But they were
I am
strong
expecting-
yesterday, though.
Yeah, they were strong yesterday,
Yeah.
but just only for half of the day, I think. So for TTQ, I'm expecting them later on to pop off, but I want
Toward
them
the end
to,
of the day?
yeah, towards the end of the day. But I just want them to pop off right now. So let's see in the next match.
Yeah,
we
let's
still
see
have
that.
2 Erangel maps, and then we still have like 2 Miramar maps. So we'll find out.
Yeah, let's see that happen. So ladies and gentlemen, let's see how it's gonna go. We're gonna go for a quick break. PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer. I'm sure that all of you guys are excited as us to see who will come up on top. We have some of the players from a brand new region joining us in Southeast Asia region. We've seen new chemistry, new players, and it's been really exciting. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back for more PUBG Mobile action. This is the PMCL League Southeast Asia Summer. Tash Bunny and Kuku TV. We'll see you in a little while. Don't go anywhere. Wait, I think I'm a little bit too early. It's fine. We'll just wait for a little while more. Sorry, for some reason I couldn't hear the call, but it's okay.
It's okay.
It's fine. I think there's a little bit more to talk about, but now we're gonna go for a quick break. Real right now. We'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere.
PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armament. PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near-flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a legendary pilot challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knockdown state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the Magnet Gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the respawn beacon. It will show up in either the Steel Ark or the Assembly Base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. For Metro Royale, we've improved a lot of the processes. Furthermore, we've also added new honor rewards and Chapter 20 collectibles. Moreover, you can now bring your companion on your Metro Royale adventures. For more details, keep an eye out for Metro Royale update videos. In the new version, we'll also be hosting a grand home competition. You can register for it as long as you've reached 200 home prosperity. Let your imagination run wild and share your dream home with the world. Additionally, we've added a mysterious, elegant, ancient capital resource pack. Many home items will also become available in a related upcoming event. Aside from these, we've improved and updated home building, browsing, interactions, butler actions, and more. Want to find out more? Keep an eye out for home update videos. With Mecha Fusion's arrival, World of Wonder has also seen plenty of updates. For gameplay devices, the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and other gameplay devices have all undergone a series of updates. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. These devices are sure to get your imagination flowing for some awesome creations. Also, we've launched a pre-made map where you can play all kinds of creations built from a variety of themed scenery objects. Furthermore, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new map a shot. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content that will be available in Mecha Fusion. Cool mechas and thrilling combat await you in-game. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
And sorry about that long break. Again, we are back at it again here with the PMCL Southeast Asia Summer. And I am yours truly, Kuku TV, together with the lovely Miss Tash Bunny. And we're back at it again for match 3 and 4. And again, we still have 2 Erangel maps. We saw Austria with a dominating for performance in the second map of Erangel. Let's see if they can do it again in match number 3.
It's gonna be exciting as we go into this one. As we all know, for Austria, they are very dominant. They're doing really well in terms of the chaos, in terms of making sure how they can quickly adapt to so many different situations, circles, and even rotations. They're one of the most flexible teams I have seen in this tournament. And alongside Yangon Galacticos, also another one that I really have to say has been doing really well in making the best of any kind of situation. We're also seeing the rise of the underdogs as well as the added added a newly joined Group E for this particular week. And these teams, if you guys don't know, this week has been going through a whole new roster shuffle. So Group A is no longer the group of death. We're seeing a much more balanced teams, I would say, shuffle in terms of this week. And I'm super excited to see what exactly would come up for that. So far, Young Galacticos and Austria Esports has shown us these last 2 weeks what consistency really means. GE is still looking for their footing, and ASTE still looking to find their, I would say, their balance once again. And I think a lot of teams right now are trying to figure out where exactly these changes are going to be. Some teams have changed up their drop spots. Some teams are still looking. Some teams are adapting once again. But before we go more into the statistic and plays, let's talk a little bit more about the brand new Royal Pass, which is an A7, which is available now until July 15th, excuse me, where the perks of this particular pass will be worth more than 80,000 UC. And the Nightscape Gladiator set comes with brand new custom colors that you can customize according to your mood. If you're feeling particularly aggressive that day, do red. If you're feeling particularly chill, maybe go for a nice light green. I don't know. That's entirely up to you what you want to do with this particular set. And on top of that, it also includes the Graceful Watcher set, and also includes the upgradable PP19 Bison Nightscape Gladiator. So I thought that was kind of awesome to talk about.
And you also have the Levitron and the Strider for the newest theme mode for PUBG Mobile, the Mecha theme. If you want to, levitate and actually be much more faster compared to the Strider, you would go with the Levitron. And they have their own skins on there. And then if you love other maps, I know for sure that Karakin and Vikendi has the G36C. Definitely, you will get the Precision Carver skin for the G36C. But we also do have the newest collaboration as well for PUBGM and Shelby Supercars, available now until July 9th. And you can find it under the event or featured event Motor Cruise and get your own Tuatara or Tuatara Striker. Vehicle tokens do not expire and can be used in the next corresponding event. Well, the next corresponding event, I know for sure that there was a trailer already, which was the Dragon Ball Super again. Just not so sure what type of car will we get from that type of collaboration. But anyways, we do have a lot of games left. We did have that long break. We just needed to make sure that everyone from all of the squads that are playing right now are sure to be playing out. We want to make sure that everyone will be enjoying this game, and we want to make sure that it's going to be fair for all the squads that are joined in for today. But anyways, you mentioned that there are really no group of death for this week. I mean, not yet, maybe. Tomorrow we can probably say that there will be one group of death because every single team has changed their strategy, especially SysTKE. SysTKE has been really consistent when it comes to going into the circle, knowing that, remember, they went from Primorx area and then they swam towards the south side, western south side part of that Sosnovka military base island. And even though that they went there, they swam, they're not like Enigma MSI wherein they got fished out by Young Galacticos and 214 Sin. They were able to manage to get up on that island and be able to even eliminate Harami Bro.
That's all right. But let's talk a little bit about predictions now. I have ASTE here for this particular map. Personally, for me, I think ASTE has a little bit more of a try to understand and fix as we go sort of mindset, which is what I saw from last week, and I'm kind of banking for it to happen one more time. So that's the reason why I chose them for this one. Personally, I thought I was going to put them to get the chicken dinner on the previous ones, but coming into this one in particular, I believe this is what, the third map of the day, the third match of the day. So I think this is the time where, okay, they're gonna have to go and wait and see for the first Erangel, and then second Erangel, they can sort of like have that moment to really figure out, have that conversation with their teammates about how they want to approach each fight, and then they'll be able to sort of like find out the answer to their problems and then go from there, which is what I saw from last week. I don't know if today is a little bit too soon for me to say that, given the fact, granted, that they did well toward the end of the week, but I'm trying to go on the idea that they can ride off a momentum that they were going on for the last week or so.
Well, they do have leverage, especially that they got eliminated early by Dread Esports in the previous map. Remember when ASTE went all aggressive on Dread Esports, and it was, I think, Holy Lanju who did a really great job on just hiding on that outside part window, wherein he was able to actually knock down 2.
Right.
So for ASTE, since then, they had a long break together with that 15-minute break that we had, I believe, or 20-minute break that we had. So ASTE had a lot of time to go back to their drawing board, try to reassess things, and for sure, for this time around, if they still drop at Yasnaya, I'm pretty sure that they're not gonna go straight away to where Dread Esports is at. Maybe they will try to loot up first, and they will try to reassess again. If they can, try to annihilate the other squad that is dropping at Yasnaya, maybe they can do that. But I would highly recommend for them to focus on objectives on getting inside the zone, because that's where they're actually getting a lot more points, especially during last week, wherein they're always right smack it, sometimes in the middle, or maybe sometimes right at the edge of the circle, and they play it well, especially if the circle would be an open circle. I mean, they did that already during match number 1 in Sanhok, where they actually won a chicken dinner. So I just hope that they come back. But going back to my prediction, I was just thinking that Austria Esports needed a lot more time to build themselves up today. That's why I picked them at the third match, but they actually already won in the second map. So I'm just hoping that Stalker and I would have that powers to give more motivation for Austria Esports to win more, so that we can get that prediction right. As for Quintoyos Dread Esports, again, I mentioned this already. They bank on getting a lot more elimination points compared to getting those placement points, wherein they prioritize on getting the circle. So I just hope that Dread Esports would learn from that. Just try to balance things up, because if you're not going to be balancing things up, then eventually you're not going to really win in all these matches that we're going to have. I mean, you're going to get elimination points, but then again, placement points are also important, because that will add up to your elimination points. I mean, if you get like second place, you get 6 points, compared to only getting 1 point in the second game, where Dread Esports got 8 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had this brief conversation in one of our casts previously as well. I think PBE was one of those teams that, they would go back with like only 1 ranking point, but like 8, 9, 10 eliminations. That was kind of the theme that was recurring in the beginning of last week. We saw that happening throughout the entirety, I think, because a lot of teams are taking advantage of the fact that it's a get to know each other week, a get to know each other moment, where they're able to play as aggressively as they want and not be punished for it. And now we see the punishes come through, and the teams who kind of relied on those strats are forced to go back to the drawing table. Harami Bros is one of them, and PBE, they struggle now and then because of that, but I think they're a lot more adept at having different pages of different styles and approaches of what they want to see in the game as well. So coming back to Dread, I think it's great for them that they're finding this balance, and it's great for them that they're understanding on what exactly they wanted in the beginning to mid to end game as well. So they have a plan in mind, and it shows that this is definitely not a team to look down on, because they have the experience. They have come up on top in so many different tournaments. It's all about just finding that balance and try to figure out like what exactly are other teams doing and what can we do to play a little bit more aggressive. It's a little bit different when you come into this game, because it's not only one team you have to worry about. You have to worry about so many different teams in your lobbies. It's about different teams playing every single game, every single day as well. And you have to be on your toes. And there's not a lot of time for you to work with in terms of changing up the way that you play every night, because it's 5 days in a row of tournament with only 1 day of rest, and then 2 more after that, which is a full 2-day rest for the rest of the other teams as well. So you have to use every single moment to your advantage. And speaking of advantages, let's see which team will be getting this advantage here in the second Erangel map of the day.
And this is all you've been waiting for, guys. I know you've been waiting for so long. Out in the comment section, out on YouTube, out on Facebook as well, and on TikTok. We're now flying in to match number 3. This is coming from the quarry area, going to Lipovka, which is the dropping point of Meth Clan. Austria will have a really easy path going towards to their Sovsnovka military base island. Not so sure though for GE on where they will go now. They're kind of like torn apart on going to either Rozak and Novo. I think they're more effective on going to Novo Repnoye compared to Rozak, because we've seen their performance in the previous match where they drop at Rozak and then eventually the circle will go down. Circle though, I'm not sure if it's going to go back to Sovsnovka military base. Most likely it will probably go to the western side part of this this very map. Probably around the Gatka area is my prediction here, Tosh. Let's just see on what's going to happen right after this. But you can see now TQ and YG, look at them. They're like all together grouped up. And this is what I'm talking about. This is WTZ now with the M16s. Matt, very low in HP, almost got knocked down there. Just need to be careful though, because there's another player from YG. This is Say Cloud with that M762. Good thing he was able to use the terrain. Oh, unfortunately, he falls down. He run towards the rock.
That is so
and the rock
unlucky.
always wins.
Yeah. It's literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. I can't believe we're seeing this happen. What is going on? It was a very deja vu moment last week, right? Where we saw a player giving me a heart attack there. Anyways, coming back to where we saw a player accidentally gets knocked off a car, and then immediately the other team just completely runs him down, and suddenly they just lost so much firepower and caused the team to fall apart so soon. Can't remember which team it was. Was it Myth? I need to go back on the VODs to check out on that, but that's the most horriblest way to go down if that were to happen. And
yeah, I think it was Myth. I think
it was Myth, right? Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. Smut was not playing just now with TQ. I think he only joined this map now, or am I tripping? Yeah. Yeah, so this is another team.
TQ is one of those teams who tries to rotate their players.
Yeah, that's why. So I'm just curious to see like what dynamic does he bring? Because Smut, when he plays, right, he's one of the huge impact makers that I've seen in the team.
And look at the circle. This is what I just said earlier. Circle will go to Gatka, and you will expect Yangon Galacticos to take that mountain where they always rotate. So if anyone would, go there first, that would run off the rotation of Yangon Galacticos. But right now we're looking at Harame Bros. They were very aggressive last game, but that type of gameplay probably was just way too much, wherein they lose 2 members and they only had like 2 members left remaining and got naded again by 60KE. Just beautiful frag grenades coming from the side of 60KE. Now TQ now already gone to their usual spot here, right around south western side of Giorgio. Chris together with Fern already got their loots already. Again, a really quiet game here for match number 3. Probably they really went to their drawing board when we were like waiting for that very long break time. They really wanted to win now for everyone else. Austria Esports, the most dominant team as of yet, with 94 total points. The question is now, since the circle went to the center western side part of the map, will they be able to rotate to where they want to be as Cowboy? And this is Enigma MSI, and Enigma usually drops at North George, but look at them, they're on a different area right now as Nasarix gets Zyle down. And this is the problem always for Enigma MSI. They get into early battles wherein they can't really manage to sustain. Eventually they get picked off, like half of the team is already eliminated, and then the other half will just try to hide until the very end. So it's not a good gameplay or strategy for Enigma MSI. They need to change this.
I think Enigma, one of their biggest problems is that they don't have a leash on that aggression. they don't seem to find that balance between it. And some days I think that we thought they figured it out, then suddenly it all just falls apart again and it's back to the drawing board. And it's not that I want to call them one-dimensional. I would love to see different styles of play and strats. And this slower pace for them from FV, holding, getting a pick on top of that onto SysTKE is massive. Stops SysTKE from going up a little bit more, collecting those extra points, just catapulting themselves to the top. And for now, SysTKE numbers dwindling down, 2 left. But in this situation for SysTKE, we've seen them be able to get those impact pickoffs before they go down once more. They're really good and adept at surviving, so I don't doubt that they're able to show us something a little bit more, at least toward the last few circles.
Oh, look at this.
This is impressive parking. I love it.
So the question now, how will he be able to like put the bike down, right?
I don't think he wants it. He's just getting it off the road, honestly, if you think about it. Denies anyone that's crossing be able to take it, perhaps, and also a quick jump into the compound. I like it. We all love flashy moments, and now waiting for PUBG Mobile to add a flare. So whenever a car, gets some air, bike too, you'll get like a nitro color. Like, when you press the nitrous button.
Oh, to make it
go
faster.
Yeah, it has like stars or something. That's kind of cool, no?
That's a nice idea.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you don't see players use a bike like mid-game, so
why not, right?
Well, I mean that's a pretty idea eventually. I mean, if you can use that in classic mode.
Imagine if you have teams that actually want to use bikes toward the middle side because you have all these flares.
Oh yeah, right.
Like something becoming meta because of skins.
Yeah,
like I'm down for that.
That's gonna change the meta though. I mean, you can be out in the open and then you're still like slow to say the least. Like maybe you can run around 60 miles per hour or 60 kilometers per hour. You're still pretty slow. I mean, look at this. Like you're riding a Murado. Murado can go as fast as like 140 and above, and you can still be knocked down with the sprays coming from your enemies. So maybe you can like do some content with that in classic mode. Yep. But it's a long way out here for competitive pro scene in PUBGM. But anyways, look at this. Austria Esports tanking the blue zone right now. Not really going towards the circle right away. Then you can see 214 Sin going on a death race together with RSG. RSG just avoiding blanks. Ooh, but then again, Naughty Boy is out of that security tower. Gets spotted by Wako. Now Blanks has 2 players right over here, but then again, he needs to be careful because there's going to be utilities coming from RSG. Maybe now going to be pushing in. S12K on hand. Ooh,
wait,
but
he messed up!
He messed up, yes!
He
bounced off that
him.
nade onto the UAZ.
Oh, man. We just spoke about these mistakes that happen. Not the best outcome, too. Since the other members of 214 Sin just slowly dwindling down in numbers. Nades from both ends. Wako rushing up the mushroom house. Hasn't moved in quite yet. No clue where everyone is. Quick clear of the area with the mollies. Huge. He walks straight into Babe's nade. Just a quick push. And 214 Sin down to the final member. Rankid. He's huge. He's a heavy hitter. But one against the world and the Blue Zone? A tall order to ask for. But there is still an idea that for Rankid, he wants to be able to go for some pickups. Going out to the lobby first with no points is unacceptable. They got 1 in the bag. Mix goes down. And here comes Rankid. Perhaps rushing away. Does have a buggy in hand. I think he's going to go for a long rotation. No, actually, changes his mind. It's a good bait. I think maybe he has already heard the sound cues. Playing off this rock. He just cuts the noise. Bunny as well as around. I think for RSG, this is massive. What? Twice in a row already. 2 maps in a row, both in Erangel. 214 has been going up and up against RSG. And now the low ground disadvantage. Let's see, Rankid can make it work. No. Vape. He is merciless when it comes to these fights.
Well, Ranked had that chance to bail out from the scene.
He changed his
where-
mind.
Yeah, he changed his mind midway through, so that was just bad decisions coming from 214 Sin. Now we have God of Death 7 and MFG. MFG has been really quiet ever since match number 1. Looks like the rest days has come onto them. They want to go back to their original form, which was we saw them in week number 1, but right now they haven't been showing up really good highlights. But I mean, Lil Yatka definitely showed us some highlights earlier on, but eventually for MFG, they need to be more careful when it comes to rotating inside the circle, because sometimes they eventually fall down because other squads are already in position. Like you can see right now, YG, Cute Low Key, gets hit as XZ9K will just circle around with the Kupar B circle now updated. Go straight to where Harame Bro is at in Gatka. And I called this circle earlier, Kitash. So we're going to have this type of circle, though you can see also Austria Esports now able to get into the southern side part of the zone, wherein most of the other teams are just positioning onto the northern side. So we're going to have some bloodbath on the northern side right now.
I love watching Austria there. I mean, if I could have a circle map just on one side of my screen, watching the rotations the whole way, I would love to have a full idea on how exactly the rotations come through from every single team, especially Austria's. Harame Bro, nice little ditch they're playing in. Coming in and getting a lot of value from it. Any team passes them goes on the aggressive. Harame Bro, they decide, okay, the ditch might be a little bit out there in the open. Easy for us to get naded. Let's move toward the compound. And they move their attention to a God of Death 7. And they're also aware that Shroud and Myth are close by. Nate comes by, doesn't land a hit. Can see Amas is here as well. And he's just waiting for the right time to go through. Itrix is solo as well from Myth. And here comes those nades. Exactly as I expected it to be. And the nades are a little bit much. They eat a lot of damage. How is Amas getting away with that? Technically, he should have been tagged. But a little corner saves him potentially. And technically, it's a good thing as well for Harame Bro. They do get chunked by the nades. But a little bit too aggressive.
Ooh, almost.
Jaffy, they get caught. But wasting the opponent's utility might be key here. And they're just trying to hold on to just that.
Well, probably God of Death 7 was just praying that one of their nades would connect. They used up every single utilities they have now. Look at them. Also using the smokes because other teams now are right behind them. So this will be bad for God of Death 7, especially that they only have like less of the cover that they can use over that position that they're in right now. Like right now, you see Dread Esports still right outside of the zone. ASTE waiting for them now in this compound. RSG also out in the open as well, just using the rocks and the trees as cover. And looks like Zayo, I think he spotted Dread Esports from a far distance. But Dread Esports doing a great job here. Not really super aggressive is what I was expecting them to be. They're prioritizing now on getting inside the zone. And this is how Dread Esports plays it. They usually go at the edge of the circle and then they play going right straight to the middle. But now look at the circle. It updates. It now shifts towards again to Gatka. And we do have a lot of teams already in position. So there's going to be a lot of teams who's going to probably go for a hard rotation, especially for ASTE, who's going to be late in rotation getting in.
And they wait. I think in this situation, it's almost chaotic. It's a more normalized circle, centralized even. Not the hardest in terms of rotations. RSG finds themselves in trouble. ASTE, they want to come back on top. They weren't having a good game in the previous map. Knocked out a little bit too early. But they are on a rampage right now. They've seen their potential victims and they go for it. Minor, heavy hitter, one of the young new players from the Philippines. And he is showing us a different piecing on how he approaches these very aggressive fights. And RSG this time, they find themselves in the losing side of this fight, and they don't want to stay around for too long. Bunny, the last person standing, and we've seen some insane plays from him in the beginning of last week, and now the pressure falls on his shoulders once again. Once a moment that we thought was a step up, his car already on in flames, not even in flames, it's now smoking, so he has to quickly be able to find an area to hold, get off the vehicles, and get out of here. Now he falls straight into Ozja's hands, and he runs for his life. The crossfires, not quite there yet for Ozja, but they are ready to go in for that collapse. And Nate to just clear them out. Molly as well, just to flush them out of this area. Not happening quite yet. A quick reposition, and he runs to the other side of the compound. And it's gonna be terrifying, because there's 4 members there. Dread Esports on the backside could just go for a third party, or the steal potentially. And the sprays come through. Bunny holding close, and he just plays around. A good crunch with his teammates, and Skyning just burns him all the way to a crisp.
And the pressure being provided by Skynin was on point. Putting in mollies, putting in those utilities. That's how you use the utilities, and then eventually push them out of the way. And he got burned alive there right at the end. Now Chris currently down. The top now on the second floor of this building. Ernest still alive though. As we see, wait, it's his Flash Vision Esports crashing into MFG and then explodes all the way out of this lobby. Oh my goodness, what happened there?
Chaos is what happened. And honestly, I'm not surprised when everyone is able to play a more normalized game circle. It's not too hard. Everyone has a lot of freedom on how exactly they want to approach these sort of times. Nung X waiting, and now Dread Esports is their newest victim. Ozja on a rampage, they're taking fight after fight after fight. They're not waiting, or they're not actively looking for these eliminations like what we saw for Harame Bro last week. They're waiting for them to cross by their paths. Not being too proactive and playing a little bit more reactive. They get a lot of value from that, and they have the advantage of ambush. Speaking of ambush, MFG, the team that I've had my eye on, you can see that Lil Yatka. I think if it comes to a lot of these like pickoffs, those 1v1s, isolated plays for MFG, it's always going to be Lil Yatka. That's going to be huge on that. And they're pretty well as well in this particular match. They have 4 picks already. They step through. God7 might be in trouble. KS knocked. He's so low. And they're just taking so much damage. XZXY and GE. All they had to do was spray with the aids of all those utilities. They get a whole team to themselves in terms of points. And now the circle pulls to the right side. And now you can see Myth head-to-head with Harame Bros. GE as well is on the right side. TTQ at the southern end. And ASC and Ozja will be the ones to take these fights to get into the circle itself.
And that's how bad it was, the position of God of Death 7. Again, the utilities are important, and they actually used it right around stage number 4. And you just don't use every single utility that you have right around that stage. So again, that's bad decision making coming from God of Death 7. Eventually they got pushed by GE. Now YG, MFG gets taken out here. This is Exit. And then Say Cloud just confirms another one. This is XZ9K. Romeo Boy still down, but Lil Yatka to save the day for MFG. Now with 6 eliminations total for the squad. But then again, you need to be careful. This is TQ right nearby. Still a 3v1 at this very compound. What you can probably do here is just wait it out. Because the 2 other players of TQ is not really pushing at all. It's just Fern. It's just very aggressive right now. Ooh, looks like GE now will join the fun.
GE is just waiting. The sprays come through. TQ finds themselves in a little bit of a pinch. It's almost hard. When you think about it, they're on the upper side of this building. Smile. He spots one. Throws the nade. And it blows Chris all the way out. Immediately his teammate runs for their life to the top side. He gets caught off guard. He wasn't aware of that. He wasn't ready, and he gets immediately lobbied. The top has been massive when it comes to these fights. MFG out. But this fight right now is not quite done yet. Furring is all alone. Chris needs to be picked up. Marnet, Zai, still there. You have Kicks as well, waiting on one area, and he's quiet as a mouse. He does not want to get found. He doesn't want to get punished. Chris is just slowly but surely making his way into a different compound. They do clear him out. Marnet and Zai on one side. Only 2 of them left. So they're gonna have to play this quietly, safely, patiently,
Austria.
as Austria joins in the fray. Coming in from the other area, they want to collect as many points as they can. The third party is the game they've been going for, and it's been coming up on top in so many of these engagements. Slowly but surely, Fern still surviving. GE, not too sure if they're aware of the oncoming members of Austria. Red Bull as well is here. We see Chris get taken out, bled to death. Thankfully, denies some points to the rest of the teams, and Gewi, we know that once he goes aggressive, he's not gonna stop. And he's not even trying to hide the fact that he's pushing up forward. Footsteps imminent, heard. But it serves in a way to just really not only alert the other team, but provides as a big distraction. TTQ is out, and now GE has to go on the defensive. Nang X waiting. Perhaps his need. He has a bit of idea where he is. Tosses it inside. Zai already on the upper side of the area. Read that play like a book, and he drops down. Just too nice to have a nice rendezvous with his teammate Marne. He rushes forward, he's crazy, he's so low. Nang X makes it! All these fights are just so close. But these aim duels that they've been having, Austria has been winning it despite it being as close as that.
And GE, that was like a fake play there. Fake bailout. Eventually they fall down. That's Austria Esports now with 7 eliminations. And remember where they came from? They came from the very south of the circle. Now they're at the northern side. So the third parties, actually, they were like the fourth party at this very compound in Gatka. So now the question is, how will they be able to get inside the circle now that the circle gets away from this spot? Kix is still alive, though. Ooh, and there we go. Kix now introduces himself. But then again, there's just way too many Austria Esports that he needs to sustain. He does have the utilities, 4 frag grenades. Now he pushes in. But then again, ooh, but the nade actually will save. Nangx, Enigma MSI is out.
And that's just annoying when you get picked off like that. When you get downed, your your vest, your shields are all knocked out. And we see a bit of road rage happening here as the other members of Myth are on the aggressive. We've been seeing a lot of GTA action here from this particular team. Now for EST coming in from the southern side, don't have to worry too much about these fights because all the other teams are so preoccupied with each other. Boyshawn wins it despite it being so low. He plays it so patiently, but not before the collapse happens with TTQ. Love seeing this from them. Assist TKE, they can't do more than that. They're out, 6th place, and only 1 elimination. Seeing the fangs for the other teams really come up in this particular matchup. As Austria, we're seeing a more proactive approach from them. Taking up so much space, just scouting around. Shows so much confidence when it comes to these sort of plays. Gawi waiting. Skyny needs to go for a pickup. Moves out of the way. And they're okay to retreat. They're okay to give up that space because they know when is the right play time. Ooh, that was too close. If I were Skynin, my heart would be in my throat right now. A lot of pressure really put in by Red Bull, and he's not stopping. High Turks answers. Red Bull with the reposition. Skynin at least will be taken out by Umas. And Federalis on one end has gone. ASE. The rampage has come through on the second half of the day at the very least, so they can buy some time. And as for Myth, stuck between a burning vehicle as well as Austria. Shroud here. The reset comes through from the members of Austria. And they have quite a big area of control toward this northern side of the map. Quinn has marked him, and he's praised. And those bullets land from across the field. Sharp! Quinn is up here on top of this area. He keeps going. He's not afraid. He has so much support, so much cover. And he's not going to stop this aggression. The circle pulls out to the southern side, and Myth is forced to rotate into the area.
And TTQ has that height advantage. They're using the roof of that compound that they're in right now. Ooh, but then again, it's Myth now. Going for the push onto the side of Austria. Really risky play there coming from Shroud. Not really afraid of the Austria domination. But then again, ooh, Gooey with the flow of the nade, and that is it. Austria Esports. And that's all because of the third party from long distance. This is TTQ, who's just using the roof right now as their advantage. They're able to spot every single player of Austria Esports. Now all eyes onto the side of Myth Clan, and I believe that they're going to where Austria was at earlier, and that's a bad idea for Myth Clan because that's a very open area.
Now the wait is on. TQ is putting a lot of pressure on every single one of its teams from the northern side. Any cross that were to happen, and they're taking advantage of not only the height, but also the open fields, the lack of cover. They're okay with that. But at the same time, it does show their hand. A lot of teams are so aware of where they are. ESTE on the open side, and so is Harame Bro. They do have a crevice to work with, a crater if you may. Myth this time, they're just completely buying time, and they're okay to answer back. Puts in a bit of damage to Edward, and Edward was forced to move back. ASTE playing in this little terrain, and they can't move at all. It's open area on the top side. They poke their heads up. Their heads will be popped. That compound they show themselves is just a straight choke when it comes to these sprays. A nade is enough to take them out. Now the circle will be shrinking once again. And here, a lot of these sprays are coming in from TTQ, and they are okay with taking the time to do that. Myth, as soon as they immediately show themselves cross through, they're just pelted by so many shots from Zuki and Edward. They can buy time. Millie has to go down. The blue zone is chunking toward them, and it might just prove to be bad news if something were to happen. ASTE, two of them knocked already. Harame Bro is going on the aggression. The nade comes out. They'll be punished. And Miner, playing a dangerous game. As soon as a nade comes through, he moves forward, taking advantage of the sound to mask his footsteps. Federale is wise to that. Picks him off. Moves backward. Picks up his teammate as well. No more pressure. Miner has been huge for providing that pressure. And with the numbers advantage just dwindling for them, it's going to be even harder. They have to push up. He's so disconnected from the rest of the team. It's going to be hard to go for the pickup as well. I don't think they have any much more smokes to work with as well. Unless they can provide the cover, there's nothing more they can do. Federalis confirms that. Chucks the nade. He knows exactly where No Fear is. ESTE does not look like they're in the best position to be in right now. And Kai's, he just buys time. No Fear hasn't moved. And what they're trying to do here is to push them and force the rest of Harame Bros toward them. End of the day, the circle is still their advantage. The circle has been taking up so much space behind them, and he's punished a must. The bullet tracers give away their position. No Fear gets caught out, and they're quick. And the collapse is just so true for Harame Bros. But ASC, they're not going down without a fight. They lob the nades. It goes through. It finds one. Not enough to take range out. Federalis is the front line. They haven't seen him quite yet. And they're just holding strong. They're waiting. Dio is just trying to distract them away from the corner where they're trying to pick up No Fear. And I don't think they're wise for that as well. Federalis is close. They clutch forward. They see him. The double jump. The power of friendship. And Harame Bros go down.
Harame Bro goes down. I think that they didn't really realize until this stage number 8, where ACE was just like crawling towards them. And then eventually ACE just showed up and then eventually killed all of the players of Harame Bro. Now we're down to 2 teams. TTQ versus ASTE. If you look at this scenario right now, it's all about them being able to get into the zone. But then again, Zuki trying to get the remaining players of ASTE, getting that height advantage again. Now with only one, it's just going to be Kai. Liquid now together with Edward pushing in. Liquid gets spotted, but then again, eventually will get spotted by TTQ. And that's going to be it. TTQ gets the winner chicken dinner for match number 3. And what did I say, Taj? TTQ needs to start now, and they got the winner chicken dinner.
It's exciting for TTQ if you think about it, honestly. They were so adept in not only these fights, but also positioning. That compound advantage gave them so much value. No one was pushing toward them. There was a lot of pressure coming in from Zuki as well as Edward, and everyone was just forced into that ditch. And everyone was doing that lower ground ditch fight, and in that situation, there was just so many things that they were out of. No more resources, no more heals, shields and helmets already chunked down as well. And TTQ, all they had to do was just wait. I'm not too sure how many eliminations they were able to score there, so we're gonna have to wait until the scoreline to see what exactly they were able to gain from that. And I'm really hoping to see that TTQ was able to get those pickoffs as well because of the advantage in itself. Again, while it is a more centralized circle, a more, I would say, understandable rotation, I think, compared to the rest of the matches before. But I think what made it so difficult is the fact that it was in an open area with a bit of terrain that I would say that ditch per se was a lot of the where a lot of the game changing moments happened. We saw GE, they almost had the idea on how exactly they wanted to approach this, but again, it comes back to what I said about GE. They're too methodical, they play too much to the script. They need to learn to deviate, they need to learn to adapt, because if not, the other teams are just gonna keep rolling them over.
Yeah, and you know what? The mistake of Austria in this match was not taking the south side of the circle. They went very aggressive, wherein they went for the fourth party right around Gatka compound. They went onto the northern side instead of the southern side, where they can just easily take TTQ's compound. So for Austria Esports, they had that chance, but unfortunately, their decision making really changed the whole game itself. As the MVP is going to be Zuki. 4 eliminations, 4 knockouts with 4 assists. And with TTQ now winning very early in match number 3, this only means that they have this momentum going into game number 4, going into the 2 Miramar maps. And we know how good TTQ is by the end of this day.
TTQ, one great thing about TTQ is that each of the players have had highlight moments, especially Zuki. I'm not surprised that he's the MVP. And I think that personally, I mean, when it comes to a lot of the matches, I would have loved to see more of Zuki as the MVP itself. I'm going to be real with you. Zuki is huge when it comes to these multi-frag fights, 1 versus X's. He's so adept when it comes to these clutch moments. He's been giving his team a lot of value. And when push comes to shove, when it comes to dragging his team to the finish line, you can expect Zuki to be there. But it's not the only spotlight that deserves to be given to his team. Edward, in particular, has been big on that as well this particular game. So I love being able to see more from them. Time to Quick Esports, understandable why everyone, or at least some of the fans at home as well as the casters, have an idea or have this expectation on them to come up and rise on top. ESTE as well did pretty well to survive toward the end. And I'm really liking this change of pace coming in from ASTE. Yes, it's not as aggressive as what we saw last week, but it's also not as reckless. They're understanding on how exactly they wanted to take these fights. And toward the end there, a lot of pressure was put in from Miner, and I really love the fact that he did that. He was able to take advantage of the chaos. He was able to take advantage of the nades coming through to really conceal the sound of his footsteps as well. And because of that, he was able to come up on top for these very high pressure moments. Federalis was also one to do that, but I have to say that for Federalis, the disconnect from his teammates might have caused him that particular matchup. Regardless, we go into this particular PMCL map number 2 for Erangel. It was definitely a little bit more chaotic, skirmishes happening around the map, and while it was a little bit more of a controlled chaos where everyone was kind of understood where exactly they wanted to rotate and go to, I think the game changer at the end of the day was just where the circle pulled to, as well as that compound advantage.
Well, with the engagement between ASCE and Harame Bro, Federalis did throw out an unoffensive smoke, wherein normally they would have the advantage, but eventually ASTE really so patient. I mean, they do have the circle advantage there. Unfortunately for Harame Bro, they weren't able to finalize the other remaining players of ASTE, where it could have been a different story there. It's just that they weren't able to see them through all of those smokes that they pop out. But right now, you can see now the standings for this matchup. TTQ gets 20 points total. Austria, even though that they didn't really get the winner chicken dinner, I mean, they got that chance, but they were very aggressive. Look at how many eliminations they got. 9 eliminations together with a total of 12 points. ASTE getting that second place ranking, total of 10 points. Again, really quiet per se for ASTE. They just focus on going for that objective. all throughout match 1, 2, and 3. And that's why they actually even get the winner chicken dinner in match number 1. They just focus on objective. They get the kills eventually right at the end of the game. And that's how ASD is flourishing right now. Let's just hope that they don't fall out of the scene, as we still have one more Erangel map, and then we still have 2 Miramar maps left.
It's really exciting when you see this GE despite going out so early, because they had so many eliminations as well. And, I was just talking about them being able to play a little bit more dynamic. This might be the start of that. They seem to be getting so many of these fights and come up on top, regardless, almost 1.5 teams that they have been able to pick off there. So good on them as they come here. And while they are not getting the chicken dinners, are not getting the top 4s, they're still collecting points, and that's why I say consistency is key, and GE is showing us just that. Same goes for Myth. And I think that in this situation, it's really exciting to see that on the top side of the first page here, we're seeing teams like TTQ be there, STKE, Exquisite, RSG. These are teams that started off last week on the second half of the ladder. And meanwhile, there's a lot of question marks coming in for certain teams on this side of the page. I mean, Harame Bros, to be fair, they came in only today. So they're still waiting for that time to just really build the momentum, and same that goes for MFG. And for FVE and Enigma, I think everyone has been looking at them like, okay, which team will be besting each other in this situation? Enigma, they haven't found a way to deal with how they wanted to approach the game yet. And Flash Vision Esports, they've been getting a lot of these ranking points. They go out early, but it's still enough to give them a little bit of boost forward compared to Enigma that wants to take these early fights, but not necessarily making it out. And it comes back to that high risk, high reward play. I think we saw that a lot last year, especially from the Southeast Asian region. I think we see this from the Indonesian teams quite sometimes, some Malaysian teams as well. And it comes with this idea that you're going to be getting these early fights. You're going to get a huge snowball from being able to go off these teams when you take these early fights. But at the same time, yes, it does build momentum. Yes, it's huge when you manage to get those 4 early points very quickly. But you lose out when it comes to if you lose early as well. You are completely out of the game. There's nothing you can do when you lose just for 4 points so very early. So
Yep.
This is where I would like to see a change. I'm not saying that a change is needed for Enigma, but perhaps a different approach on how you play different maps and different positions might be super important for them.
Well, for Flash Vision Esports, they were very aggressive. Before we even continue, actually, let's do the shout out for our newest RPA 7, available right now until July 15th. Perks worth over 80k UC, so please buy yourself one. There's new custom color Nightscape Gladiator set, which is the male character set. We also have the Graceful Watcher set, together with the cover. Includes the upgradable Nightscape Gladiator PP Bison. Also with the newest Victory Dance that you can post in your social media for you to flex out, and a lot more. Well, going back to my point with Flash Vision Esports, they had that moment in match number 3 wherein they pushed MFG. And sometimes it's not the right timing for Flash Vision Esports, and it's sometimes also that you don't really have to have everyone pushing in. You have to make sure that you're split up, like with a one. If you're like 3 players remaining, if I remember it right, for Flash Vision Esports, you could probably do like a duo split, or maybe a 1-2 split rather, for that scenario wherein someone would be picking up from far distance, and then the 2 guys will be pushing in to disrupt whatever whatever position MFG or whatever team has. So for Flash Vision Esports, I think they need to learn on how to try to push out. I mean, yes, they can be aggressive. They need to also learn how to stay in position in the circle. But before we continue that, we also have the PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration. It is available until July 9th, and you can find it under the event Motor Cruise. Also, you can get your own Tuatara or Tuatara Striker. Vehicle tokens for these do not expire and can be used in the next corresponding event. And just to finish off my point for teams like Flash Vision Esports, they need to balance it out, especially their aggressiveness. I mean, we know how good the firepower is for Master Rix, also for Master Toki, but they need to balance it out. Maybe it's not really the right timing for them to push it out. Maybe it's just best for them to just get into the circle and just wait it out until the others actually would fight, and then the right timing would be a third party, right?
Yeah, that would be that. Man, I'm just quite shocked at how the outcome of today has been coming in. I mean, there's a lot of time that, you expect teams that usually do well, come up on top in the beginning of the week because they have the momentum, the experience. But seeing GE struggle, I mean, yeah, they're doing quite well. They're doing decent, I have to say. Consistency is definitely there. But them not having the top side of the rankings is a different experience, especially coming from a team that has come and played from Tier 1 as well. And I think it's also really exciting when you see newer players come up as well. I think that, I talk a lot about Miner, and understandably so. He's such a big, heavy hitter for the team. He's not afraid to take up space. And I think that's the reason why there's a lot of mention to him. And at the same time, you also talk about Moy from Dread Esports. He was also very fun to watch. Or even DZ from MythClan, one of the players to look out for. And while they are very, very experienced, they are also one of the game changers or the destiny changers for how a fight should have been. Now, coming into this one, our final Erangel of the night, you have ASTE, I have Young Galacticos. I think these two predictions speak for itself, but Vin's pick, can you explain it to me?
I'm not really sure how Vince formulated this, but I mean, yeah, I did talk about how Flash Vision Esports played in the previous match, and they just crash and burn. All three players of Flash Vision Esports just die, just with one, like maybe in 2-3 seconds after they push. So it's kind of like they just went all in without even thinking what would be the consequences. So for Flash Vision Esports, I think for Vince G, I think he knows that Flash Vision Esports can be aggressive at times. But I remember when that day Flash Vision Esports got the circle. So it's probably just because of the circle placement as well. That's why Flash Vision Esports flourished in that game.
That's true.
This is pretty like random from.
I don't think it's random. I think the right word would be very conditional.
Yeah.
Because it's such a Flash Vision. They require conditional situations to happen in order to win. They haven't been able to adapt like the bigger teams that we know, or even some of the other teams that have been playing today. I think it's like, yes, they have Master X coming in for that extra advantage, the situations, but I want to know what's going on with their calls. I want to know what happens behind some of their decision making, and I want to know what is going on with their firepower, because at one moment they seem so unstoppable with this high amount of firepower, the space taking, and suddenly everything just falls apart. And the same can be said about Enigma MSI, which is Queen Toyo's prediction.
Enigma still having the same problem, to be honest with you, Tosh, while we are trying to fix our screen right now. MSI, or Enigma MSI rather, is having a little bit of trouble when it comes to surviving. I mean, we know that they can do damage, they can deal a lot of firepower towards another squad. This is a team that was
able to take over or completely obliterate Yangon Galacticos last week.
Exactly. The problem is with Enigma MSI is they are having a really difficult time on rotating into the circle we're in. We just all of a sudden see them with just only one player left remaining. Early engagement is really important as well. They need to avoid that. If they're able to have at least 3 players right around stage 4, maybe even stage 5, then maybe we can see them in the top 4 fighting for that winner chicken dinner. If that's not the case, this is still not good for Enigma MSI. They need to learn how they can avoid these fights as well.
I mean, again, reminding everyone, while we do put this scrutiny on this team, it is understandable they are a team that half of them is very new. But it's also understandable that this is a bigger stage where there are a lot of expectations to be seen for these teams, for these players. And I think it's also coming from us who want to see not only a good match, but also this team, you know, the underdog story, the Cinderella story to come through, the rise of the newer players, and show to us what exactly makes this team shine. And I think that's the reason why a lot of us, you know, have this, I would say, cope for Enigma MSI, for Flash Vision Esports as well. I mean, Flash Vision coming in from a region with 2 new players, a player who is also, you know, who are quite new as well. I think everyone wants to see the firepower. I think for both teams, firepower is definitely there. We've seen it happen. For Flash Vision, it's not everyone that has that firepower, but some of them have those pop-off moments. Harley, especially. Master Ricks have been massive as well for Flash Vision. But when you look at Enigma, I mean, you see those pop-off moments. You see moments where, like, oh my gosh, they nearly just run through the entire team. They've gotten 3 already. There's still 1 more to worry about. And then suddenly, they get isolated. The decision-making and maybe the pressure, perhaps, has kind of clouded their judgment. And then we're just saying, what the heck happened there? We've seen it happen with fights against 214 Sin, where, you know, they had the first advantage in getting 2 of their players knocked down, and they weren't able to secure these fights. And I want to see more of that. When you have the advantage, I want them to take a deep breath and think, okay, what can we do to be able to finish this fight, and as not tunnel vision onto one thing that's happening. Now, coming back to the rest of our picks, MFG, understandable. We haven't really quite seen them yet today, but the sparks are definitely coming. The potential is there. Again, coming from MFG, they took toward the end of the day last week to really show us their powers. Day number 2 and 3 toward the middle to end of the week was when they really showed us their true potential. So while I might not be a believer now, but I definitely will be a believer later. And if they prove me right, I mean, if they prove me wrong, great. I love when teams prove me wrong. It's the best feeling in the world. It's like, oh my god, I need to shut up and just eat my words. But also at the same time, you are looking at GE from Erangel, and I understand his pick as well. Phenomenal performance last week. One of the biggest teams to play over in PMSL. They had a pretty good track record, making it to the grand finals and ending in the middle of the ladder while they didn't win. So, you know, for them, I do understand what they expect from this team. And since TKE, a good start to the day, a bit more quiet in this mid-side. Excited to see more from them.
I want to go back to Enigma MSI. It's probably because Enigma MSI is used to the PMNC meta, wherein there's not much of any. I mean, there's maybe a few aggressive teams, but not all. Wherein in the PMCL region, there's so many aggressive teams. Like, everyone is very aggressive. So that's probably why Enigma MSI is having a hard time right now to adjust from that meta going into this region that we're in right now. But we're gonna start now this match number 4. And let's go and see who will get that winner chicken dinner.
Ladies and gentlemen, flight path from the northern side of the shooting range all the way to Novorepnoye. I don't think it's the problem getting to where they want to go to. My curious question is where exactly the circle is going to be. Just now we had a Gatka circle. We've had an SMB circle as well. And the third one is question marks all around.
I'll go with Stalber.
Stalber. Oh, that was what I wanted last week. It'll be fun to have a, I don't know, it's been a while since we've seen a mansion circle. I think we've seen a shelter and toward Milta one the previous week. We saw a southern hospital one before. So, heck, even a Pochinki circle will be fun, no?
Right, and we haven't really seen that yet.
Surprising.
For, PMCL.
These general centralized circles are the one that's been evading us, and these rare circles are the ones that's been coming toward us.
And we've seen like urban warfare circles like in Miramar.
Oh, that was very anticlimactic.
But for this is another circle going to the side of Austria Esports.
You know,
and
this is my final week on this desk, right?
Yeah,
So,
me too.
and for you as well. If us two are not here on this desk, and next week when Chuchu and Sir Cloud come on this desk, and these circles get normalized, let's just say it was us all along.
Yeah.
It was us
We
all
are the
along.
jinx.
That would be it, isn't it?
We are the jinx.
We are the
Well,
jinx.
Well, this will scratch the heads of Genesis Esports players because they drop at Novo. They went towards their second dropping point.
Wait, I'm
which
so
is in
sorry. Can we
Rosa.
hold up? Because look at where Ranked is compared to the rest of 2-1%. He's alone.
And this is the adjustments that they made because they have been having some troubles on rotating to the bottom side of the circle. So they went ahead and went to the bottom side, all three members except for Rankid. And look at them now. Migs able to get one. And there's going to be a battle here for Rozak. This is Flash Vision Esports versus Genesis Esports. Marnette just waiting at that window with the QBZ. The PP Bison for the side of Master Rix. Not a good idea if I am Master Rix. But then again, now, look at RSG now. Pushes in, crashes in towards 214 Sin. They're not going to go down. I think they haven't really looted up yet. Good shot there coming from Migs.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, almost knocked him down. Zyzak with that DP28. And again, this DP28, an underrated weapon. It has been a meta before, but...
The pizza gun.
Yep, the pizza gun. But then again, it got changed all because of the shotgun meta. So this is not really a weapon of choice.
I miss the pizza.
Normally now.
The pizza meta.
Oh, but look at the kill feed earlier. We have ASTE dropping one player of Dread Esports. Looks like they're having a little bit of a standoff again at Yasnaya Polyana. There we go. Holy Lanju now throws in a nade. Pushing in is Miner. Miner is just not so afraid of pushing in.
He's insane. It's like the world is his oyster and no one can stop him. This is next level confidence and rarely does he ever get punished. The pre-fires ring through. He has an idea where everyone is and immediately they hear the sound of the shots and everyone just moves out of the way. Move, everyone! And they do just that. That's just command in terms of confidence. Zayol right here, prepping that nade. They marked Jibna, so Jibna is having a hard time getting even close. You have one member just bleeding to death on the outside, which is Moy. And he's being marked. It's so hard to rotate to him. A lot of things are against Dread Esports right now, but Dread is just one of those teams that just kind of turns the tides when it matters the most. And they're okay to give up this space, but I think Moy is just gonna have to go. And it's just so unfortunate because they just dropped down. Miner's still holding. He has full control of the bottom side of the area. And they don't want to waste time. No Fear at least gets that final pick-off against Moy. So it's 1 point in the bag. I'm wondering what the call was to move Miner away from such a very aggressive location. And he was not adept or aware that Jibna is close, but it does show their cards, show their hand for a little while. But no one is willing to really fully push them. There's a lot of respect coming through. ASTE at least finds one. Demi-OS goes down. Answers back Jibna. No one to actually trade back No Fear, and this is not good. No Fear. One of the big impact makers for the team, and ASTE now in trouble. They're so low. Jibna. We talked about wave changers, tight turners,
there
and
you go.
ASTE is out. And Dread Esports have just been such... These two teams have been locking horns for the past 2-3 maps. But Dread Esports have been coming up on top.
I think the record is like 2-1 now between Dread and ASTE.
Yep.
Because I remember last week they were able to eliminate Dread Esports. And look at the emotes now coming from Dread Esports. I will see that later on TikTok. I know Jibna is very active on TikTok, so we'll see that on his TikTok. But going back, 2-1 is the score now. Dread Esports has the advantage, so I think this would lead to, ASTE having some, second thoughts on, going for the push. I mean, I know Miner can do it, but when he gets damage, and he doesn't have any heals, by the way, in that scenario, then ASTE will fall down, especially if they lose No Fear.
Let's
But
be
look
real,
at
Healer. That was an overheat from ASTE.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna be very blunt and honest about that fight. They had no right to be rotating and moving around that way. And now the nades come through. Flash Vision finds themselves in another moment where they're just crunched from so many areas. Cowboy goes down. Master X potentially all alone in this corner. Can't do much. Flash Vision. Only one person left alive, and that's Master Toki. And he has to be careful. I don't think GE knows where he is quite yet, but he's out in the open. Makes a single noise, and that's it for him. But coming back to that particular fight that we were witnessing earlier between ASE, they had no right to be playing that aggressively, going around that freely. There was no call for a trade. There was no call to finish off a person. There was no call to play together. And it felt like they really underestimated their enemy. Sotoki finds one at least, a knock, but can't do more than that. 15th place for them. And it must be a heartbreak for ASTE fans right now. Just watching. I was hoping more as well. ASTE, they started off strong today. Good second match. The third one that's a little bit more slow. And then, you know, we sort of expected them to come back for this one. Didn't quite happen yet.
And look at Myth Clan now. Going for a field trip. Not so sure where they're coming. I think they're coming from Lipovka, right? Like, they're coming from Lipovka. This is long ways out on using a boat, so most likely they have like a spare gas so that they can, you know, fill it up. But most likely they will be able to get into the zone around Novo area. There we go. Circle now will close in.
Bridge circle?
And this
question mark?
is the same circle as yesterday. Remember this circle?
Yeah. It's the exact same copy.
And you know what, Tosh? This would give 214 Sin a chance to do whatever GE did that time to control that bridge area. And what Migs and Rankid can do now is to, you know, go to where Wako and the other member of 214 try to do a bridge cap. Especially now that you can see God of Death 7 is closing by, going into the circle. You can see now SysTKE also. They have shown some struggles. I mean, they had, I think, a good match number 2, Erangel. And then eventually they slowed down on match number 3, where they only had, like, I think, 1 elimination point. So for match number 4, this is their time to bounce back. But eventually now, Rankid spots now Myth Clan, who went down on their boat. Now Rankid has all eyes here at Novo. So they will be split up now. Migs and Rankid, and then Wako, and I think Dale is the other guy for 214 Sin. And now they're gonna be fishing out of the waters of Novo.
Yeah, I think it's very. I think this is the same outcome from before as well, but it was 214 Sin on the receiving end. And it's teams that are a little bit more wise will be waiting toward this Novoye area, the coastal area, because there are going to be teams that are going to go for these long rotations in the waters. Itrix finds himself a bit of a pickle. No idea where to go. Shroud as well. It's all about just getting those pickups. They pop their head up for oxygen, and immediately the reaction from Migs, amount of pressure as well, has been huge. Just marking. There we go. First pick off there, it's gonna be Rankid with him. They just really place themselves on so many different angles and areas of the pier that it's hard to really figure out where exactly they're gonna go. Shroud goes down to the waters. Davy Jones' locker has claimed another soul. I wouldn't be surprised if it's gonna be Joseph and Easy as well to join him. So let's see if they're able to actually solidify and collect these points. But coming onto this one, let's talk a little bit about 214 Sin's performance today. Not the worst today. They were on 9th place. Shroud goes down. There we go. Davy Jones' locker. And I think for 214 Sin, we start to see bits and pieces of what we expected to see in terms of the aggression from last week. I think there was a lot of comparison that we both have done from these two Filipino teams. Their rotation seems to be running into each other a lot. Understandable, because they probably have been practicing and scrimming with each other. Similar style of play coming through as well. But I think last week I said I rated Playbook Esports a little bit higher compared to 2 and 4 Sin, despite the similarities. But for this week, 2 and 4 Sin is showing a little bit more of a different style compared to Playbook Esports. It's a lot more aggressive. It's there is a signature in how they play, which I can just separate them from PBE. And I'm really liking that they're finding their identity on how exactly they wanted to approach this play they have at these matches.
Yep, and Enigma MSI now, again, this is their problem. Going into rotation, they get picked off. Now they're down to 2. And one player, which is Kicks, already actually got past this bridge area. So they went ahead on having multiple vehicles. Young and Galacticos, though, really good with their aim, able to take out the rest, which is Xyle and Caps. So it's just only Macbeth who now spots WTZ. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get that knockdown. So now for Macbeth, I'm not really so sure on how he will play this one out. The best case scenario would be to go into the waters and swim towards the other island, which probably what he will do now. I'm not really sure though with Macbeth, but it's just gonna be probably just going for a full boost. There is going to be one team just right behind him. This is MFG, who's just tanking the blue zone now, right at stage number 3. So this means that they fully looted out themselves right around Georgia Pole area together with Enigma. And now you can see Unknown checking the bridge area, the entry point, where they will try to enter. Though YG is on the other side of the bridge. Macbeth realizes, and here's probably the vehicles coming from MFG, so that's why he's just prone on the ground. So Macbeth doesn't have any place to stay now. Again, the best thing that he can do is to just swim, which is, it'll be harder, especially now that it's only just 40 seconds left to go. And we're going to be on stage number 4. We're in the damage per second for the blue zone. It's much higher.
MFG. So long, this long drawn out fight. Macbeth finds himself knocked once again. Waiting for the pickup, MFG. Or exit. No stones left unturned. No loose ends. Takes him down. They're looking for that rotation in. At least for Kicks, he's already inside of the zone. His teammates have bought him so much time and space. But his time is up. He needs to quickly move away. MFG. So far out into the blue zone. And if they want to enter, there's always that problem. You have Harame Bros waiting for them. Austria Esports waiting for them. If they want to go for a longer rotation, it's going to be in trouble. TQ. That's the big one. A big fish, in fact. Yangon Galactico is in trouble. Crunched between all the members of TQ. A high ground as well as a long rotation. The backside Snake Cloud running away from his life. Harame Bro on one end also rushing into the area. No knocks yet. Jibna goes down to the play zone. Regardless, for TQ, this is a great day for them. I think for the quarter...
Oh, that's it for
that's
YG.
Unfortunate. Coming back to TQ, I think there were a lot of questions. I think even last week, I myself said that TQ, we haven't seen the moment where they're starting to come up on top. They're a little bit confused on how they wanted to approach this circle and this game. But this week, they look so much better. They took whatever it is, the mistakes, the rotations, the understanding from the games that they've played, and they've transformed it into such a dominant first 2 days that we've seen them so far. And it's so refreshing to see that. I'm understanding what the other casters see from them yet already. And this is a moment where I'm saying, okay, week 1, yes, the impact is there. Yes, the points are going to be very important. But week 2 is when all the teams start to wake up and understand how exactly to approach these games, these plays, and all the other players' adaptations are there as well. TQ, I would say, like last week I said ASDE had one of the best improvements. TQ is my pick for this week.
Wow, that's a bold statement there.
At least for now.
For now.
Yeah.
Well, my pick is TTQ. But
TTQ?
then again, now...
But TTQ
you
has
see...
been doing pretty well as well, no? Last week as well. I mean, we saw the sparks toward the end of last week.
Right. And the reason why I like them is because they heat up. I mean, it's automatic that they heat up right at the last 3 games. But now they won already on match number 3. which means that they're able to adjust. They're able to get things running early.
Right.
Compared to whatever they had done in the previous week, wherein they needed like 4 games. Then right at Miramar, that's where they actually pop off. But eventually now for Dread,
Oh no!
this is bad for them. And Marnet spots him from
I
above.
was so sure he was gonna get away with it too.
Well, there are openings out of that side rampings that we updated the bridge. But anyways, Migs got spotted now by Marnet, and this is where G is actually good, going for that bridge camping. Now MFG now pushes in towards TTQ. The top though on the kill feed will be dropped by Emas. And then for MFG, nades will be coming in. And look at the discipline coming from MFG. They're not using every single frag grenades that they're using. Compared to like God 7 in the previous match, they used every single utility until they needed one. And that's why they got eliminated by GE. But now, they're just not able to get much information. Again, information is the key when it comes to Battle Royale. So right now, they're just trying to make sure they, get closer with that buggy now and with that RB together. But then again, one is currently down. This is bad for MFG.
Trouble. No one in the middle at all. MFG, they eat full force of that nade. Look at this, Edward. Rushing up forward, Lil Yetka is still here, but he's so low. You have to deny that space. He gets the reset. Thankful. They push down together. TTQ. The power of teamwork is strong for this one. 11th place for MFG. Still haven't found their momentum quite yet. But for TTQ, that was massive. It was huge. It was exactly what they needed. Just really further launched them in terms of their momentum. And speaking of momentum, TQ as well. Popeyes. Eyes popped out there for range. Taken out. Harame Bros in trouble. One man already down. They punish Fern for that rotation. They weren't expecting Federalis to be that close, and Federalis is just so adept at playing this very quietly. It's hard to really figure out where exactly they're gonna be. Suddenly they think it's just so close, and Amas comes on top. Barely makes it, but he makes it work. Loads of utility to work with, nades as well as smokes just to set them up. Lots of space, and TQ, they want to deny that. Need to come through. They hear the roar of engines as Federalis moves out of the way. You know where Furng is? His head pops up, and immediately you can see some shots coming through from RSG. All eyes are on them, as everyone is just so excited to go in for those pickoffs, those trades, those steals. And there's a lot of pressure coming through. The same can be said about Myth as they go down to SysTKE. Still, this fight between Harame Bros is not done quite yet. Shappy on a bike. The only vehicle he could get right now, possibly his car has been blown up. Moves out of the way, GE as well.
Oh,
Numbers middle down, and Federalis gets caught out. Popeye is so patient in his corner, but his long-range pickoff from SysTKE, that is completely heartless from this player.
And that was an assist.
Yeah.
Coming from SysTKE, this will give Harame Bro some time to go for the revive, and now they will revive their best Terminator, which is Federalis. There you go. But then again, the nades now coming from Skynet, now down to just 4 nades from 7. Jappy goes down. Another nade coming through. Jappy needs help. Federalis just on 1 HP left. Good smoke placement though for Harame Bro. This will buy them some time, but then again, from a different area, RSG goes for the third party, and then Red Bull just ramming over the buggy, eliminates the whole squad of Harame Bro.
It's hard from them. They took that fight. They won it in the end, but they can't do any more than that. There was just no space and no time for the reset. And speaking of that, GE, Marnet taking full advantage of the pushouts. But the one who is actually gonna make it up on top, RSG, has a nice little area to work with. And the terrain is full in control. Marnet running out of the way, and 2 for Sin. They push and makes it out in the end. Migs shows us a masterclass on how to play aggressively without getting caught out. The punish is huge. TTQ has a nice little area that they've been holding. It's a terrain, still not in their favor, but enough for them to push forward. I don't think they have to worry too much. And the only people I have to worry about right now is God of Death 7. But they don't have 2-player advantage. They're gonna be playing it a little bit more quiet, a little bit more slow. XCXY. The only thing he has for cover right now is just this little bike and the little shack.
He's using it as cover.
I mean, they're just hoping, right? I mean, there's nothing much to work with. When life gives you a bike,
Well,
you
ooh,
use it
monster
as cover,
truck.
and Austria hits it. They just run through. They rush the entire compound. Nang X rushing up forward, takes full advantage. He sprays. Right timing is perfect. As Bunny was prepping a nade, he gets a spray it out, and he wins in the end. His teammate not too lucky. Skydee gets picked off. At the very least, Vape as well finds him. The hits were just not that great as well. As RSG, they understand the name of this game. They rush through. All you have to do is hold and punish. And Austria Esports lose 2.
Austria Esports now all of a sudden down to 2. As Gui now needs to get to where Nang X is at. There you go. Crashes in. They're now in the circle. So all they need to do now is wait. Wait for RSG to come closer. They can probably pick them off by just helping out. Ooh, there you go. That's gonna be the knockdown from Boy Sean. SysTKE. This is what Austria needed. A third party from another squad so that they can be helped out. Eventually, they can go for the push later on as Boy Sean going for a different angle. God of Death 7 is eliminated. TTQ just dominating the western side part of the map. And I've seen this type of circle again from I think yesterday, where Exquisite Esports won the game, and it's where TTQ is at as well, which was the location where Exquisite Esports was at. So TTQ has that fair advantage right now when it comes to circle placement. Now we're down to 5, by the way. RSG just down to 1. It's just Vape right now, just holding his ground. I think he's going to pop up some smoke for him to delay things up, but looks like he's just switching over his utilities. He also does have a stun grenade. But right now, looks like Austria Esports is getting set for them to push in towards the next building, just towards them. But look at this. Boy Sean looking for the backstab gameplay. Ooh, but he actually got spotted by TTQ. And this is bad for Boy Sean. He almost got that backstab over to Austria Esports, unfortunately. With this height advantage of TTQ, again, TTQ has all of that advantage right now.
KH is just waiting. Austria, 2-player deficit compared to SysTKE and TTQ. Very winnable for them. Firepower from them has been huge. They've been very dynamic. They know how to play when it comes to not having advantages. But everyone is just in the line, the wait, and Migs this time is just a bush. Can we call Mix Bush Chan today? Yeah?
Right?
Yeah, Bush Chan. Bush Chan Mix. Just kidding. Anyways, coming into this one.
Well, the Bushman is Jarrell, if you
I mean, it was
remember.
Jarrell, but this one, that was Bushman. This is Bush Chan, you know? That's why I give it to...
Chan.
That's why I give it to Mix. Everyone trying to be a Bush in this day and age. It's the new trend. But a little bit more of a serious note here. This circle has a lot more players coming in from the southern side. Vape play a close angle. Oh, timing is key, and Vape is good on that. He's solo, forced to go on the outside area because of that
nice.
molly. But he survives. He runs just out on the area.
Right.
Just waiting for the right
reflex.
time. The reflex is good. The timing is on top. Gewi gets taken down. Vape still on the aggressive. He does manage to get a knockdown. Gewi is just waiting to get picked up here, but it's going to be a tall order from Nang X. Look at how much pressure is coming in from TTQ. I think it's going to say to Gewi, you can hold on as much as you can, but I don't think I want to be baited out quite yet. I mean, they're doing quite well getting this top 5 finish at the end of the day. But I'm sure for a team like Austria, they want more. Oh, that was just too close for comfort. KH and TTQ putting a lot of pressure. And I'm liking this fact that they're all understanding and on the same page on how exactly they want to approach these fights. Everyone understanding there's a player here. Nang X rushes forward. A crunch to come through, but they didn't realize that STKE is close by. Boy Sean survives another round here in the top 4. STKE, a team that comes with a lot of firepower. A team that's been consistent throughout week 1. Alongside TTQ, a team that while they had moments in week 1, they haven't really solidified it, but looks like they want to be able to do that in this week. RSG is also here, as well as 214 Sin, the survivability game, and they want to do more of that.
Right. And the Bush-chan, Migs is still alive, just holding on with his MG3. And if someone would, go close by Migs, that would be a burst onto the HP.
I want to see Bush-chan make a play, please.
Right, please. I mean, the circle went to his way as well, so... I mean, he's gonna probably just move closer. Look at this.
Bush-chan.
Oh, he got spotted!
Bush-chan, come
and Heartless gets 214 Sin.
Oh man, that's so heartbreaking. We wanted to see the Bush-chan play perhaps another round, but CSTKE, they're gonna be laughing with that. Happy already with 6 eliminations. Only 2 behind TTQ, in fact. Neck to neck, these two teams. But in terms of circle control, looks like they have a bit more of advantage. You can see Natiev playing a little bit more forward. Boyshan playing the quiet aggressor from the side. I like this 2-1-1 formation they have. Boyshan dedicated himself to keeping an eye out on the other member of RSG. Vape is there. I think they've already marked him. You hear the footsteps as they rush through. He has no place to go. The circle not in his favor. And CSTKE is okay with this. They're saying, okay, that's fine. Eventually, you're going to have to push to us as well. The pressure is on. Other teams are looking at you. But like it or not, you're going to have to fall into our trap. The footsteps dwindle away. And Boyshan gets off prone. Waiting for the right time. Vape, quick on this. The nades are cooked. I think Boyshan, if he's able to predict this right. Nope.
Oh, no.
He finds it. Ooh. And he's the one that gets punished from it. Vape, what a read! Another nade to come out. Does he actually clip him? Yes, he does. And Vape finds one for himself. One-man army. Potentially ruining the other members of CSTKE's dream. And TTQ saying thank you so much for that. For taking this aggression. And we are just going to go in for that little collapse forward. Rush through. And an understanding. The information has been gathered, and we are going to make it rain nades onto you. And Natiev, the first victim to that. And they just go more mollies to clear him out. Vape does get taken out by Edward. And now it's just a collapse for TTQ. Time is just going down. And CSTKE, I don't know if they have an answer to this. Another man taken out. Heartless and Davan, they have the firepower. But it's going to be almost impossible as TTQ once again play the patient game and get themselves a winner chicken dinner.
And this is a back-to-back, right? For
yes, it is.
Time to Quick Esports. First back-to-back winner chicken dinner. No back-to-back from week number 1. So this is the first time that we had one in PMCL Summer. Congratulations to TTQ getting another one. And I called this out on match number 2. I said that they need to start now. And they started in match number 3, but they're not yet done.
Time to win.
Time to win. We can now call them TTW, right?
Yeah, there's a rebrand. Do credit me, I'm just kidding. Let's talk a little bit more about TTQ. The way they play here. It's not about the aggression for them. It's about waiting and reacting. And I think it's great how it looks so, how do I say it? It looks just so clean from them. How they take their time taking these fights. They take their time to go in on the aggression. It's a lot of wait and see and reacting, but also understanding that in order to be able to react, they need to have the right understanding in terms of positioning. And I love the fact that they've done that. They've played that to perfection. These last 2 games have really solidified what we can expect to see from this particular team.
And looking at the highlights, it started again as all of the teams just rotated all the way to the bottom side again. I mean, Harame Bro did that. And then eventually, there was actually one moment where Myth Clan got fished out by 214 Sin. And then here we saw Austria Esports pushed in towards the Vape, which is RSG. We didn't really see any more of the highlights. The other highlights coming from Austria Esports and RSG. Eventually, Migs got spotted. The Bush-chan is what we called him. And then RSG, good. This is one of the beautiful reads coming from RSG, able to knock down one of the guys of CSTKE. At that very moment, when they got the knockdown onto Boyshan, that's the end of SysTKE. What SysTKE can do maybe in the future is, if that would happen, is that they just need to focus on one side and then just clear out all the way, so that they don't really have to, check out their back, which is what happened to Boyshan. Eventually, they got killed in the end. MVP is Migs, not from TTQ. He got 3 eliminations.
Bush-chan!
The Bush-chan. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see some MG3 action, though.
Yeah. I think it was a little bit unfortunate we weren't able to see Bush-chan actually work out quite yet, but impressive play from 214 Sin. I mean, it was a lot of question marks sometimes from 214 Sin, but now I'm understanding that they have these protocols and ideas on how exactly to approach these games. So they have maybe a 4-man team, a 3-man team, a 2-man team, and finally a 1-man team. And Mix, I think one thing about Mix is that not only is he one of the first few to take first contact, go on the aggressive and take up space, but he was also a player that is so mechanically adept that he's able to play alone and make a little bit more impact in terms of survivability, in terms of getting those extra points before he gets taken down. Now, our chicken dinner back-to-back, time to quick esports. I think that was a lot of highlight I put onto Zuki. I also highlighted Edward as well in this particular one. But I think when it comes down to how they play, right, it's not really towards Zuki. I think last week it was more towards Zuki because a lot of times Zuki was the last man standing. Zuki was trying to pull his teammates toward the end of the line. But this week it looks a lot more clean in terms of firepower, in terms of teamwork. The calls has also been really good. So I'd love to see this more from TTQ as well. And again, I mean, coming in from last week, again, I think last week I became a fan of ASTE. I've loved seeing their firepower, I love seeing their plays. And this week I have to say, I'm now a big fan also of Time to Quick Esports on how clean they approach their games and their calls.
And TTQ, again, getting their back-to-back winner chicken dinner. First time ever in PMCL Summer. Normally, we see GE who does this. And GE does not just gets back-to-back like they do, like back-to-back and then another chicken dinner right at the end in Miramar. So this is a brand new thing. I'm enjoying now PMCL Summer because it's not just always GE. This is what we're seeing being on top. TTQ, ASTE, we have also SysTKE, learning from their errors, learning from their mistakes from the previous season. And the big difference is they're not afraid anymore of Genesis Esports. They can go head-to-head with the big big teams. They can go head-to-head with Arame Bro or even Playbook Esports or even Austria Esports, who is currently number 1 right now. And that's how good it is here in this region, because anyone can go over eventually. I mean, their potential is so much high.
Yeah, and then coming into this one, a huge solid lead from TTQ. Not only do they have the most amount of rank points, they also have a huge number of eliminations compared to the rest. And, MFG, ASTE, also Yangon Galacticos and Harame Bros is almost kind of heartbreaking when you see these teams not able to get this positioning, not able to get those eliminations as well. And they seem to not figured out how exactly to deal with a lot of these teams, especially today when there's this whole new group playing through. But GE, I'm liking this shift because last week a lot of the time we were talking about how GE is so adept at getting those rank points. But today, it's very, very similar to what we saw in PBE on day number 1. 1 rank point, but 8 eliminations. 2 rank points, and maybe a bunch of eliminations. I think they've really changed up the way they approach the game, and I think it's also to accommodate the fact that a lot of teams are playing aggressively. And in order to be able to do that, to be able to adjust that, is to fight fire and fire. You cannot be able to play your usual game, your methodical, and keep getting ambushed so many times. Austria, the first team to hit 100 points once again this week, and they look so good doing it. 112 points, a huge solid lead ahead of TTQ, and TTQ is our latest addition to the top 3 for this week, alongside SysTKE. Last week was GE, Yangon Galacticos, Harame Bro, that we saw up there in the top 3. Even PBE, right? And now this change in pace from different teams show us how difficult it is to really thrive and stay as the king of the standings here in the Southeast Asian region.
And looking at Austria, they're going towards a 70 point per day kind of performance.
That's
right?
insane.
And that is insane. I mean, ASTE did that in one day last week, and then
One
eventually
day, yeah.
they turned down their performance. One thing is for sure, with all of these teams improving, this only means one thing for this region. They're really motivated on that one slot in the PMWC, the PUBG Mobile World Cup,
I don't
because
blame them.
everything had changed from last season. It's always been Harami Bro, it's always been Genesis Esports, it's always been Ostja. But this time around, we see TTQ, we see sometimes Myth Clan, we sometimes see SysTKE, and then there's also Exquisite Esports, who is a brand new lineup, which I'm not really sure how they're doing it, because you really have to work on your chemistry, right?
Yeah, you really do. And I think, I mean, it comes back to that idea of how well you play with each other. I mean, we've seen all-star teams come forward with the best players in the region, and you question, why on earth is this team not working out? Is it the plays? Is it the chemistry? Is it the teamwork? You have no clue. And sometimes you have a team that out of nowhere gets better. It just comes down to that. Again, there is no I in team. It is a 4 versus the rest of the lobby end of the day. And speaking of a 4 versus rest of the lobby, we are going to go on a quick break very, very soon. Do not go anywhere because we still have another 2 more Miramar maps to play to end the day. No more Erangels. I think a lot of teams can breathe a sigh of relief at the very least, at least for the Erangel map. And a different sort of mindset is definitely needed when you go into Miramar. I'm so excited to see what's going to happen, but don't go anywhere. PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia is here. So we'll see you guys in a little while.
PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has 2 weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the 2 smaller mechas. They make for a near flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as 2 mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive 2-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the steel arc that spawns mechas, there's also the assembly base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The assembly base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the assembly base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a legendary pilot challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armor Mech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knocked down state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the magnet gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the respawn beacon. It will show up in either the steel arc or the assembly base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. For Metro Royale, we've improved a lot of the processes. Furthermore, we've also added new honor rewards and Chapter 20 collectibles. Moreover, you can now bring your companion on your Metro Royale adventures. For more details, keep an eye out for Metro Royale update videos. In the new version, we'll also be hosting a grand home competition. You can register for it as long as you've reached 200 home prosperity. Let your imagination run wild and share your dream home with the world. Additionally, we've added a mysterious, elegant, ancient capital resource pack. Many home items will also become available in a related upcoming event. Aside from these, we've improved and updated home building, browsing, interactions, butler actions, and more. Want to find out more? Keep an eye out for home update videos. With Mecha Fusion's arrival, World of Wonder has also seen plenty of updates. For gameplay devices, the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and other gameplay devices have all undergone a series of updates. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armor Mech. These devices are sure to get your imagination flowing for some awesome creations. Also, we've launched a pre-made map where you can play all kinds of creations built from a variety of themed scenery objects. Furthermore, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new map a shot. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content that will be available in Mecha Fusion. Cool mechas and thrilling combat await you in-game. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near-flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a Legendary Pilot Challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knocked down state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the Magnet Gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the Respawn Beacon. It will show up in either the Steel Ark or the Assembly Base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the Popularity event is back. We added a Popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from Popularity battles and Team Popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. For Metro Royale, we've improved a lot of the processes. Furthermore, we've also added new honor rewards and Chapter 20 collectibles. Moreover, you can now bring your companion on your Metro Royale adventures. For more details, keep an eye out for Metro Royale update videos. In the new version, we'll also be hosting a grand home competition. You can register for it as long as you've reached 200 home prosperity. Let your imagination run wild and share your dream home with the world. Additionally, we've added a mysterious, elegant, ancient capital resource pack. Many home items will also become available in a related upcoming event. Aside from these, we've improved and updated home building, browsing, interactions, butler actions, and more. Want to find out more? Keep an eye out for home update videos. With Mecha Fusion's arrival, World of Wonder has also seen plenty of updates. For gameplay devices, the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and other gameplay devices have all undergone a series of updates. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. These devices are sure to get your imagination flowing for some awesome creations. Also, we've launched a pre-made map where you can play all kinds of creations built from a variety of themed scenery objects. Furthermore, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new map a shot. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content that will be available in Mecha Fusion. Cool mechas and thrilling combat await you in-game. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Setting the record straight and making it hot, TTQ shows us a back-to-back chicken dinner, but the day is not over quite yet. 2 Miramar maps are still very much here, and the other teams on the top side of the map here to show their dominance in the second day of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer Week 2. I'm Tash Pade alongside Kuku TV, your casters today, and today has been nothing short of a banger.
Nothing short but a banger. We saw 2 winner chicken dinners coming from TTQ. This is the first time we've ever seen that. And this is the first time as well that TTQ started really strong at match number 3. The question now is, will they do the same in the map of Miramar? We know for a fact that TTQ has also been strong in the Miramar maps. I mean, yesterday they got a winner chicken dinner in that urban warfare circle that we had in Los Leones. Where the circle will go now will the others actually bounce back? I'm pretty sure that GE would love to bounce back. They haven't really had really good scores or haven't really had good games. I mean, earlier in the game in match number 4, they were able to eliminate Flash Vision Esports, but right after that, they haven't really gone really good. So let's see if Genesis Esports, one of the teams that I'm looking forward, especially in a map like Miramar, let's see if they can bounce back.
I'm really curious about Genesis Esports here because it's been a little bit uncharacteristic to see how they play. It's less about positioning and more about aggression. We haven't really seen that set plays, that I would say the synergy that we saw in week number 1. And I'm wondering if they are trying to adapt and change up how they approach this particular game and this particular map because of it. It is an experimental moment if they are doing that. So we are going to be expecting a little bit of a hiccup now and then until they start to understand what exactly they're trying to do in terms of executes. But again, this is all just speculation from my end. I'm really hoping to see whether or not this is true. Maybe we'll see it come forward in the next few weeks if we ever interview them. But speaking of that, hold that thought, because the Royal Pass A7 is now available. And this is a really good one. If you guys don't know, it's available from now all the way till July 15th, where you can get yourself a Knight's Gate Gladiator set alongside the Graceful Watcher set. And all of these perks are worth over 80,000 UC. These are all customizable, at least for the Knight's Gate Gladiator set. The Knight's Gate Gladiator PP19 Bison has a global announcement if you were to get a pickoff, which is going to be really cool for you to have as well. Good for you to flex. And last but not least, the Victory Dance, where you can just style on your enemies. Last week saw MFG do it. This week it's all about the Dread Esports. Let's see who will be next.
Yeah, let's see who will be next. Remember when we saw Miner did it on TTQ at bootcamp, and then I'm not sure if they really did the Victory Dance. I think it's a different one where Dread Esports, when they eliminated ASTE right at Yasnaya Polyana. But this is not Erangel anymore, so we won't see Yasnaya Polyana. We will see a different type of dropping point for both squads for Dread Esports and ASTE. ASTE normally drops at the northern side part of the map at La Cobriera. For Dread Esports, they do it at El Azahar. So they are now going to be on the opposite side of every map of Miramar that we're going to be playing in. Now, knowing that Playbook Esports is not playing for today, Impala would be open for the rest of the gang. Flash Vision Esports is what I'm looking towards to on dropping there. But anyways, we have the PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration available until July 9th, and you can find it under the featured event Motor Cruise. Get your own Tuatara or Tuatara Striker. Vehicle tokens do not expire and can be used in the next corresponding event. Another squad that I'm looking towards in the map of Miramar would be Enigma MSI. The question is, can they survive with all 4 members strong right around stage number 5? It's always been after stage number 2, there are only like 2 remaining players left for the side of Enigma MSI. Let's see if they can do that. But let's take a look at now our prediction. Mine is TTQ. Not sure why I put them on Miramar, where I was expecting them to be good in match number 3 going forward. But who knows? Who knows if TTQ can get a back-to-back-to-back winner chicken dinner.
A three-peat would be kind of dope, no? I mean, when you think about it, but also the idea that MFG has been shining on Miramar is still ringing very much true for me, at least for what we saw in the last week. So that's something to look forward to, at least on my end. Yango Galactico is also a team that does well. Myth Clan had their moments as well. Not the most convincing, but they had one of the most dominant chicken dinners, especially in the early side of week 1. Harami Bro speaks for itself. And I think, if anything, it's just Enigma MSI that from Vince that makes me really excited to see if it will be coming through. Now, Enigma MSI, we know that they are struggling in terms of trying to figure out that groove between aggressiveness as well as the decision making on how exactly they want to approach each fight, each map, how exactly they want to play this. And I am looking forward to see what they have in store for the Miramar map. It's a bigger map, it's a slower pace. It gives you a lot of time to think as well as figure out how you want to approach each position as as well. But Yangon Galacticos pick is something that I think is a lot more dominant. I think that if I were, I mean, let's be real here, I would honestly put Yangon Galacticos, but I want to see another team come up on top. But Yangon Galacticos, I mean, they play on the high ground terrains. They're so adept at getting these crossfires done. They found a perfect blend of aggressiveness to positioning that I think is just honestly perfection in this entire tournament. A lot more cleaner than Austria, but less aggressive as well. So it's a whole different dimension on how they want to approach these fights, which is going to be very exciting to see how they approach this particular one. And I think last week we saw very difficult circles as well. I mean, we've seen one that's all the way to the southern side. And then near Partona, I think we've seen one urban warfare in Los Leones. So it's not gonna be easy coming into this week as well. I think it's already changed how the game plays as well, given how difficult these circles are.
We haven't seen yet the circle going to El Zahar area.
No, not at all.
Right around Cruz del Valle or even in Campo Militar. I want to see a circle that is going straight right at that location. That gives benefits to Dread Esports, one of the teams that we would love to see flourish out. Kind of like what TTQ is doing right now. They're able to get 2 chicken dinners in a row. For Dread Esports, if they're able to get lucky with the circle together with their fragging abilities, well, definitely for Dread Esports, they can manage and they can try to get one for themselves. Well, I've seen from last season though, for Dread Esports, the first time they got a winner chicken dinner, I believe was on the 3rd week. So it's a pretty slow pacing for Dread Esports. They really start slow. Week number 1, then week number 2, and then week number 3 they opened up, and then during grand finals, that's when they showed their real form, where they were the second best PH team, just right under Playbook Esports. Well, we'll find out with the match upcoming. Again, we still have 2 more matches left. We've been having some long breaks, to be honest with you. Again, we want to make sure that all games are all fair and all teams or players are inside the game, and that's why we've been having those type of breaks. I know others here in the comment section have been waiting for the next game to start. But we're about to start now in just around less than 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting as we go into this one. It's going to be a big change in pace, a big change in mindset. And on top of that, that long break possibly had changed a lot of the dynamics on how the teams would approach things. I'm talking about their strats, their gameplay, the momentum even might just have been broken by that long break. So like it or not, teams are going to have to come in with a new mind, a different sort of mindset coming forward. But it is Miramar, a new map, so mindsets are going to have to reset anyway. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, the final new maps of the day, Miramar, we are coming right for you. So the question is, where are these Cs dropping?
A beautiful day indeed for Miramar. Ooh, look at this flight path. A straight line from west to east. From the western side of Monte Nevo, going straight right above Impala area. This will be a really good flight path. And remember, from the previous day, Chumacera is a place where 2 teams who drop together. This is God of Death 7 together with Sisti KE. Will they do the same thing today? Will God of Death 7 drop onto a different location? We've seen God of Death 7, especially in Sanhok. I see them not dropping to their usual spot around Camp Alpha. They drop differently in the map of Sanhok, so they might go ahead and drop a different one here in this map.
That's a good observation. That's why I like hearing these little color from you. You're very aware, and that actually does change some things. So let's see where they go.
Yeah, they didn't drop at Chumacera now. Look,
where are they?
So they're avoiding the hot drop now, and with this adjustment from God 7, they kind of like getting those elimination points, but not really that much for placement. So they're still having some difficulties when it comes to placement. But look at this, Master Rix with the M249 against Caps of Enigma MSI, the big boy of the Philippines. Does have the S1897, not able to get the hit there first. does have the
He goes
shotgun, so he does
crazy.
have the advantage here. Just one hit, and Masterix will be down. Oh, but he's surrounded. No, that's gonna be Kicks who
That
will
is
help him out, and now it's
disgusting.
Fit who will actually go for the bailout. I think he doesn't have any guns yet, and there you go.
That fight was perfection. Oh man, that was disgusting coming in from Kicks and Caps. Love to see it. The way they've been playing is immaculate. They know how to lure them into these fights. It's almost a bait, honestly. That's what I wanted to see from Enigma MFSI. And on top of that, I think they were so much quicker on the loot, which means that they had advantage as well. I mean, it wasn't that, I think for Master X, they did have, I would say, a slightly better weapon for a mid-range to long-range fight. But the fact of the matter is they got baited into this CQC, and they were all punished for it. So Flash Vision Esports, they're gonna be happy. They're gonna have to work with what they have. The 2 players. And coming back to God of Death 7, I mean, you were highlighting their drop spot, and
Bieber.
Yeah, Bieber with the knife kill as well. That's not the best outcome, and not what they wanted to have with this particular change, but it's okay. Still early in the week. Still 1 more map to go. Enigma MSI is not done quite yet with Kicks going on aggression. They do have an answer at the very least, but not more than that. A knock is the only thing they can all achieve, and Enigma MSI, they're gonna be very happy. 4 in the bag, an entire team of points, and these two have been side by side since last week all the way to this one, all the way at the bottom of the ladder. And it's just been such a struggle between these two, because not only are they at the bottom of the ladder, they're also running into each other a lot in terms of drops, running into each other a lot in terms of rotation, so it doesn't make it any better for them anyway.
Yep. And the potential that you could see with Enigma MSI, if they can be consistent like this every single game, then they're not going to be a top 16
I mean,
right at the scoreboard on the right side, right?
It's hard to say when you talk about consistency for Enigma, because where I see them truly shine, this comes back to my point about them being a high-risk, high-reward team. A team that likes these early fights, going for these hot drops, takes these plays, and this is just one of the moments that they come up on top in those. But what if they were to hot drop against Yangon Galacticos, Ostia, TTQ? This is such a 50-50 moment. But then against a team that's a little bit more up there in terms of firepower, in terms of experience, it's going to be not even 50-50 anymore. And that's why I said that when you play this game of a hot drop, you best be prepared mentally as well as, experience-wise and your strats on how exactly you want to play this. Because sometimes when you want to hot drop another team, what if that team is not there and another team is waiting? You might not have the right idea on how exactly to manage a different team.
Well, it's kind of like they targeted Flash Vision Esports.
I mean, I don't blame them. Currently, Flash Vision
I
Esports
know.
are the team that's not really been performing. Their firepower hasn't been up there. We've seen the potential, right? But in moments where they're not able to figure it out, not able to get the loot properly, not able to play together, it just all falls apart.
Well, let's see if Enigma can continue this. I mean,
Then keep
their
hot
lineup-
dropping Flash Vision? Is that what you're saying?
No, like try to continue on not getting killed in game.
Oh.
That's what I'm looking towards on Enigma MSI, because again, we always see them being killed like right around stage 2. There's only like 2 players left for them,
Yeah.
or maybe even 1 player left for
That's
them.
the problem
They
with
need
the
to
early
make sure
fights,
that they
right?
can
Yeah.
they need to sustain every single player that they have. They need to make sure that they're available. Well, they say that availability is the best thing that you can have for your team. So if you're available right at stage number 5 to 6, I know for sure that this team can manage, because I've seen them played in PMNCPH. This squad of Macbeth, Zyle, and Kicks, and then Jap was their other player, where Jap is already with Harami Bro.
Yeah.
Now together with Caps, which is another good player coming from Enigma. Really good lineup for me, in my opinion, compared to having like a 50-50 lineup. But then again, look at this. Cute low-key now. Spots Federalis, and look at this. Say Cloud. Without any hesitation, now pushes in Federalis.
They prep the nade. These two teams. Harami Bros, a team that wants to find their top spot once again against Yangon Galacticos. Very consistent, very aggressive. Erangel is on the outside. YTZ! Unfortunately gets spotted out. But there's an answer at the very least, but Erangel still puts in the damage. Say Cloud needs to follow up. Range is here, at least for the backup. Free fires go crazy. And Say Cloud out there in the open. He's not afraid, he wants to get the kill. Jump shots all around. Say Cloud, forced to give away the space. Props the nade. Wants to deny that pickup as well. Does he know that Jappy is close? That's the question. Oh, he knows now. He quickly just swerves straight into the compound. Masterclass. But then, Say Cloud gets knocked. Romeo Boy is close. Needs to be careful. Another nade, and he's gonna make it rain. He's gonna put a lot of pressure onto them. He's gonna try to force it. Another nade to come through, clears out the close angle corner, and they punish Jappy! They said it's the final 2 maps of the day, and let's just go as aggressively as we can. And both teams suffering heavy damage, heavy losses. Range goes down. An answer at the very least. Loki waiting. Does not allow them to push in from one area with that Molly at the very least. No dots damage quite yet, and Loki pushes through.
Coming.
So many angles, so many areas to worry about. Both teams on the low and low. And on top of that, a push out from Ostia. Not looking great for both of them. Loki is so low. Don't know if he has enough utility for go for that reset. And Amas, all he can do is just wait. There is the pickup, but the sprays! A bit much. Harame Bros make it to the top. Losing one in the process, not the worst ending in the world.
Beautiful lineup there coming from Harame Bro. And they also able to avoid the third party coming from Ostia. And then now Ostia. Let's not think about Harame Bro. Let's just go towards a different team. And now Boyshan will probably get burned. Nope. Ooh, beautiful nade. Takes down Skynin. And now Nangx gets sets for another nade as well. Will this be a trade? Nope. Actually, he cooks it early. Boyshan. He's just waiting for his other squad men to come by. This is Heartless now coming in. Ostia is in trouble. Now the nades coming in from both sides. Heartless got hit there. Good thing he was able to survive. Boyshan doesn't have any nades anymore. He does have a smoke. So he can probably use the smoke right now to get themselves covered, because look at this. Harame Bro is lurking around them and they might go for that third party. But now, Nativ will throw in another nade. Will this connect? No, it doesn't actually get into the second floor of that brick house. Now Nativ has 2 more frag grenades left. Ostia is sustaining this push from Sisteke.
Yeah, and they're just waiting. Ostia is just one thing they know, the timing. Reads like a book. You want to wait for that one pick-off and then immediately collapse. It's been the recurring theme, and here's Dang X, and exactly that's what he does. And now here we go, the collapse to come through. And they just shot all the position. But because they're taking out the player, means that they can't collapse as cleanly because they can't use him as bait. Red Bull go for a pickup. There is one close. Dang X with the pre-fire. They rush into each other. 9 minutes close by. He spots one out. Boyshan. They play the tag team. The beautiful duo. The double swings as well. Was not expecting Skynin to be so close, and since TKE, Natiaf and Davan, they're gonna have to just move away and give up that particular fight. Losing 2 this early is not the best outcome they wanna get, but we've seen this team go toward the end, survive a top 4 with only 2. But it's almost scary this time because there's a lot of pressure coming in to them during this rotation.
I almost thought there that Nati was out in the open, and then it's just an open spray for the side of Harame Bro. But then again, Emas gets hit there. And this is Davan just trading out bullets after bullets with Emas. Now let's switch over here to Los Leones. We have TQ and Dread Esports. Kind of different type of rotation from Dread Esports. Normally we see them just right at the edges of the circle, but it looks like they're gonna try to get into the middle portion of the circle for now. But then again, there's gonna be another squad who's gonna hurt Sis DKE. That's gonna be Myth off from the kill feed. Eliminates 1. TQ now, or that's TQ rather, or I think it's RSG if I'm not mistaken. Yep.
There's just so many teams there, so I don't
So
blame
many
you. There is
teams.
so many teams, and because it's such a Los Leones circle. Again, it's very likely we're gonna be getting an Urban Warfare ending. Look at how big the amount of Los Leones is in the circle right now. The amount of blue zone, the players in blue zones as well, is just so many. Austria, one of the late rotators, and I think throughout today we've seen a lot of their late rotations. There's a lot of questions in my mind wondering why, because last week we saw when the circle was a little bit more difficult, they went quickly towards the middle of the circle and they held that area. There is a curiosity I have as to why they decided to change it up here. They're playing toward the end, and I'm guessing that they want to try and take these fights. They want to get these eliminations, and I think it works out in their favor because it goes in line with what they want to achieve based on their objectives. Regardless, coming into this particular one, it's gonna be interesting as well for ASTE. It's been such an interesting moment for them today because they've been really butting heads with Dread Esports, where Dread Esports managed to come up on top of them 2 rounds, and they've only managed to win once. And I think in this particular map, there's no more hot drops happening. They're choosing a different route, and I think it's a good adjustment for them. A lot of respect coming through for the rest of the teams, and sometimes teams need to understand that their respect has to be given. Federales caught out by GE, Master Ichi on top of that, and does not bode well for Harame Bros here. Having their players dwindle down in terms of numbers and losing your heavy hitter like Federales this early in the game, it just really eliminates a lot of the win conditions that you had in your pocket to achieve that chicken dinner. It's not impossible, but it's definitely going to be harder.
I think Harame needs to know when to stop, because if you could see
Why
there
was he out there
earlier-
in the open? That's the question.
Yeah, he was out in the open. Federales was out in the open. So for Harame Bro, they need to learn how to stop being aggressive. And it's just probably that they wanted to, come out on top, especially that they were able to eliminate Yangon Galacticos earlier. And then they were able to avoid the third party coming from Austria Esports. And looks like Harame Bro is gonna try to maybe go for a hard rotation going into the blue. And we'll get vehicles as well. This means that they will be late going towards into the circle. But then again, we might see another urban warfare, because remember, we saw a lot of teams going to Los Leones area. I just hope that all of the rest of the other teams has already able to get their own buildings, unlike yesterday there were so many teams right at the edge because they focused on
the terrain.
The hillside. Yeah, the hillside of Los Leones.
But it's
Look
good
at this now.
because this time the terrain is not in the circle this early. So that already gives these players an idea of where this circle is going to go for. Most of the circle is, in the town itself. But the question is, if the circle decides to hard shift, moving out of these compounds is going to be the biggest problem these players are going to face.
And one of the teams that were really good with the hillside was ATG Esports yesterday. Ooh, but then again, this is the problem now for Harame Bro. They went for a late rotation. Now ASTE, one of those teams that are really good with gatekeeping, able to eliminate one, and Mas will be the last member left for Harame Bros. Does have still 2 first aids left and a bunch of maybe bandage. Still has some boosters as well that can maybe be used later on. I'm not sure where he will go now. Probably on the south side part of the circle. But I think there were like too many squads already that are right there. And there he goes, Kainin. Takes down Itchy on the feed.
It's just a knock.
And Austria's been really picking their poison really well. Like earlier, they were about to push Harame Bro. They went onto TKE, and now their target is GE.
They didn't have to. I think they're understanding that fine line between aggression and just a wait and see method. A lot of reactive plays coming through, but it's reactive, but it's also proactive at the same time. They're understanding, okay, that's the sound of gunfire. Let's just wait and see which teams are there, how many has gotten picked off. What's our advantage against this team? Holy Lanju from Dread Esports, a team that's been doing pretty well today in winning up these really early fights. Aggression is very much there. We want to see more of them. Unfortunately, a little bit too soon in the previous match, so the comeback might be here, but they're doing pretty much okay this particular week. A lot more faster in terms of getting heated up compared to week number 1. Fortunately, I spoke too soon. Crips does get one. It's Jibna that's getting knocked, so the pickup will eventually come through. And I'm not sure if they actually want to force these fights. And I think the biggest problem last week I saw from Dread Esports is that they want to force these fights. They want to push these situations, these areas. With Moy all alone on the high ground, the reposition is going to be a little bit more tricky for sure. But the amount of information he can get, the amount of crossfires, the pickoffs as well, can be massive. It's going to be a 2-1, I think, hold here from Dread Esports itself. No, actually 3-1 in fact.
It's a 3-1.
Yeah, they're holding pretty close together, which means the support will be only from one person. It was just straight up B from Moy. They can alert them for a crash out, for a rotation. He can put a bit more value in terms of getting those sprays right, buying time for his team. It can be huge, but if someone were to push him, that'll be it, the end for Moy. So there is that idea as well. It's very high risk. And look at that! He has his eye onto Macbeth. But it's not his all he needs. A bit of damage. And he actually manages to do that. This long-range pickoff from this range. And he's so adept at dealing with the bullet drop as well. And now he's just waiting for the other members of Enigma MSI to push out. Spots another one out in the pressure. And he tags them. Nearly takes him down.
And not enough smoke for Zyle in order for him to cross over. Ooh, oh, that's bad for Enigma MSI. Another knock for them. This will force that one last guy of Enigma to go down and go all the way up onto the second floor, or just maybe just like let Macbeth bleed out. I mean, you can still get Zyle though. So that's what Caps is doing right now, as Lil Yatka on the kill feed goes down.
Oh, they dropped
MFG.
down their stuff first as well.
Right,
That's
and
quick.
this is the problem when you have an urban warfare circle.
Yeah.
Whenever you get the knockdown, you're not really sure. Oh, wait, there's gonna be God of that 7.
They're so quick on that! The information is immaculate. They played off that. The pre-fires also doing so well. A lot of teams are just forced to do that this time around because everyone has been playing these very aggressive angles. And it's just so fun to watch. 1-4 find themselves outside the circle once again.
Oh, no.
Forced to get off the vehicle, rushing on the outside. The circle just chunking down as much of their HP as they can. They do have a vehicle at the very least, so they can go for a quick reposition. But the problem is, how long are they going to be gate kept outside the circle? Because they don't have a lot to work with. One Band-Aid is the only thing they have, and God of Death 7, they will react off this info. It's only a terrain out there. And KS, he goes out for the hunt. Try to get as much information as he can for the other members of 214 Sin. And he said, that's fine, I don't want to stay here too much longer. I don't have a lot of utility to work with. He sustains some of those sprays. But you can tell that for Amura Chili, as well as KS, they need utilities ASAP. A pickoff would be huge. Or perhaps just a random box that just happened to be there would help so much in their favor. Especially since they have no pickoffs yet. They don't have anything in their. They have a disadvantage in terms of 2 players. They need to survive.
Well, big error there coming from Dale. I mean, you have to understand when not to get into the blue. It's already stage number 5, so the damage per second as Moy goes down and he's dead. You have to understand the damage per second per stage that you cannot really stand, especially. You saw earlier Wako got taken down, and then Dale eventually went to go for the save. I mean, you cannot just let that happen. You can just leave that other member of yours, and you can just get into the zone together with another member that you still have left. Since right now 214 Sin only has one more player left, but right now looks like GE is on good position here on the northern side of the zone. They have a ridge. They also have a big rock as cover. They're looking at Migs right now, and Migs is stuck in this rock formation here. Now, nades coming from GE. That hang time will not go through. Migs does have 4 smokes, so he can still manage this, in my opinion. Just try to be patient. Just wait out on GE to not push you. because you don't really have any more space and your vehicle is already stuck there.
You can see that Harame Bros, Umaz is putting in a lot of pressure into one of the teams. I think he is the last man standing, and my goodness, he still has a pickup onto a player of Dread. And that's how good and adept this player is for Umaz. A lot of highlight came from you to this player itself, and this is the first time I'm seeing him play on his own. And he gets to knock down one member of Dread Esports, and I think he manages to take one down. And I think for him, it's all about getting those pickoffs and those survivabilities. Fortunately for 214 Sin, it's not the outcome they wanted. And Enigma finds themselves toe-to-toe with ASTE. On top of that, speaking of that, Zio is already down and out. And this does not bode well for the team. They do have the rest of the members still around, but they want to be able to survive longer. Jibna gets taken out, and Umaz is down and out, so no more damage coming through for Harame Bro. At least there is that punish to come forward. Mexican standoff coming in from MFG. Nice little wormhole as well set up by the team. They want to be able to take this compound. MFG will be the one to rush through. Naughty Boy on the top side. I think they know the nade to come out does not hit him. Both nades actually not hitting. Zizak pushing up forward. That's the next push and boom in here of these two teams. XD9K manages to get one for himself. Enough to just get lobbied. And now there's little that car to pick up. On top of that, for RSG, one more to pick up. They want to deny that. So they need to play together. Preps that nade. Buy some time. They need to play it safe. Dread Esports does get eliminated.
Oh,
I know,
no.
unfortunately, the dodge damage is a bit high. He needs to go for the heals. He doesn't have it. He only has one band-aid left. His teammate not able to survive. So he's at least able to loot a little bit more. Unknown coming and playing a very close angle here. I think it's very wise from MFG to just react off these sound cues as well as footsteps. Understanding that for RSG, it's about kind of chucking them down and away from these close angles, but Naughty Boy is closer. The DBS play a bit much. They spray out, and MFG can't do more than that. And RSG, the risk guys show us how risk is supposed to be taken.
And MFG was the one who pushed there, so I mean RSG has their stronghold. They had that advantage, and they just used their advantage. They were just staying at second floor, waiting for MFG to actually push in. And they also used the utilities, right? They used the mollies as a weapon in order for them not to be able to push on the second floor. But then again, right now you see Ostja, Red Bull got hit. Circle will now change in just a few seconds. Where will the circle go now? And there we go. It just goes to Ostja Esports. Ostja Esports, I think they bought the zone this time around. TTQ still alive though. I mean, again, there's still a possibility of a third winner chicken dinner. It's just a matter of how they will get it. They will probably get it much more difficult this time around. But for now, it's GE also alive with 4 members strong, and they're very close by Ostja. I think they have no choice here. The only choice that they have is to just push Ostja. Maybe slow push would do the deal. But then again, Marnet gets pushed, and he was cooking up a nade, and that's why he wasn't able to fire his gun, and no fear at all. Able to eliminate Marnet using that Groza. First time I've seen someone using Groza right now. But then again, now the cavalry is here for GT. It's gonna be massive GT now with the S4A. Oh, that's it for ASTE.
Just wait, and TQ needs to go for that pickup. Footsteps from mid, and they just completely overwhelm. What a good double swing coming in from mid. I'm liking this gameplay, this team play coming in from Myth. I think there were a lot of moments where I questioned the decision making, but this time around they seem to understand the strength in numbers is key. I love seeing them play this. So let's see how far their teamwork can bring them forward. There's a lot of 7 deaths coming in for the lower side. RSG with the upper hand advantage. The nade rings through, completely finds Bunny. Smokes to give him a little bit of space to work with. Zizak needs to provide a little bit of support for Naughty Boy. Naughty Boy has been impressive when it comes to how he plays for Risk, guys. Very aggressive, provides a cover fire as well. God of Death 7 They have a lot of breathing space here. Goes for a pickup. No nade's thrown at them as well. They don't know that they've got a little bit far out. Yep. They're safe for the time being. I'm virtually brought back into the game. Naughty boy holding back, and this is good. Not playing too close, giving a bit of space, and realizing that this terrain is steep enough that if they were to pop their head up, they're gonna be completely sprayed, and they're holding. And look at the amount of teams in the southern side as well as the eastern side. Excuse me. Only Austria is in an advantage here. They only have to worry about the teams in front of them, and think about the amount of pressure they can put on anyone that's trying to cross through.
Well, it's kind of low-key that RC has the advantage here, in my opinion, because they have the towers that they're holding on for now. God of that 7, if they try to go up, Austria Esports will be able to see them. TTQ as well might be able to see God of that 7. Myth will be kind of like sandwich altogether now between TTQ and the RSG. So for GE, I mean, the best thing that they could do is try to push on Austria so that they can take their position. But then again, gonna be Naughty Boy who takes down Shroud. Well, it was actually Gus who got the knockdown. And Naughty Boy tries to confirm those kills, or those knocks rather, coming from a different squad. Gooey takes down TTQ KH, and this is now the problem of TTQ. The circle that is right in front of them, it's way too open.
And TTQ is in trouble. The blue zone chucks them down, and the amount of pressure coming in from not only Austria, but also the other teams is a bit much. They're forced to go on this rotation, and like it or not, they're not able to survive. The only one that's safe right now is Zuki. Mid-clan can't hold on any time longer, but they've done so well to survive with just 2 toward the end of the game. Now's Top has a ghillie suit on. They have a bit of advantage when it comes to their resources, so they can't play off that. West has been huge with the pickoffs, has been huge with the individual plays. Smile as well. Could be a very deadly combo, and now we're on our top 4 as God of Death 7 gets eliminated. Austria, the only team with an advantage right now. I think they're forced out of their compound, but with the advantage in numbers as well as their confidence, this might just be their chicken dinner, but I'm not going to say anything too much because I might just jinx them and I don't want to do that.
Yep. We are the jinx, as we said. Oh, but then again, look. The blue zone is just knocking down Austria players. This will help out the cause for GE. For Zyzak, he's not able to get a revive, all because of Zuki from TTQ. And look at this. Ooh, nice shot. Naughty Boy trying to fend off Zuki, but Zuki, the Terminator of TTQ, eliminates RSG all alone. 1 member versus 3.
And here comes the wait. 1 versus 2 versus 3. Austria, at the very least, their firepower dwindled, with 1 player already knocked down. But it doesn't stop them from being as aggressive. Each player here brings out a lot of damage, but Zuki equalizing that advantage down to 2, down to 1, and Austria! All their advantage dwindled. They didn't have the positioning correctly, and GE unfortunately
1v1.
eliminated, and now it's a 1v1. Gilly
Oh!
can't do it! And a 3-peat happens once again. TTQ! What is going on today? Such a very dominant end, and they bring their momentum from Erangel all the way to Miramar. Time to quick esports. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
I picked them to win in this match, so I get that prediction right. But I called them out. Time to win now. Starting match number 3, and then it's just the story of TTQ now. Just getting winner, winner, chicken dinners after winner, winner, chicken dinners. Until now, they're still hot, even though we had like that long break. They are still hot, and they need 1 more to get the 4-peat. There's still 1 more match left for us guys. I know we are already extended with the time, because normally by this time around we're in the last game. But anyways, for TTQ, they have the momentum now. They were able to clutch it out, and Zuki was the man in that game.
The change maker, the tide changer, is what we are expecting to see here for that guy. And around that, I think it wasn't the most difficult of circles. What made it difficult was the fact that the teams had to move out of their compounds into an open area, which made it really hard. And I did say compounds can only bring you so far. The priority should always be the high ground. So that's exactly why previously on this map, we saw a very difficult one when teams were just fighting for that high ground advantage. The problem with getting a compound early is that yes, you do survive, but if the circle chunks away from you, that's where all the headaches is gonna happen. Because there you go. For Austria, they weren't able to get the prime locations early. They were stuck out in the open. They had nowhere to go compared to the other teams who were forced out to find these little terrains to work with. There was a lot of times that teams were just getting chunked down from so many different areas, so many different teams. That's the beauty of having this open circle sort of hold. But Austria, like it or not, their positioning was just so compromised. The low ground was the only thing they had to work with, and on top of that, out there in the open where they are not able to play the perfect crossfire that they usually do, it's almost impossible. But Zuki this time, playing it so safely, playing that high ground to a T, very adept and aware, and he once again is our MVP.
Zuki again getting that MVP of the match. This only means one thing. Zuki has his eyes set for that Terminator of the week. He didn't like what Red Bull did last week, so Zuki from Myanmar, from Time to Quick Esports, he wanted to get that title, wanted to get that 150 Gs, right? For TTQ. But again, the story revolved around Los Leones in that match. We're in. We almost thought it's gonna be an urban warfare circle. I mean, yes, it was until like stage number 6 to 7, wherein it actually shifted away onto the northern side of Los Leones, and it was just the ruins where Austria was staying in. And the reason why TTQ won there was Zuki actually split up from the 3 members that they had, and after splitting up, he just clutched it out with RSG. He had that height advantage. He was able to see all players, including Genesis Esports, at his left side, and that's why TTQ got the 3rd winner chicken dinner of the day.
I think it's really exciting looking into this one. What a day this is. 3 chicken dinners in a row? It's been a while since we've seen that. And you can see that the name of their game here is positioning once again. Elimination's not the highest, but because they were so adept at keeping each other alive, making sure they got the best positioning and prioritizing and marking every single enemy around, that's what really gave them the value in that situation. The shift was hard. I don't blame them. Coming in from the urban area all the way to the wide, wild open west. It's definitely harder to adapt, and I'm really happy to see that TTQ was able to do that. It just shows a lot of range in how they play. Now I'm really curious to see where we are going to be seeing these teams toward the end. And I think there was this comment earlier I saw in the live stream about how GE right now is the only team without chicken dinner in the top 5, and I don't think it's the most terrible thing to be looking at, because I think because of the change in pace on how this game plays, because of the format, because of the point system, we are starting to see teams that have no chicken, no problem. Harame Bro did that in the first 2 days, I believe, for the PMCL last week on week 1. And I think we're starting to see that happen for GE as well. The fact of the matter is, consistency is key, and the fact that you're able to stay at the top 5 without a chicken dinner speaks volumes in itself.
Right, and you can see how this match played well, especially for those squads who entered Los Leones early. One of those squads was Dread Esports. They were able to pick off like players. One with Enigma, or actually 2 with Enigma, and then there was another squad just right in front of them. So they used that height advantage when they're able to actually get those buildings, those broken buildings inside Los Leones. And this is what Miramar is known for: getting those higher ground advantage, getting those verticality advantage over other squads. But then again, here are the match standings. For match number 5, 18 total points for TTQ. Austria getting 17. A strong outcome here for Austria. Unfortunately, they got, or the chicken dinner was stolen by TTQ. GE is waking up now. Look at them with 11 points. RSG with 9. MythClan also waking up here in Miramar with 7 points. 6 for Harame Bro. But looking on the flip side, MFG. I think this is one of their days that they're not having a really good time. 0 points right here in Miramar, where we usually see them really good.
I think it's all about the momentum. They haven't found it quite yet. I mean, again, reminding you that MFG seems to only really pop off toward the end of the week, toward the midweek to the end week. So I think it's all about that, again, day number one, the day to get acquainted with the new shuffles, the new teams, the new groups. Now, coming into this one, I have to say that despite GE not getting any chicken dinners, they are doing so well at making sure that they are still consistent in terms of points. And I think it's great that they're able to do that. 77 points, tying them up with Erangel Galacticos. I think that's a very fun thing to see. Now, TTQ has managed to breach the 100-point situation. 4 chicken dinners in the bag. So you can see that there's a lot of balance between their ranking points as well as the elimination points. So that's actually very exciting to see as well. Same goes for Assist TKE if you think about it. Now, the teams toward the bottom side that I'm really excited to look at here is I'm looking at TQ that's starting to look a lot better. Dread Esports as well has managed to find a little bit of their groove, and Harame Bro a little bit more dismal. I think there's a lot of not pressure but expectation onto Harame Bro, given the fact that they're one of the teams that's been in the scene for quite some time, a team that's had this heavy firepower, a team that's been performing. A lot of fans are probably wondering what on earth is happening with Harame Bros, what's going on here, and I think they just haven't been able to play their game. It's just been denied from them so many times. When you're a team that's used to playing this way, I think the same goes for Enigma, how you sit back in PMCO, everyone likes to play the aggressive style play, and then you're moving to a bigger stage, you're not sure what to expect, especially from different regions. There is going to be that problem of adjustment. Some teams adjust faster than others, and I think the bigger teams are definitely going to be the teams that are going to adjust the quickest, because they are teams that, I mean, especially like Erangel Galacticos, GE, who's placed all the way in PMSL. They're used to this, I think, high-level style play, the different mindset, high-pressure cooker situation. And I like the fact that even if they don't make it to the end, they have this contingency plan that elimination is key. And GE has found that. They get one rank point, but say 6, 7, 8 elimination points, which still is enough to really catapult them forward coming into the rankings of the overall standings.
One thing I can say for Harame Bro is I think they're missing out on their former player MM. MM now is with Exquisite Esports and is doing really well with Exquisite Esports. Now that they have like this brand new lineup wherein they play Jappy, Emas, Federalis, and Range. Looks like their chemistry was kind of off, the season. I mean, they started really well with week number 1. Not really ended up strong, to say the least, for Harame Bro. But you can see now the adjustments coming from the other squads in this week, and looks like Harame Bro is actually having that difficult adjustment. Is what we're seeing right now. You saw by the time that Federalis gets killed, sometimes they don't know what to do for Harame Bro. Like they need to learn on how to survive even without their top fragger, which is Federalis. And also there were times that they lose range, their IGL, which is kind of affecting their gameplay. So for Harame Bro, I think again I'm seeing them probably missing the fragging abilities and also I think leadership of MM, because I remember MM from Beta Esports. If you know Beta Esports from the Philippines, they played also in PMNC. But anyways, let's talk about more of the Royal Pass A7, available now until July 15th. Enjoy perks worth over 80k UC. Includes the new custom color Nightscape Gladiator set, which is the male set, the Graceful Watcher set, which includes the set and the cover, and then we also have the upgradable Nightscape Gladiator PP19 Bison, and then lastly the new Victory Dance, which we encourage everyone in the live comment section right now who's watching this live stream across all platforms to share it on their social media pages, and a whole lot more.
Exciting when you think about this Royal Pass. And I think that for a lot of teams, I mean, a lot of players, since you're grinding this game so much, you might as well get some rewards as you grind. And I think that getting these extra stuff for your vehicles as well is definitely a flex that you can do yourself. And I think coming back into what we talked about as well, I mean, I think I did notice Skynin have the elimination broadcast in one of the games last week. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Saw on the other end of the screen. Now, coming into the one after this, I mean, also the fact that the gladiator set comes with multiple colors is also really cool as well. If you think about it, it's very customizable. It's more than just these 3 colors. You can check it out. You can find out more on the PUBG mobile updates. But now let's talk a little bit more about the other new promotion, which is the PUBG Mobile X Shelby Supercars collaboration, which is happening from now until July 9th, where you can find it under the feature event Motor Cruise, where you can stand a chance to get Tuatara or a Tuatara Striker, or both. Why not? No one's stopping you. In fact, we encourage you, because it is a very cool collab. And the vehicle tokens that you get for this particular event does not expire, which you can use and bring forward to the next event as well. So if you decide that you want to buy some extra tokens now and you just stockpile them for next event, you can. Or if you accidentally buy extra and you're just worried it's going to be wasted, it's not. So feel free to bring it over to the next event to add it over to your collection of vehicle skins.
There's a question in the live comment section here, Tosh. I mean, I hope you can answer this. Why is it so difficult for Genesis Esports to get a winner chicken dinner? What's your opinion?
My opinion. Well, if you ask me, I think it's about that adjustment from GE. Last week they played, I think if you notice, though, their style of play this week and last week is very different. Where last week it's all about the positioning, it's all about the set play, it's all about surviving and getting that positioning style. But I think they're quickly realizing that they're not able to play that game anymore, given the firepower coming through from so many different teams. They're gonna have to readjust and find different ways of winning the game. And I think the idea is they need to find a different way to win, and that's going to be elimination points. So they're just still adjusting to this different style. So let's see how it goes throughout the week. Again, it's only week number 1. It's going to take some time for some of these teams to adapt as well, given the fact that the teams have been shuffled, drop spots have been changed, so it might be a whole different story. Now, to end the night here, and this is a very interesting pick, because a majority that we're seeing right now between you and the Cambodian casters are going in for Myth, which I don't blame, by the way. They did such a dominant, and on top of that, a statement play last week on day number 1. They looked pretty good as well in the previous Miramar. They survived all the way, I think top 5, I believe, was what they had, and they also got quite a number of eliminations, so they are doing well in the middle of the ladder. So I don't blame you guys for doing that. Genesis, I think I understand as well. They are a team in the top 5 that hasn't been able to get a chicken dinner, so ending the night with a chicken dinner would be great. You know me with Yango Galacticos, I think they've been really toe-to-toe with GE. Both teams showing us quite a very interesting style of play on how exactly they're adapting off each other, which is very fun. In fact, GE and Yango Galacticos had been butting heads as well. One of the teams that have been, I think, meeting in terms of these team fights. So it's very fun to watch these two big giants just battle out to see who comes up off in the end. Now, for 2-4 Sin, it's a 50-50 for me. Firepower is there, survivability not so much. Tend to lose 2 very early. Harame bro, I think you know my answer already. We talked about this already, but what's your take?
My take for your prediction, I think Yangon Galacticos will not win at all for this match. I've seen their previous last 2 games. They've been struggling. Like, rotation-wise, they're not really good for the past couple of games.
They've been struggling, yeah.
I mean, if they will be able to fix that, then yes, I would agree with your pick with Yangon Galacticos. But since then, other teams has already figured things out for Yangon Galacticos. But for Myth Clan, for my pick, they got 7 points last game. Usually, teams who gets like single-digit points, around 6, 7, or 8 points, usually on the next game they usually get a lot more points. It's kind of like building up their momentum, kind of like what happened, I think, yesterday, I think, or last week, wherein TTQ had like 9 or 8 points. And then the next game, they got into a urban warfare circle, and then they won the game. So it's kind of like what I think for Mid Clan, and they're also good with positioning with the circle in Miramar. So with Mid Clan being good in Miramar will definitely be one of those things that we need to look out for. But anyways, let's go back again here to the newest RP A7, available now until July 15th. Enjoy perks worth over 80k UC with custom color Nightscape Gladiator set, also with the Graceful Watcher set, boat set and cover. Includes also the upgradable Nightscape Gladiator PP19 Bison. The new Victory Dance as well is available here. I think you're going to have to buy it in the RP shop. And you can post it on your social media. Tag me on TikTok. I will definitely love for you to see you watch that newest Victory Dance in game and also in real life. There's also other skins out there. We have the Levitron and Strider skins for the newest Mecha theme mode. We also have the Buggy, also the backpack together with the G36C skin and the MK47 Phono Tempo skin.
I think I'm excited for the game already. I know that we're just buying some time here as the rooms are being made. Coming into this one, I think that it's really exciting. Coming to what you said about Yago Galacticos, I think it's gonna be very exciting to see how exactly they're gonna be adapting to this one. I think one thing about Yago Galacticos is that they've been adapting very well this week. And they don't get it every single time, and it does get quite surprising when they get overwhelmed, like from teams like ASTE. They get overwhelmed by Enigma. Even it's happened before. They just weren't prepared for it. But my question is, for Yago Galacticos, coming from such a big name, a big team, and I think one of the longest teams to have a fixed roster, what do you have in mind to be able to deal with this? Because chemistry, definitely there. They're a team that is very, very experienced, have gone all the way to Tier 1 before prior to this, have played in the biggest teams, the biggest matches. But maybe we'll get surprised from a whole other team that we weren't expecting to win the final Miramar of the night. So let's see what's going to be happening.
Let's go. Let's fly the airplane. Going from the northwestern side of the map until Partona. I just hope that we see a Partona circle, since that's one of the newest areas in Miramar. Also a truck stop, maybe. Later on, we'll see that. We've seen the circle going on to the northern side of Los Leones on match number 5. Yesterday, we've seen the circle going right straight at Los Leones, in the middle of Los Leones. So we've seen some patterns here for the circle in Miramar. The thing is, we haven't really seen yet a circle right around on the northeastern side of the map, which can be interesting if that happens, because it'll be a different story, like a different type of rotation, especially for a bunch of teams. One of those is Austria Esports. It'll be on the opposite side of the map. They're gonna have a long ways out in order for them to get inside the zone. Another thing is Chumasera. You can see MFG. I thought they were gonna be dropping together with SysTKE, but looks like they're gonna just run past, go to their usual spot in Valle del Mar, and there you go. The circle now goes to the western side.
More of a usual circle to work with. Austria, quick on that. A position is what they're prioritizing onto Monte Nuevo. Side by side with Yagon Galacticos on top of that. ESTE, they find themselves on the corner of the circle. They like these late rotations for STE. I'm gonna see a change in that. Saw a bit of a skirmish here from Dread. They love these early fights. And once again, they find themselves against Splash Vision Esports. They can't seem to catch a break. Cowboy buying time. His teammate's not close to help him. And Moy comes up on top. This is not the outcome of the first day, the end of the day that Flash Vision wanted. At the very least, still 3 players to worry about. But you gotta give it to Moy. He's so adept. I mean, 1v1 situations, he has been able to really secure these fights with confidence. In fact, it comes down to how they've been taking these early fights, and they've been taking these fights very well. Here's the roar of the fights from Flash Vision Esports, and that's the biggest problem that Flash Vision has. They're not necessarily on the same page when it comes to these fights, but thankfully for Fit, he comes up on top. I was a little bit concerned here, but they really wanted to be able to get something out of this, and at least a trade happens and also an answer. So both teams losing one member each. Fair to say the least, but it does finally kind of dwindle their chances in making it toward the end of the game.
How can you lose with an SKS? Well, that's a story for the player of Dread Esports. But Jibna right now goes for the support. Maybe try to get that trade. Looks like Fit really smart to just bail out from the scene. Eventually, looks like he stops. All because of probably the footsteps of Jibna. He hears the footsteps from afar. So Fit now needs help. Look at this lineup right now from Flash Vision Esports. Looks like this is the first seeing Zhen. If we can, go back to the lineup of Flash Vision Esports. First time we're seeing a different player. There we go. Zhen. This is the first time I'm seeing him, right?
Yeah, he hasn't played quite yet. I mean, we saw Harley. I mean, we did see another sub, but I thought Harley was the only sub they were actually going to bring in. I wasn't expecting them to actually bring in Zhen as well. So, not too sure what we can be expecting for this particular lineup. Fit now finds himself in a 1 versus 1 with Jibna this time. A lot of pressure coming through, and Jibna nearly clips him. On top of that, there is support from another member on the other end. I don't think Fit will be surviving this. He doesn't have an advantage in terms of on tops of the high ground. Tucks himself close to the terrain. Here's the footsteps. He managed to get a heal actually, but lost hit. A whole different beast in his final Miramar. He had no advantage in terms of terrain. Barely has any resources. Demios was waiting in the far end, waiting for an answer or just a way to go in for a double swing support from the backside. But he wasn't expecting his teammate to lose, is what I feel, is what happened. Now the rest of Flash Vision, they're playing together, they're close. Demios is far. Got a monster truck in hand as well. And Demi decides that he doesn't want to go to aggressive. He changes his mind, he answers, shows his hand, and will be punished for it. And one by one, the players of Dread Esports is just chunked down. Holy Lanju, last person left. Perhaps an over-aggression, perhaps an overheat, no clue. But this benefits Flash Vision very well.
Yes, you are correct. Well, this is probably the Zen effect, right? The Zen effect, the lucky charm of Flash Vision Esports, because I mean, you don't usually see Dread Esports being obliterated like 1 by 1, right? I mean, you normally see them being on top.
I mean, that's taking all these fights on his own. He had no support from his teammates.
Right. And you know for a fact that they can even manage to defend against ASTE, and then Flash Vision Esports with the was it Fit only with the SKS at first, and then he had like a disadvantage.
The lower ground
with that ridge.
Yeah, the ridge, low ground disadvantage.
Oh my goodness!
But you gotta give it to him. He tucks himself very close. Oh, bye, Loki. Oh, you make it. No, Loki. No, not like this. Not the cutest player in the team. Ah, man, it's so unlucky. Regardless, coming into that, I think it was a player of ASTE that was able to get a pickup on that just now. They knocked him down, so this is a whole different beast. I think the last Miramar is always a different beast, honestly, when you think about it. It's a different mindset. It's the idea that something you playing tomorrow is the idea that you want to end up the night with a bit of an advantage compared to the rest. But here's no fear on the high ground. What is going on? Why is everyone falling?
I don't know. It's the last game. And we had so many remakes, to be honest with you, as well.
Yeah, to be fair, this is one of the longer days, I have to say.
Well, you can see RSG just right at the open, right at the middle of the road, just reviving. So they do not care anymore. This is the last game anyway.
They want to just go aggressive. They want to play their game, and that's exactly what they want. And look at ASE, they're doing just that. And God of 7 Death just says, not today. We are maybe toward the final circle, but not today. They are okay with giving away that space. Sorry for cutting you. Please go ahead.
Oh yeah, no problem with that. But God of Death 7, they need something different. I'm not really sure on what I'm trying to get from them, but they need something different this week, because we've been seeing them trying to be aggressive, using all of the utilities in a stage wherein you don't really use that many utilities. I'm not sure what's missing for God of Death 7. I mean, I know that they can manage, like when they try to get into the circle, they can. But when they try to get more aggressive, they always get third party is the problem. So they must protect their backside. Is what I'm trying to say here.
I mean, yeah, but also I think it's a matter of them being able to secure these fights. It's a very similar thing that I'm seeing from Enigma, honestly, but Enigma just has a lot more firepower, and I think that's also another thing that's coming in from God of Death 7. Their firepower just doesn't seem so convincing. It's almost like they don't believe in themselves sometimes. But we've seen moments that they can. That moment of hesitation, the indecisiveness that comes through. I need them to be more decisive on how exactly they want to approach these fights. That seems to be MFG with Unknown. We've seen him do some big impact, but this time around he's playing it safe, understanding he wants to bring this game far. Federal is knocked already on the other end. Jappy is here. He's good for 2, in fact. The answer to come through, he plays very well. A double swing with his teammate means they come up on top and completely obliterate Sis TKE.
Protect Federalis. That's what Jappy did there. Sis TKE, unfortunately, they ended up at 16th place for this game, so they will rest for a while. They added like a little bit of points though for today. I think 20 to 30 points only.
Still pretty huge for consistency's sake. So
yeah,
I think they're going to be very happy with that. What is this? What is this bicycle? What is up with the
Model 12?
I mean, yes, but like.
Oh, it's 40.
I think it's X2 actually. I'm not too sure why my production is showing a lot of bike shots here.
Well, you asked for a skin.
Oh yeah, that's
why.
True. Thank you, production, for bringing my bicycle dreams to life. And this time around is gonna be. I think everyone's just. At this point, it's been a very long day for everyone. A lot of players.
The production
as well.
loves you, Tosh.
I know. I'm sorry. Coming into this one, I think I had a bit of a conversation about Enigma and what they're able to bring to the table, what they're lacking, and what they want to bring forward. Oh my God, Marnet, that is some insane trigger discipline. I think they had marked him earlier. They're aware that he's around. And honestly, if they were to peek him, that would have been an instant headshot. He would have been completely chunked down. I think you spoke too soon about Zendo. Why would you? Oh, actually, there's an answer back. I would love to see that fight.
Oh, the Zen effect.
Actually, no, the Master Rix effect as well. He's on top.
Yeah, he's on top now with 2 eliminations. Fit also has 2. Zen is their lucky charm. Look at him.
Just vibes.
Just being revived by his teammates.
Just vibes. I mean, just a lucky charm.
I mean, if Zen dies, I bet Flash Vision Esports would die as well.
Hey, don't say that! It's too soon! Oh my God. You heard it here first. I mean, if that were to happen, you know who the Jinx is, guys, ladies and gentlemen. But coming into this one.
Well, I'm learning from the original Jinx.
Excuse me!
Which is Tosh.
Excuse me! You're not wrong, but excuse me! Oh man, Miner is a good one onto God of Death 7. Oh man, we spoke too soon about them. And this is huge for us, ASTE. They've been really proactive in moving around the map, getting these pickoffs. They're understanding that they're getting third-partied a lot. They haven't been able to go for those resets. sometimes they even get overwhelmed because of their positioning. I think most of the time today, STE has been game capped from the circle. And now the pressure is on for God of Death 7. Not only have they lost one teammate to ASTE, now Austria will be the one to chunk them down. Red Bull with the reposition. He's quick on that. Doesn't have to go far. But understanding that there is possibly a crossfire coming through. Gawi has the high ground. He also marks ASTE. Again, ASTE with his late rotations. But this time around, they make it work. Finds Abura Chile. And Dread Esports eliminated here. Myth will be the one that finds him in the end. And Red Bull, he picks off Ambrachili in the end. It's not ASTE that has his sights. It's going to be Austria. And Austria has been very proactive this game. Very understanding. The trigger discipline is very huge as well. Marks Zio. Zio moves out of the way. And now on the other end of the map, you see RSG is just struggling. And I am surprised at how long FBE has been taking so many fights as they move throughout the circle. And they are... I'm sorry. Fit has gone, but Zen is still around.
Yeah, Zen is still around. The lucky charm, I said, of Flash Russian Esports. Jappy gets the player of TTQ. That's KH. I'm not really sure if they're battling far away from each other, like a long-range battle. But right now, it's God of Death 7. They're kind of stuck right now at this compound. Really good positioning coming from Austria Esports. They're able to just pin them down. Now, going back to TTQ, they're in a long-range battle against Harame Bro. They will be able to get the revive onto KH. And here's your pick, Yangon Galacticos, currently right now on the downside part of the field. Harame Bro just using the high ground advantage as M. Moss goes down.
What a shot from Edward! Low ground pick, and he answers back. So many rounds he's been able to do this. A lot of pressure for his long-range plays. I think for a long-range king, I keep my eye out for Edward.
Well, look at the circle now. I mean, Enigma has the chance now to get into the northern side of the zone. TTQ doesn't really need to move at all. Though they need to be careful with 214 Sin because they can get pushed here, especially that 214 Sin would have no choice but to probably just dive into them. And look at Flash Russian Esports. Now going to be defending against ASTE. Zen now, the lucky charm, goes for the throw nade. Miner now goes in for the throw as well.
It's just so unfortunate. Flash vision looks so good. Has Russian scored. Knows exactly where Master Rix is. And just about to wait. The nade blows him up. Master Rix's effect is just so insane right now. And he's holding on. He still has positioning and plays to work with. And Flash vision with only 2 players completely obliterate ASTE. What is happening?
Zen is alive. The Zen effect here, Tosh Bunny. Master Rix going for the revive. Ooh, Renkid exploding a nade on top of his head. Now Genesis Esports needs to go for the reset. Martinet is getting revived by West. Master It now. Ooh, M249 just on the body of Wako. Now it's gonna be Migs. Ooh, Renkid tries to get closer to Migs, but Migs doesn't have the guns up and running. Oh, and there we go, the AKM.
GE's in trouble and makes the gatekeeper 1 man versus 3. Can't do more than that. 214 Sin, 12 plays. GE, they want it bad. They want this chicken dinner, and they are slowly gonna make their way into that circle.
Look at the scoreboard now. Slowly but surely. 77 plus 4 eliminations now in this game. But then again, the party pooper. We have Myth Clan. This is my pick together with the KH pick. Let's see if manage. Throw that nade, not too much. It's very far distance. GE will get a reset. Is that what they need? But for now, Shroud just looking towards the other half of GE. Again, frag grenades won't be effective this time around because they're really far away from each other. I mean, there's no more utilities as well for the side of Shroud. So it's all about that aim is what he would need to do now for the side of Myth Clan.
They're waiting.
Just a matter now of who takes the eastern side of the circle now here, Tosh.
They're just waiting. GE. A more, I would say, it looks a lot more clean how they're playing, how they're taking. They move in together this time. Smile playing a lot more closer with his teammates rather than playing alone. I'm loving this shift. And this time, here comes Smile. Far ahead with Master Ichi. They're low. They need to go for that reset. They buy time. TQ, quick on that push. There's pressure coming in, but this man is avoiding every single shot. Not for long, though. The other members are going to just quickly collapse onto them. Zuki is here in the smokes. Marking the members of Myth. He buys some time. One small micro angle is all it took for him to be completely chunked down. And now, the circle pulls toward La Drilera. Middle side, a terraneous area. And look at where Younger Galacticos has positioned themselves. A nice little terraneous area in the middle of the circle. Gives a little bit of space. And now TTQ and GE finds themselves as neighbors for the time being.
The only bad side with YG's position right now is they're on the downside part of the circle. High ground advantage would be on the advantage of the other teams. But I think they can hold on until the very end if the circle would still go to their side. Now, Red Bull goes down on the kill feed. That's capped from Enigma MSI. Again, there's going to be trades coming from the side of Ostja. And there's actually already 2 knocks already on the side of Enigma MSI. Billy goes for the confirmation. That's going to be Red Bull, who will probably get a revive here. Now, look on the minimap. It's going to be Nang X who will get him. Caps, the only remember player for Team Enigma MSI. Not sure what he's gonna do. He still has frag grenades. He's now going towards where? Ooh, look at this. He's knocked down. He puts in his squad mate inside the mods, and this is now available in the update of PUBGM. You can now bring in knockdown players into the zone using vehicles. And Austria Esports is using that new feature.
Oh, that's smart. He just waits. And we're taken down. Smile! Coming up on top this time around. Buys a lot of time for his teammate. Zuki is here as well. Good for 2. Smile. A lot of pressure from him to be able to go pick up Master Ichi. And in the nick of time too. Marnet needs to go for a reset as well. And Gus waiting quietly. TQ is also close by. Fern scouting around. They hear the roar of the engine and they just wait. Gus is as well. He wants to play it very safe. He has a tier 3 helmet as well. Gives him a little bit of space, a little bit of cover. The free fires come through. Everywhere he goes, he's just getting crossfire. He does get west. But they can't do more than that. Smile. Finally his own managed to get 3 knocks on top of a rescue. Still need to go for west. He didn't go for the cover.
No.
Smile knocked out. A lot of pressure coming through from Myth, from Harame Bros. And now GE finds himself in a critical situation. Marnat is safe, but at what cost? And it doesn't seem like the other members want to give them that space, knowing that this is GE. Look at that. As soon as Marnat knocks him out, now he just shifts his position to the other members of TQ. The blue zone not on his side, not his friend right now. Can potentially go for a pickoff at the very least. Puts a lot of pressure inside, ruins some dreams perhaps. And Range as well does the same. Myth decides to move into the circle, further in. The gatekeeping not happening quite yet, and Myth saying that's fine. They moved over. GE is out. The ending they didn't want. It's a good start to them, but a bad ending. The circle shift a bit much for them to handle. A 3-way circles needs to come through. 2, in fact. Myth feeling the pressure right now as Young God Galactico full control of this church area. Why did they take him? An angle, the free fires from your boy can't do more than that. You can see the Flash Vision Esports is close by. They're quiet. They can go for a third party if they choose to as well. A good hold coming in. No one to push the
nice
doors. It
nade.
needs to come out just to take out the entirety of Mid Clan. A good valiant effort from them, but Yango Galacticos show us what positioning means in these critical situations.
Now, Federalis sets up nades. Ooh, knocks down 2 already. That's Emas. With the help of RSG, this is Arame Bro getting helped out. Nice assist from RSG, and there you go. That's the quarter. Getting eliminated from far distance and Master Vape for the side of RSG. RSG, though, she's going to hold on their ground here. Vape is actually on the edge of the blue zone. He needs help here. He doesn't have any vehicles as well. Now, Looking back again at the circle. If you try to look at this one, Austria does have really good positioning later on if the circle would go to their side on the north, because they will have high ground advantage over Yangon Galacticos, who is just waiting at the church area down below. I mean, Harami Bro, if they can manage to defeat Austria Esports, they will have that strong position. But look at Zen, together with Master Rix here from Flash Vision Esports, just inside this house that they have, this very compound that they can hold on for later on. Is still early. Still at stage number 6, but there's a minute and a half left remaining before we close in to stage number 7, which is second to the last circle of this game. Who will take the winner chicken dinner? It's not going to be a forfeit anymore because GE eliminated TTQ earlier.
And now Austria is just on the wait. They're looking really good for players from Energy Life. Federalis here plays that corner to perfection. Finds the final member of Risk Guys as well. Zen is close. Unfortunately, his teammate getting knocked down. Kill confirm is there. Zen is all alone. He cooks the nade. XD9K, he used that magic before.
No.
Can't hold on any longer. A top 5 finish for Flash Vision and a good end to their day. But now, it's a lot more of a stacked finish for this particular map. 3 versus 3 versus 4 versus 4. Harami Bros finally find the answer to their prayers, to their problems. With 11 eliminations in the bag, they're able to play how they want to. The circle that's a little bit more centralized has been giving them a lot of value. Now X forced to reposition, but Exit, I'm surprised. He's okay with showing his hand. He's okay with putting in that pressure. His teammates allowed to be given a lot of space to rotate, to take up space, and that's exactly what they're doing.
And they takes the western side space of the circle. Look at this. I think it's a duo split right now, coming from or a 1-2 split rather for MFG. Austria tries to go onto the northeastern side part of the circle. I think they're predicting the circle will still be there, and there you go. They get the circle. All they need to do now is just not be sandwiched between Harami Bro and MFG. They need to be careful now here, Tosh.
There's a lot of teams coming on the northern side.
Yeah.
Did you notice that? It's just mostly because of the insane amount of compounds coming forward. And I think this was the problem I said. When you are in an area where you kind of prioritize compounds, it's going to be a problem. Gawi all alone, facing 3 different angles of pain. Harami Bro just completely collapsed on him. Austria getting picked off one by one. A situation they don't want to be in. But it's happening once again to them. We saw it happen in the previous map, and it's happening again.
But they're very consistent. There's always been in the top 4, and then we have here like 3 teams who has been struggling for the past couple of games. But then again, for Red Bull, he needs to look at both sides, but he needs to prioritize the one on top, because there's one player over there, that's Federalis, who spots him, will go for the confirm. And now it's going to be just Nangek just hiding behind all of those wooden piles. Now Jappy, 7 frag grenades. It's going to be deadly. Oh, and Nangek gets spotted by Emmas, and that's it for Austria.
Austria can't do more than that, but for Harami Bros, this is exactly what they wanted. The outcome they needed since day 1 last week. They wanted to end the day back on the throne as one of the most aggressive best teams here in Southeast Asia. Not sure if they found the answer, but this could be that start. Federalis, very aggressive, able to play his game. The nade chips them of the HP of the players of MFG. The lower ground not in their favor. Federalis relishes this moment and situation. Yangon Galacticos happy to wait this fight out. We were questioning how much firepower Yangon Galacticos would lose now that Loki has been knocked out so early. Their adjustment? Play a more passive game, survive as much as they can. But for Harami Bros, they love this aggression, they love this pressure. They take full advantage of the situation, they do get one for themselves. And Jappy, thankfully, survives with the skin of his teeth. Wanna go for that reset. Liliatka.
Oh, we'll get a
not
revive?
able to go for the pickup once again. Another nade's come through and it lands so true onto this player. The other members of MFG have no clue how to deal with this. And here comes a collapse from Yangon Galacticos. They hear the sounds and the roars. The nades to come out, they chips them. But it doesn't stop them from pushing up forward. The same thing that happened to them from the other members when they're with their fight against ASTE. They want to do it again. They throw out the nade. They chip them out. Harame Bros not ready for this push, not ready for this aggression. But they adapt. Romeo Boy chipped. Amount of utilities unknown, at least for Harame Bros. They've been using quite a bit here. Yango Galacticos has to give up that space as WTZ has been knocked down. They cloud plays up closer. The DBS game rings through. Federalis as well has his own jump shots, some more aggressive forward, and he punishes Yango Galacticos for coming in and taking their space. How dare you come up our hill? We've held down to this area for way too long. Romeo Boy finds himself at the lower ground, and on top of that alone, it's gonna be hard. Federalis 1v1s are a little bit more skewed in his favor. His teammates are up. They get a pickup at least again, one more time for MFG. And now the silence to come through, and it's just a stalemate.
That was just a bad third party coming from YG. They didn't really waited right until the end where Harame Bro would push MFG, and this would give and that would give YG that high ground advantage. So basically, it went on the opposite side now. We're in. They now, with one player remaining, which is Romeo Boy, they're on the lower ground as well. Though we are in stage 8 going to stage 9.
That micro angle! Just
Exit.
so well done! Federalis plays it so well. The top side of the terrain completely in favor of Harame Bros. The end that they wanted. But Yango Galacticos still has one more player. Might be the game changers, the tide turners. This terrain is not helping them. The nades as well. XD9K can't do more than that. And now they completely chunk down the other members. Harame Bros has to worry about one final member. That's Romeo Boy. Can he change the outcome of this? Perhaps go for an isolate. He's just waiting for the right time. Full cover in the middle of the circle. Federalis, always the first one to go in for that first contact. He wants to take this fight. And he zigzags forward. He already has an idea. I think he actually suspects the area where the airdrop is, and now Romeo Boy unfortunately has to show his hand. Playing it very safe with the DBS to jump forward with the cards. It's almost insanity. He gets one!
Ooh.
The answer hasn't been come through yet. And finally, last but not least, Harame Bro seals it! And winner, chicken dinner with 4 left alive. A clean one for Harame Bros to end the night.
And 19 eliminations in total for Harame Bro. Just a dominating performance in the final Miramar map of the night. And one thing is for sure, they are hearing me in this English broadcast because I called them out. I said earlier they miss MM. No Cuckoo TV. We don't miss MM. We're gonna go for 19 bombs in this game. And they got that winner chicken dinner on top of that. Congratulations to Harame Bro getting their first winner chicken dinner after this is their first day, by the way, right?
Yeah, their chicken dinners that they managed to get were all on day number 1 of last week. It's almost a deja vu moment for them. It took a while for them to really figure it out, but they did it. And another team that's figured it out, Flash Vision Esports, that surprised us all in 2 versus 4 fights against ASTE. And on top of that, taking these early fights against Dread as well. Coming up on top has been massive. And I have to say that this last game of the day has been a game of surprises, and honestly, it's all pleasant surprises all around. I mean, yes, Yango Galacticos did lose one early, but one thing about Yango Galacticos, they have an answer on their protocols on what to do when they have a player deficit. It was a lot of fights coming forward, but the ones I looked forward to was Flash Vision Esports. And I was really excited for this one. To see them come up on top, it's really hard to not support the underdogs, to support a team that's just struggling at the bottom. It might not be an answer, but a new team into the lineup, bringing them this far, we might just be seeing more of Zen in the upcoming week.
Oh yes, the Zen effect for Flash Vision Esports was way too much for the others. I mean, though they got the 7 eliminations, it's just that they were really in really good position for the latter stages of the game, so that's why they got eliminated. They got pinned down as well. But I believe MFG Esports is who killed them. But then again, at the final moments, it was Harame Bros able to take Austria Esports' position in that higher ground northeastern side of the map. The MVP, again, the Filipino Terminator is what they call him.
I mean,
Harami Bro Federales, 5 eliminations in total.
but look at the amount of damage he has put into the amount of teams that he has picked off. Federales, I would say his impact comes into not only marking players, but getting these knockdowns. And it's good because it dwindles down their resources, it marks their position, and also gives his teams a little bit more breathing space when it comes to go in for that collapse, for that space taking. You might not have the highest amount of eliminations, that damage says a whole different story on what we can expect for this player. And he's a heavy hitter when you think about it, always in the front lines, so far away from his teammates. It's a lot of trust that he has for his teammates to have his back, to be able to play the way he wants. And I think for Harami Bros, being able to play the game how they want to sets a precedent of what they want to achieve. These eliminations, these aggressive plays, this space taking. And with 19 eliminations and almost 4k total damage, this is what we saw for Harami from last week. They weren't able to play their game, but given the right circumstances and the right answers, this is what we can expect from the team.
And I love how Harami Bro adjusted within the day. They don't really need it like to do like a buffer day wherein they set up a gameplay wherein they would give it out to all of the other squads that they are going to be fighting against with. They adjust every single map, and they were able to adjust at the very last map of the night, wherein they were able to get all of their eliminations, all of the fights, especially on taking the power positions here in this very last map. So Harami Bro really good with the adjustments after I called them out, saying that they miss MM, but no, they are not going to be missing MM anymore. MM though will be playing tomorrow, because Exquisite Esports will be back tomorrow together with Playbook Esports and the rest of Group B. But anyways, here are the overall stats for match number 6. 55 total eliminations, 72 total knockouts, with over 8,800 total kills, 27 revives, 216 throws used, 296 kilometers drive distance, 380 longest distance elimination, 7 headshots, 28 minutes survival time, also with 1 airdrop looted. The team of the night, I would say, would be TTQ, because they got all 3 winner chicken dinners in a row.
Yeah, the 3-peat was insane, honestly, when you think about it. They were on fire, momentum was definitely on their side, and they played it to perfection. But I'm liking the readjustment from all these players as well to be able to recover from that. And I'm really curious to see how the match went just now, because it was a bloodbath from beginning to end. Definitely a much faster pacing for a Miramar map compared to the previous ones we've seen before. And I'm understanding though, it is the final game of the night. Everyone wants to just try to play the game and come up on top. But look at how aggressive Harami Bros are with 29 points. I believe this is the highest we've seen this past 2 weeks in terms of points. So great job to them to be able to get an insane amount of pickup in terms of points as they come throughout the end of the day. They weren't able to figure it out, but consistency is key from them today. And finally, a chicken dinner with a 30 bomb is just impressive. But not too far behind. Well, actually, it's still quite hard. Think about it. MFG that finally figured it out. And Flash Vision with 10 coming in the top 3. That speaks volumes and what we can expect to see from these teams. And that's why my eyes are on Flash Vision Esports and Vince perhaps as well, because these moments do work out very well in their favor. They have a pretty stacked roster, and they just needed to figure out how exactly to play off each other, and that's exactly it. Now, teams that surprised me just now that I wasn't able to get any points: 24 Sin, TTQ, STKE, and ASTE as well. A bit of a glum day for them ending today. And they still haven't figured out how to deal with everyone playing the same game as them. As Ostja still maintains the top spot with 28 ahead of TTQ, Flash Vision manages to push themselves well ahead of Enigma from the bottom side.
And looking at the score of TTQ, from 49 points on day number 1 now up to 110, that's a big jump for Time to Quick Esports. Same goes with Harami Bro. They didn't play yesterday, so they went from 0 to 62 points. That's how good Harami Bro is. They were able to bounce back at the very last moment, the very last match of the night. If they can continue on with this type of performance, we're gonna see them in the grand finals, or maybe in the end of the week number 2, around maybe top 2 or maybe top 3, going fighting for that top number 1 spot with Ostja. Playbook Esports as well can also be a factor tomorrow, especially that they were the top number 2 team in week number 1. So let's see if Playbook Esports can get a lot more points for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very exciting day tomorrow, but honestly, today, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still hyped from that last map. And it's a very surprising moment from Flash Vision Esports, taking down Dread, which has been going toe-to-toe to them, and just really, it felt almost like very oppressive, this hot drops that's been happening. But they managed to really just pick themselves up, understand how to isolate these fights, and they take full advantage of that situation and also the situation that's been given to them. I'm really liking the fact that we saw a 2 versus 4 from Flash Vision Esports against ASTE. Nonetheless, that really shook all of us when you think about it. I'm really liking the fact that they were able to survive for quite some time till the end as well. And on top of that, Harami Bros returned to the top side, and TTQ's 3-peat. Man, what a day. It is definitely a longer day than usual, but it definitely shows us that these teams are not to be trifled with, even if they were at the bottom of the ladder. Anyways, that will be the end of the night here for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer. It's been a pleasure with you guys to be casting for you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place on this page. Follow PUBG Mobile for the latest updates, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow. Good night.